Chapter 113. On the stage, the two stood 50 steps away from each other. Perhaps it was because Tai Feng felt that Yi Chen was not easy to deal with. This time he did not take a passive approach. For the first time he took the initiative. He slightly lifted his right leg, and a vast force suddenly integrated into his body. Suddenly the airflow above the square became abnormal, and a fierce wind swept across. On the opposite side, Yi Chen was dressed in a white robe. The hem of his robe was fluttering in the wind like a small boat in a stormy sea. However, when he pulled out the hidden cloud sword halfway, the wind on the square seemed to have been cut into two halves. One half of Tai Feng's side was raging, while the other half of Yi Chen's side was calm. Compared to the huge square, the two of them were so small, like they were floating in the air. However, at this moment, the vast square seemed to be unable to contain the two of them, as if it could collapse at any time. Brother Tai Feng is going to use that kick again. I wonder how Brother Yi Chen is going to block it? Brother Yi Chen's sword chi is invincible. I'm afraid he can cut through Brother Tai Feng's attack with just one sword. I bet that Brother Tai Feng will win 1,000 gold. Do you dare? Why not? I bet that Brother Yi Chen will win 2,000 gold. Me too. Me too. In the spectator seats, some of the outer sect disciples who had different opinions started to gamble with huge sums of money. For them, they could show off their foresight and earn money at the same time, so why not? As for losing, they didn't even think about it. Seeing this scene on the stage, Pei Shaoqing said lightly, "This kick is very powerful. Fighting with it is like fighting against the whole world. It is boundless and endless." So powerful? Qiu Ruotong, who seemed to be very close to Pei Shaoqing, asked in surprise. If it was not so, I would not have lost so easily. There was no way for me to resist at all. Only Meng Qiong can break this force. Qiu Ruotong thought that Yi Chen could also do it, but she did not say it out loud. After all, she would find out soon. One kick to move the wind and clouds. A thunderous roar was heard. Tai Feng slightly leaned his upper body back and threw out a kick. He had turned the power of the world into his own and attacked Yi Chen's half of the body. The calm aura that Yi Chen had created earlier had been broken, and a ferocious airflow swept over with an even more terrifying aura, causing many inner sanctum disciples to lose their footing, and their hearts were filled with shock. Break. Whoosh. In the void, the pure and bright sword chi flashed and disappeared. The momentum was like a deflated balloon, collapsing on itself. Senior brother Tai Feng's momentum has been broken. Senior brother Yi Chen is indeed powerful. The eyes of the inner disciples who supported Yi Chen lit up. It seems like the half-step sword intent is more powerful. Senior brother Yi Chen is really a godly person. One sword and one person, he can even cut through the great momentum. On the VIP seats, the green sky swordsman Shen Lang said solemnly, "This kid actually possesses the ability to sever the power of nothingness. I'm afraid he's not far from comprehending the true sword intent." Tai Feng's naive expression disappeared as he stared at Yi Chen with a serious expression. Yi Chen was the first person who had given him endless pressure ever since he had comprehended the general trend. In front of Yi Chen, the so-called general trend could not even withstand a single blow. It seemed like he could only attack with brute force. Changing wind and cloud. Tai Feng's entire body rose up from the ground. All of the general trend had been infused into his leg power, attacking towards Yi Chen one after another. His body was light and agile, and his leg power was as heavy as a mountain. The airflow around Yi Chen's body surged, and when those countless leg powers landed on him, it seemed like the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Yi Chen was in the middle of it all, but his expression was calm. Without any hesitation, he waved his hidden cloud sword continuously, and within a blink of an eye, he had thrown out dozens of sword attacks. Each sword attack would shoot out a 3-meter-long thick sword chi. The sword chi was so sharp that it seemed like it was going to tear the space in front of it apart. Swoosh, 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 beams of sword chi shot up into the sky, cleanly cutting through the leg power. It was so sharp that no one could stop it. Tai Feng's facial expression suddenly changed. Zhen Qi surged out of his body, and his leg power became even stronger. Wave after wave of Zhen Qi collided with the platform's surface, causing the platform to crack and collapse, and the stone pillars to collapse. Many people had started to support Yi Chen on the way, because Yi Chen's sword attack had been so brilliant, and it had easily broken Tai Feng's momentum. Now, seeing Tai Feng's power, they couldn't help but worry about Yi Chen. No matter how powerful the sword chi was, it was still limited, and how could it fight against the endless momentum? Break. At this critical moment, Yi Chen didn't hold back anymore. The hidden cloud sword seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually moving very fast. The moment the tip of the sword reached its peak, the half-step sword intent burst out. Clang, 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 clang. Caught off guard, the great swords around the inner disciples' waists all flew out of their scabbards and merged with Yi Chen's sword aura. With a sharp aura that was enough to cut through a mountain, the swords rushed towards Tai Feng, who was in the air. Clang. A mountain-cracking sound arose. Tai Feng's leg power was broken, and he was sent flying backwards while vomiting blood. What a terrifying sword power! It even took away our swords. In the future, if any sword artist encounters Brother Yi Chen, he or she will be at a disadvantage. The half-step sword intent is too powerful, and the swords won't be under his control. Ji Shuiyan came out of the Emerald Martial Palace not long ago, and our Sky Cloud Martial School also has Brother Yi Chen. But unfortunately, none of them can be compared with young Master Emerald. Standing on the ruined platform, Yi Chen waved the hidden cloud sword in his hand. Dozens of swords seemed to be attracted by an invisible force, and they all fell down, neatly inserted into the ground in front of the inner disciples, forming a row. This is mine. And mine. All the inner disciples who used swords walked up and pulled out their own swords. Tai Feng landed on the ground and said in admiration, "That last sword attack was brilliant. I didn't expect the half-step sword intent to be so powerful." Yi Chen smiled lightly, "Your leg power is also very powerful. If it was a little bit more powerful, even I wouldn't be able to defeat you." Hehe, the general trend of Taishu is very mysterious and I only learned it by chance. I won't be able to make a breakthrough in 1 or 2 years, so I can only try to improve my skills. But you have to be careful of Meng Chong, his blade power is too powerful, even the half-step sword intent seems to be unable to defeat him. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded. In front of absolute power, fancy skills were useless. His current half-step sword intent was a bit flashy, and could not be compared to the real sword intent. After Tai Feng's defeat, only Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong and Yi Chen were left. In the crowd's eyes, the other disciples had no chance to compete for the first place, and the winner could only be one of them. After the 9th round, there were only 6 rounds left in the 10th round. The next 6 rounds were extremely intense. Some of the inner disciples who had a chance to compete for the top 10 were not afraid of the top 10 inner disciples, so they all used their most powerful skills to fight against the top 10 inner disciples. Unfortunately, the gap between their fighting power was too huge. Even if they tried their best, it would be useless. The 10th round had ended. Meng Chong and Yi Chen were tied for the first place with 20 points. Li Yunping had won 1 round, so he had 19 points, ranked 3rd. Yi Qing and Tai Feng had lost 1 round each, so they had 18 points, ranked 4th. Xiao Yi had lost 1 round and drawn 1 round, so he had 17 points, ranked 6th. Zhou Rua, Pei Xiaoqing, Ghost Sword Li Kuang and Qiu Ruatong were ranked 6th. There were 3 people who had been eliminated from the ranking: Feng Ping, Dong Haohua and Song Fei. None of them had more than 15 points. Chapter 114. No matter what, the new top 10 inner disciples had been born, and the previous one had become a thing of the past. This year the most eye-catching disciples were without a doubt Li Yun, Tai Feng and Yi Chen. The 3 of them had stood out from hundreds of inner disciples. They had overcome all kinds of obstacles along the way, and each of them had performed their best martial arts. Towards the end, they had even defeated a few of the top 10 inner disciples of the last year. Among the 3, Yi Chen was the most talented one. With only the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm, he had won all his battles without losing a single one. He had also learned the half-step sword intent, which was the dream of every sword artist. His comprehensive ability was the best among the young generation of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and he was almost as famous as the core disciples. Of course, becoming one of the top 10 inner disciples was not the end of it. Next was the ranking competition. The ranking competition seemed complicated, but it was actually very simple. That was, the contestants would have to fight against the other 9 disciples one by one. As for those who had already fought against each other, the points would be calculated according to the results. For example, Yi Chen had beaten Feng Ping, Dong Haohua and Tai Feng, so he had 6 points. He still had to fight against the other 6 disciples, including the Blood Shadow Blade, Meng Chong. For this competition, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School had prepared more than 500 yuan qi pellets. Every disciple who participated in the competition could take one. After taking the yuan qi pellet, not only would they feel energetic, they would also be able to recover from minor injuries. After resting for about half an hour, the head elder saw that all 10 of them were full of energy, so he announced the start of the competition. Yi Chen's first opponent was the Rainbow Sword, Qiu Ruatong, but she gave up. After all, everyone knew how powerful Yi Chen was, so there was no need to waste any more time. The second opponent was Pei Shaoqing, who also gave up. The third opponent was the Peach Hand, Zhou Rua. Although I don't have much hope, I still want to fight against you. Zhou Rua, who had a beautiful face, lightly landed on the stage. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Let's start." But right from the start, Zhou Rua used all of her power. The peach-colored Jin Qi around her body burst out, attacking towards Yi Chen like a thunderbolt. It was obviously a big change from her previous casual fighting style. Before the palm power exploded, the stone pillar behind Yi Chen had already been shattered. What a domineering palm energy. A strange look flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly waved his sword, which contained the half-step sword intent. Bang! Under the effect of the half-step sword intent, Yi Chen's attack was incomparably condensed. With only one attack, he had broken through Zhou Rua's palm power. With a wave of her hand, Zhou Rua set up a layer of peach-red qi barrier in front of her, and her whole body was sent flying. Yi Chen followed up with another slash. Zhou Rua gritted her teeth. "If this move still can't do anything to you, I'll admit defeat." As she spoke, Zhou Rua quickly formed a seal with her hands. Wave after wave of true energy frantically gathered in her hands. In the end, it transformed into a pink true energy bird. The bird spread its wings and shot out like a bolt of red lightning, unable to be seen by the naked eye. So fast. I didn't expect senior sister Zhou Rua to have hidden her trump card as well. The spectating inner disciples exclaimed. Iron Fan Yi Qing laughed bitterly. His opponent did not use this move when they fought. Of course, he also had his own ultimate move that he had not used. His opponent should know this. The huge Jin Qi bird arrived in a blink of an eye. It was about to hit Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked calm. The others might not be able to see the trajectory of the huge Jin Qi bird, but he could. It was all thanks to his powerful soul power. A silver line flashed through the air. The hidden cloud sword in Yi Chen's hand had pointed at the weakest spot of the huge Jin Qi bird. All of a sudden, the huge Jin Qi bird became extremely unstable. With a popping sound, it disappeared into thin air. Zhou Rua was shocked by Yi Chen's sword art. The bluebird seal was so fast, but it was still hit by his sword. Furthermore, it was the weakest spot of the bird. What kind of insight and control did he have? With a bitter smile, Zhou Rua said, "I have to admit, only you can compete with Meng Chong. I lost." The next battle was not Yi Chen's but Li Yun's. After all, continuous battles would take a lot of energy, and it would have a huge impact on the battle. Plus, Yi Chen's next opponent was Xiao Yi, who would definitely not admit defeat. Would be a tough battle for sure. Qiu Ruodong knew that she would not be able to compete with any one of the 10 people, but she still admitted defeat. Pei Shaoqing and Li Yun started fighting. After exchanging dozens of moves, Li Yun executed the ultimate skill of Sword Light Division. 14 sword lights shot out in a row. One of the sword lights had 2 layers of force, one bright and one dark. He managed to defeat Pei Shaoqing without any mishaps. After that, it was the battle between Tai Feng and Yi Qing. The two of them were evenly matched. After hundreds of attacks, there was no clear winner. However, towards the end of the battle, Tai Feng, who had the support of his power, was getting more and more powerful. Yi Qing kept performing his ultimate skills, but he still could not make a comeback. He had no choice but to admit defeat. If the battle continued, he would definitely lose. One after another, the battles started and ended. Soon, it was Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chang's turn. His opponent was Li Yun. Li Yun did not waste any time. He attacked immediately. With a wave of his hand, 14 sword lights were shot out. Break! Meng Chang's body moved along with his blade. The blood-red blade light was unstoppable. It easily shattered the incoming sword lights. As for that bright and dark sword light, it was instantly shattered by his fist. Li Yun yelled. Another 3 sword lights were shot out. These 3 sword lights were indeed huge. They almost covered half of the platform. They were flying towards Meng Chong in a triangular formation. Meng Chong did not dare to be careless. The blood-red light shot out from both of his arms and into his long blade. He had broken the incoming sword lights 3 times in a row. After that, he threw a punch at Li Yun's protective Jin Qi layer. Crackle. Blood-red lightning flashed. Li Yun's mouth was bleeding. He was thrown off the platform. Meng Chong's thunder fist is getting more and more powerful. Yi Qing thought to himself. Meng Chong got off the platform. Yi Chen and Xiao Yi got on the platform. If you want to challenge Meng Chong, you will have to get past me first. Xiao Ye's upper body bent, a misty green light shone, 2 gigantic Zhen Qi arms extended out from his shoulders, one green and one green, The green one was a little illusory. The green one had chi flow rising like a burning flame. Just like a giant, Xiao Yi rushed towards Yi Chen with big steps, throwing out a punch. Tyrannical rampage. Out of everyone's expectation, Yi Chen did not use his sword skill. He made a fist with his left hand and threw out a punch. Buff, 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 buff. Under Xiao Ye's shocked gaze, the blue Jin Qi arm was broken into pieces. It turned into the purest Yuan Qi and disappeared in the air. Lose? Xiao Yi did not back off. He threw out an even more powerful green Jin Qi arm from his left shoulder. He wanted to defeat Yi Chen directly. Yi Chen yelled coldly, dominating one direction. Boom. He threw out a punch with a black light. The qi behind him was sucked into it. It was just like Tai Feng's power. It clashed with Xiao Ye's green Jin Qi arm. Thump thump thump. Xiao Yi took a few steps back. The green Jin Qi arm was showing signs of collapsing. He was really shocked. The green Jin Qi arm was the evolved version of the blue Jin Qi arm. Its power was more than 50% stronger, but it couldn't even block a punch from his opponent. How was he supposed to fight? The green Jin Qi arm merged with his body. Xiao Yi waved his hand. I'm done. You're the best. Then he turned and walked off the platform. Chapter 115. As long as he beats Brother Yi Qing, it will be the battle between Brother Meng Chong and Brother Yi Chen. Brother Yi Qing should not be able to beat Brother Yi Chen. After all, he lost to Brother Tai Feng. You're right. If Brother Meng Chong is still the champion this year, he probably won't get any good rewards. After all, last time he was rewarded with a low-rank Earth Realm Fist Art, Shocking Thunder Fist. But if Brother Yi Chen wins, he will definitely get a low-rank Earth Realm Martial Art. While the crowd was talking, the competition continued. In fact, although the ranking was still uncertain, it was already clear that the first and second place would be either Meng Chong or Yi Chen. The third to fifth place would be Tai Feng, Xiao Yi and Yi Qing. The sixth to ninth place would be Zhou Rua, Li Yun, Li Kuang and Pei Xiaoqing. Zhou Ruadong would be the last. In the first round, Li Yun lost to Li Kuang. In the second round, Pei Xiaoqing lost to Zhou Rua. In the third round, Yi Qing lost to Xiao Yi. In the ninth round, Meng Chong walked onto the stage. Tai Feng shook his head. I am not his opponent. I give up. Boom. The crowd on the martial field suddenly exploded. Tai Feng had given up, which meant that Meng Chong would fight against Yi Chen in advance. This would undoubtedly be the most anticipated battle of the day. On the east side of the VIP seats, there was a row of teenagers. The oldest among them was only 18 or 19 years old, while the youngest was only 16 or 17. They were all wearing different clothes, but all of them had the unique cloud pattern of the Sky Cloud Martial School on their sleeves. The auras of this group of people were pure and vast. Nearly half of them could contend with Blood Shadow Saber Meng Chong. Some of them even far surpassed Meng Chong. They sat there and talked cheerfully. They were not affected by the atmosphere at all. They gave off an unfathomable pressure. Jianghu, who do you think will win? Among them, a handsome teenager asked the teenager with a cold expression. The cold teenager said indifferently, boring. The handsome teenager smiled bitterly. Is there a need to be so cold? He turned around and asked the teenager in blue, Brother Luo, what do you think? The teenager in blue was indeed the second disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Hanshan. He lowered his eyes, thought for a while and said, I think it will be Yi Chen. Oh, why is that? The other person beside him looked surprised. Luo Hanshan said, Meng Chong is like a sharp blade that can cut through anything. However, if it's too sharp, it'll break easily, which makes it less beautiful. But Yi Chen is like a vast lake, immeasurably deep. Since the beginning of the competition, he has been calm and unruffled. Thus, I deduced that it would be a long battle from the start. In the end, Yi Chen would be the one to persevere. Of course, speculations are just speculations after all. They can't be trusted. If we want to determine the victor, we'll have to fight. The handsome youth smiled and said, Senior Brother Luo's analytical ability has always been very strong, but I feel the same way. Whether the two of them will win will depend on the later stages. The girl in white, who was ranked 8th, suddenly said, Meng Chong will lose. The first person in line was a slightly older girl with plum blossom embroidery on her clothes. She mocked, Su Jing, this is the first time I've seen your evaluation. Su Jing didn't say anything. The other people looked at Su Jing with different expressions. Some of them were nervous, some of them were admiring her. She had just become a core disciple last year, but now she was ranked 8th. Also, it seemed that she had not used all of her power to increase her rank. Otherwise, it would not be impossible for her to be in the top 5. From time to time, the inner disciples below the VIP seats would turn around and take a glance at her. They thought to themselves, this seat is for core disciples. If I can sit in this seat one day, how glorious would that be? 5 of the 10 platforms had already been destroyed. Yi Qin and Meng Qiong were standing opposite each other on the platform that seemed to be relatively intact, staring at each other without blinking their eyes. Swoosh! Meng Qiong took out his long blade and launched the first attack. A sharp blood-red blade light sliced through the air, hacking towards Yi Qin, who was not far away. Clang! No one knew when Yi Qin had also pulled out his sword. He waved out a stream of sword chi to block the incoming blade light. Take another 10 attacks. Meng Qiong's expression was wild. The long blade in his hand was like a wild horse that had just run away from its reins. He crazily waved his blade towards Meng Qiong. Ding, 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 ding. All of a sudden the entire platform was filled with bright sword chi and blood-red blade light. Their figures had already been completely covered by the light, and could not be seen by the naked eye. The two of them were blown back, and once again they faced each other. Awesome. Among all the inner disciples, you are the only one who can take 11 attacks from me with all of my power. It had been a long time since Meng Qiong had felt this good. Yi Qin's power had made his blood boil, and he was filled with the desire to fight. If he could defeat Yi Qin, he would definitely be able to reach the next level. Yi Qin said, let's continue. Alright, let's continue. As soon as they finished talking, their bodies had already collided. The blood-red blade light and the sword chi crisscrossed, fighting against each other. Soon the platform was destroyed as well. Off the platform, all of the inner disciples were shocked. Apart from the first collision, it was impossible to tell who was fighting who had the upper hand and who was at a disadvantage. All that could be seen was that the saber was faster than the previous one, and the sword was sharper than the previous one. Towards the end, the shockwave formed by the collision of the sword chi and the saber light was even more terrifying, destroying one platform after another nearby. The figures of the two could no longer be seen, and only the sword chi and the saber light could be seen sweeping from one platform to another, from the ground to the air, and from the air to the platform ruins. They were everywhere, and everywhere was the site of the battle. 100 attacks. 200 attacks. 300 attacks. 500 attacks. The two of them had already exchanged over 500 attacks, but there was still no clear winner. Yi Qin's half-step sword intent could not do anything to Meng Qiong's blade power, and Meng Qiong's fast blade power could not do anything to Yi Qin either. At this point it was no longer a competition of power, but a competition of willpower and endurance. Whoever could last longer would be the winner. 1,000 attacks. No winner has been decided yet. Terrifying. An inner disciple looked at the sky. Right then the sun was setting and the bright afterglow was shining on the martial field, making the battle look even more intense. He could not help but gasp. Yeah. It would be amazing if the others could block 10 attacks from brother Meng Qiong, but brother Yi Qin had already exchanged over 1,000 attacks with him. Both of them seemed to have the upper hand. I wonder who will have the last laugh. All of a sudden, the blood-red blade light and the bright sword chi collided with each other, and then shot up into the sky. Waves of powerful shockwaves spread out in all directions, which even caused the platform to collapse. The crowd looked over and saw that Yi Qin's sword had blocked Meng Qiong's long blade, and the two of them were frozen there. World-shocking thunder. Meng Qiong clenched his left hand into a fist and threw it towards Yi Qin's head. Yi Qin sneered and threw out his left fist, which was shining with a black light. Crack. Like a thunderclap, both of them were sent flying backwards. Again. With the protection of the pure jade body-boosting spell, Yi Qin stomped on the platform behind him and shot towards Meng Qiong like an arrow. Meng Qiong was not scared at all. He threw out another punch. Boom. The two of them moved away from each other as soon as they made contact. There was a faint trace of blood on the corner of Meng Qiong's mouth. On the VIP seats of the core disciples, Luo Hanzhan sighed and said, Yi Qin has won. Meng Qiong is still slightly weaker than him. It is not easy for him to be able to fight until now. But this Yi Qin is very powerful. He has been winning all the time, even Meng Qiong could not stop his rise. Chapter 116. Again. A blood-red light burst out from Meng Qiong's body as he threw out a punch towards Yi Qin along with crackling thunder and lightning. It seemed like he was determined to win or die trying. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As Meng Qiong threw out his punch, Yi Qin could feel a shocking amount of electricity gathering in his body. His skin felt numb and all of his hairs were standing up. He knew that he could not afford to be hit by that punch, otherwise even the pure jade body boosting spell would not be able to protect him. Thunder and lightning had always been able to ignore defense. Dominating the king. The third movement of the Tyrant Fist art was thrown out. A dense black light was brought out by the fist power, forming an umbrella in front of Yi Qin, blocking out the attack of the electricity. Boom. The broken platform under their feet was split into two. One half was made up of electricity, while the other half was made up of scattered black light. Meng Chong puked out a mouthful of blood, which was evaporated in the air by the electricity. He was blown out for hundreds of meters and finally landed heavily on the marble floor. Crack. The floor cracked under Meng Chong's feet. On the other side, Yi Qin was also blown out for 70 to 80 meters, leaving a crack on the floor. It was clear who would win. Looking down at his bare right arm, Yi Qin was shocked. If he had not performed the third movement of the Tyrant Fist art, he would not have been able to win so easily. The Tyrant Fist art was divided into 4 movements. The first style was called Tyrannical Rampage. It belonged to the aggressive type, and it could devour the opponent's chi gene for its own use. However, it could only be used against opponents who were slightly weaker than the user. Against opponents who were stronger than the user, the devouring effect could not be used. The second movement was called Dominating the World. It belonged to the defensive type. When the opponent attacked, it could absorb the yuan qi of the surrounding space and merge it into the fist power. The third movement was called Dominating the King. It belonged to the offensive and defensive type. When the punch was thrown out, an umbrella-shaped black light would form a defensive shield, blocking out the opponent's chi. At the same time, his own fist power would be able to attack the opponent without any hindrance. As for the strongest fourth move, Tyrannical Millennium, Yi Qin currently did not have enough Jin Qi to support it. Unless he was in a life-or-death situation, he absolutely could not use it. Otherwise, if he used up too much Jin Qi, he would not have the strength to protect himself. Letting out a mouthful of turbid air, Yi Qin raised his head and looked at Meng Chong. Meng Chong stabbed the long blade in his left hand into the ground. He grinned and said, "Great. Today you are more skilled than me. However, we still have a long way to go. Let's see who will have the last laugh. I'll wait for you." Although that was what he said, Yi Qin didn't really care about it. Up until now, no one who had been surpassed by him had ever surpassed him, just like Wang Gang, Wu Zongming, Huang Bingwen, Zhang Haoren and so on. If he was surpassed by someone else, then how could he even talk about becoming more powerful? How could he even talk about catching up with the top 4 young masters, and walk out of the Windy Nation and into the world? The world was way too big. The path of a martial artist was like sailing a boat against the current. If one did not keep moving forward, one would fall behind. If one day he was surpassed by someone else, then he would have to reflect on himself. Once Meng Chong was defeated, Yi Qin would definitely become the #1 inner disciple. The other people who had not fought against him before would not be able to stop him anymore. The audience and the VIP seats were all talking about this. Luo Hanshan said, "The most official competition in our school is the inner disciple ranking competition. Once you become one of the top 10 inner disciples, you will be qualified to challenge core disciples and replace them. I think Yi Qin and Meng Chong are already at the top of the core disciples. Tai Feng and Xiao Yi are also not bad. You guys should be careful." A few core disciples who were ranked at the bottom said, "Brother Luo, don't worry. We did not waste this year either. We will show them how powerful we are." Indeed, except for that Yi Qin and Meng Chong who are a bit tricky, the others will have to ask me first if I want to be a core disciple or not. Luo Hanshan smiled. The number of core disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School had always been maintained at 24. If one of them became a core disciple, one of them would have to leave. No one wanted to lose their core disciple status. In the following days, it would definitely be a fierce competition. As for himself, he would also challenge the hidden fragrance sword, Zhu Mei, when the time was right. Luo Hanshan turned his head and glanced at the beautiful girl who had plum blossom embroidery on her clothes. When the last ray of light of the sunset shone on the horizon, the ranking competition was finally over. According to the ranking, the first place was Yi Qin, who had a perfect winning record. He had defeated 9 people, so he had 18 points. The second place was Meng Chong with 16 points, the third place was Tai Feng with 14 points, the fourth place was Xiao Yi with 12 points, the fifth place was Yi Qing with 10 points, the sixth place was Zhou Rua with 8 points, the seventh place was Li Kuang with 6 points, the eighth place was Li Yun with 4 points, the ninth place was Pei Xiaoqing with 2 points, and the 10th place was Qiu Ruadong with 0 points. When the ranking was announced, Yi Tianhao laughed out loud and said, "Chen Er is now the #1 inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. He is the #1 genius in the history of our Yi family. The third leader of the Yi family, Yi Tang and Yi Xian, no one can be compared with him. Shen Yuqing said in an annoyed tone, "Look at you, people go to higher places, water flows to lower places. If Qin Er wants to be compared, he should be compared with the core disciples of those famous martial institutions. Don't make him look bad." I'm just happy." Many important people around them cupped their hands and said, "Congratulations. Leader Yi, your son has already mastered the half-step sword intent at such a young age, he will definitely soar into the sky in the future. Leader Yi, if we have the chance, let's have a drink." "Our son is not good enough, Leader Yi, you should ask your son to teach him a lesson." Yi Tianhao was in a good mood, he said, "Not at all, not at all. If you are willing to give me face, please find some time to visit our Yi family, I will definitely welcome you." Of course, of course. The other important people all had their own thoughts, but no matter what they thought, Yi Chen's name had become really famous after today. 16 years old, he had mastered the half-step sword intent. Not to mention the Windy Nation, even in the entire South Zhuo region, he would not be bad. The only thing he was lacking was his cultivation. Of course, some people were looking forward to Yi Chen's growth, while some were planning to nip him in the bud. Zhu Liang was not the only one. For them, it was very easy to kill a genius, but once this genius grew up, it would not be that easy. They had to kill him as soon as possible. The head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School slowly stood up. The inner disciple ranking competition has come to an end. Now the rewards will be given out. The 7th to 10th place will be rewarded with 300 low-rank soul stones, the 4th to the 6th place will be rewarded with 600 low-rank soul stones, the 2nd to the 3rd place will be rewarded with 1,000 low-rank soul stones, the 1st place will be rewarded with 2,000 low-rank soul stones and a low-rank Earth Realm martial art. Besides these, according to the decision made by the Elder Council, the #1 inner disciple will go to the Emerald Martial Palace with the congratulatory team on the 9th of July. Going to the Emerald Martial Palace, that is a place to broaden one's horizons. All the disciples who are able to go there are not simple. At that time, all the elite martial institutions will definitely gather there, such as the top 4 child, the top disciples among the core disciples. I'm afraid it will not be that easy. All the martial institutions will definitely compete with each other. I heard that the top 10 inner disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace are all as powerful as the core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. No wonder they decided to let Yi Qin go with them. Yeah. Even if Yi Qin is not as powerful as them with only his half-step sword intent, he will still be able to make the Sky Cloud Martial School look good. I see. How could the Elder Council's plan be hidden from the powerful figures who were always scheming against each other? Chapter 117. 2,000 low-rank soul stones and a low-rank Earth Realm martial art. If Yi Qin said he was not tempted, he would be lying. 2,000 low-rank soul stones would be worth 8 to 900,000 gold in the Northwest Auction House, and a low-rank Earth Realm martial art could be sold for millions of gold. Most of the small families in the Windy Nation might not be able to buy one even if they sold all their assets. Of course, the potential of the #1 inner disciple was indeed worth this price, and the martial institutions did not lack martial arts. After all, a martial institution that had hundreds of years of history, it would be unreasonable for them not to have some martial arts. However, Yi Qin also knew that even if an outsider offered 10 million gold, the top management of the martial institution would not agree to sell a martial art. Martial arts were not to be shared with outsiders. However, after hearing the latter part of the message, Yi Qin paused a bit. Follow the congratulatory team to the Emerald Martial Palace in 1 month? This was out of his expectation, but he did not care too much about it. Whether he went or not, it was all arranged by the top management, all he needed to do was to follow. The Silent Hills. In a vast mountain range, the fog never dissipated, and there was miasma everywhere. Deep in the mountains, there were often beast roars that could shake people's hearts. The sun was hanging high in the sky, and the golden light was blocked out by the fog. At first glance, there were colorful lights everywhere, bright and creepy. This was deep in the Silent Hills, and the natural yuan qi was especially rich. However, because of the miasma, warriors could not absorb it or else they would go crazy. On a small hill that was split open by something, Yi Qin stood with his hands behind his back, with an ancient-looking long sword hanging on his waist. He looked down and saw that in the fog hundreds of meters away, 2 huge shadows were colliding with each other from time to time, making earth-shaking noises. A woo, a horrifying roar was heard. Dozens of trees in front of him were knocked down, and a house-sized demonic wolf was blown towards him. The demonic wolf had no fur, and its body was covered with sharp thorns, which made its body 3 times bigger, and its blood-red pupils looked like it was about to drip blood. Bramble demonic wolf, top rank 4 beast. No matter how hard the wind blew, Yi Chen's body did not move, only his clothes were fluttering. Dong 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 dong. The ground shook and a silver-gray demonic bull that was even bigger than the bramble demon wolf walked out of the mist step by step. Its cold and merciless eyes first locked on the bramble demon wolf, and then looked at where Yi Chen was. The silver-gray demonic bull roared into the sky, and the mist twisted violently. Electric currents appeared on the surface of the nearby fallen leaves, burning them into nothingness. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. It was actually a rare silver electric demon bull. This was an existence even more dangerous than the bramble demon wolf. No wonder the bramble demon wolf couldn't beat it. The 2 demonic beasts were the size of a house. Their demonic aura soared to the sky, stirring up terrifying whirlwinds. 2 peak level 4 demonic beasts should be good for training. If the others knew what Yi Chen was thinking, they would definitely say that he was just talking nonsense. Demonic beasts were already much more powerful than warriors of the same level. Even the most talented warrior might not be able to win against a demonic beast, not to mention 2 top rank 4 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to peak level late condensing reality realm warriors. The bramble demon wolf looked at the silver electric demonic bull in fear. It lowered its body slightly. Its instinct told it that it had to kill any human that came in here. But the silver electric demonic bull in front of it was much more dangerous than this human. If it was not careful, it would be killed. Brr, brr, brr. The bramble demon wolf roared at the silver electric demonic bull, as if it was sending some kind of message. After a while, the silver electric demonic bull let out an electric current from its nose. It stomped on the ground twice and unexpectedly rushed out. The silver electric demonic bull's huge body did not slow it down. Like a thick silver electric light, it rushed towards Yi Chen, who was on the hill. At the same time, the bramble demon wolf also attacked Yi Chen, its body rammed towards the hill. Piss off. Clang. The hidden cloud sword was unsheathed, and its momentum was unpredictable. It easily hit the silver electric demonic bull's body. The silver electric demonic bull's fierce eyes were filled with shock. Its huge body flew back, smashing many old vines that were full of ancient trees. Boom. The hill under its feet collapsed, and the bramble demon wolf jumped out from the rubble. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of black air mixed with ice. Yi Chen's feet lightly touched the rubble that had not yet fallen, and his body rose straight up. A sword chi, like a dragon from the 9 heavens, crazily shot down towards the bramble demon wolf. The bramble demon wolf was the same as the silver electric demonic bull. It did not expect Yi Chen's sword art to be so powerful. Its body flipped in the air and crashed into the flying boulders to avoid the sharp sword chi. Cloud impermanence, startling cloud, where do you think you can hide? With one punch, the bramble demon wolf's black air was shattered by the fist energy. The countless ice cubes were shattered by the fist energy, turning into ice shards that sprinkled down from the sky. Below, the sword chi, which was originally moving in a straight line, twisted a few times. Unexpectedly, like the clouds in the sky, it had no form and slashed at the back of the bramble demon wolf. Crack. A few thorns were cut down, and the bramble demon wolf lost its balance and fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. Crack. Silver lightning shot out from the side. It was the silver electric demonic bull that did not give up. Its speed was like lightning and its sound was like thunder. It was as fast as lightning, burning the air in front of it into a vacuum. Startling cloud. Yi Chen waved out a thick sword chi in the air. The sword chi was extremely aggressive. Wherever it went, the air was swept away, filled with endless explosive power. The silver electric demonic bull opened its mouth and spat out a ball of lightning, which clashed with the sword chi. Crack, crack. The lightning was all broken, and the sword chi slashed on the silver electric demonic bull's forehead, leaving a deep sword mark that could reach the bone, and blood was flowing out. In the next moment, the silver electric demon cow lost its balance and fell headfirst to the ground, causing it to shake incessantly. Even the electricity around its body leaked out, causing the burnt ground to crack and turn black. Clumps of fertile weeds were burned to ashes. Suddenly climbing up from the ground, the silver electric demonic bull looked at Yi Chen with fear, not daring to attack again. Although its defense was very strong, it was not strong enough to ignore the sword chi. If it got hit too much, it would still be in danger. On the side, the bramble demon wolf could not help but lean towards the silver electric demonic bull, as if it was ready to join forces with it to attack and kill this powerful human. Earth Realm low-rank sword art indeed powerful. Lightly landing on an ancient tree, Yi Qin looked down at the sword body and thought to himself. It had been more than half a month since the end of the ranking competition. Half a month ago, Yi Qin chose a sword art from many Earth Realm low-rank martial arts, called the Startling Cloud Sword Art. The clouds were unpredictable and so was the Startling Cloud Sword Art. Every movement was full of changes, and even the cultivator could not completely control it, not to mention the opponent. In addition, the Startling Cloud Sword Art was also a very aggressive sword art. Once the sword was thrown out, the wind would stop and the clouds would be startled. Its lethality was extremely horrifying, and it was many times more powerful and faster than the lone peak of 13 swords. After training it, Yi Qin went to the Silent Hills alone, wanting to test the power of the sword art on the beasts. This battle was indeed powerful. Chapter 118. Not far away, the silver electric demonic cow and the bramble demon wolf roared at the same time, attacking towards Yi Qin from both sides. One of them was as fast as lightning, while the other one was as agile as a black smoke. Boom! The ancient tree was uprooted, and a huge amount of soil was sent flying in the air. Yi Qin jumped into the air and threw out a sword chi backhandedly. A deep sword mark appeared on the bramble demon wolf's back leg, and its body quickly fell onto the ground. It slid hundreds of meters away due to the inertia, and finally stopped after hitting another ancient tree. Standing up, the bramble demon wolf shook its dizzy head, and stared at Yi Qin with a slight fear in its eyes. This human didn't seem to be very powerful, but up until now, it and the silver electric demonic cow still couldn't do anything to him. Instead, it was covered in dust and its back leg was injured. If this continued, it and the silver electric demonic cow would probably be killed before they could kill Yi Qin. The silver electric demonic cow also wanted to retreat, but the bramble demon wolf hadn't retreated yet, so how could it retreat? I have almost understood the power of the sky cloud sword art. Now it's time to take care of them. Before, Yi Qin didn't use his half-step sword intent, and those sword chi were only normal sword chi. Turning around, Yi Qin waved his sword twice, and two sword chi that had been infused with the half-step sword intent were thrown out. A sword hole appeared on the foreheads of the silver electric demonic cow and the bramble demon wolf respectively. Their huge bodies fell heavily onto the ground and no longer breathing. Without the protection of the beast chi, the bodies of the demonic beasts weren't as hard as expected, and were easily cut open. Inside each body was a bowl-sized pellet. The pellet of a top-rank 4 demonic beast was worth over 10,000 gold, and was put into Yi Qin's storage ring by Yi Qin. After that, some valuable demonic beast materials were also collected by Yi Qin. After that, Yi Qin stood up straight and looked at the deepest part of the Silent Hills. That was a true forbidden area. A few decades ago, a powerful force had sent experts to the depths to search for some rare and precious herbs. Unfortunately, they encountered a level 7 demonic beast, the ghost-faced demonic cow. Out of more than 100 people, only one person managed to escape, but he died a few days later. The reason was that the demonic chi in his body was too strong, and he died of madness. Since then no one dared to enter. A rank 7 demonic beast. Yi Qin could not imagine it at all, since it was equivalent to an astral-reaching realm warrior. Not to mention Yi Qin, even the leaders of the top 5 martial institutions would not be able to handle a single attack from it. But it was hard to say whether it was true or not, since besides the rumors, no one had actually seen it with their own eyes. The only survivor from decades ago had already gone insane when he came out. Shaking his head, Yi Qin leaned to the side and leaped onto an ancient tree that was over 100 feet tall. With a few flashes, he disappeared without a trace. Not long after Yi Qin left, a figure shot through the mist. Lightly stepping on the ground, the middle-aged man saw the 2 demonic beast corpses lying on the ground. He couldn't help but curse. I finally found out where this brat went. Who would have thought that he would go to the deepest part of the Silent Hills? The mist here is so thick that people can't even look at it directly. You can't tell anything from 100 steps away. Otherwise, how could I let him leave safely? I would have killed him on the spot. This man was indeed Zhu Liang, the middle-aged man who had watched the inner disciple ranking competition of the Sky Cloud Martial School half a month ago. At the same time, he was also the intelligence master of the Purple Sun Martial School. He had sent his warriors to guard the bottom of the Windy Mountain, ready to kill Yi Qin the moment he went out alone. However, after Yi Qin went down the mountain, he went straight into the Silent Hills. By the time Zhu Liang heard the news, it was already too late. He could only follow and try his luck to see if he could run into Yi Qin. Brat, you sure are lucky. But next time you will die for sure. Zhu Liang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Right at this moment, a majestic roar sounded. Following that, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky, covering the radiance of the fiery sun. Such a powerful beast Qi. It is at least a level 6 beast. Zhu Liang's face was full of fear. He hurried to run away. Far away. A beam of black light that was as thick as a water bucket shot out. Along the way, trees collapsed and mountains were pierced. The aftermath of the black light swept out a deep ravine that extended straight into the earth. The speed of the black light was too fast. Zhu Liang had no time to dodge. He roared, and a burning light suddenly rose from his body, protecting him tightly. Boom! The burning light was shattered. Zhu Liang was bleeding from every orifice and his clothes were torn. Little bastard, this beast must have been provoked by you. Zhu Liang came without a sound, so he did not attract any beast's attention. Thinking about it, he realized that the battle between Yi Qin and the beast was too loud, and it had attracted more powerful beasts from the deeper parts of the Silent Hills. Zhu Liang had become the scapegoat. Without caring about his wounded body, Zhu Liang pushed his Zhen Qi as hard as he could. His body turned into a burning light and shot far away. At the same time, he threw a dark red pellet into his mouth. After a while, the source of the black light finally appeared in the distance. Its huge body was standing in the middle of the hills. It was tens of meters tall and it was a huge black python. If the mist was gone, people would see a shocking scene from the sky. A ravine stretched from dozens of miles away to here. In other words, the black light was shot from dozens of miles away. Such a terrifying range was unheard of. If it was a little closer, whether Zhu Liang could survive or not would be a problem. After all, the attack power of the black light would definitely be reduced if it was too far away. Seeing that the aura had disappeared, the black python bumped the mountain next to it with its huge head. The mountain shook a few times and a few huge cracks appeared on the wall, making a cracking sound. Lowering its towering upper body, the giant black python slithered back in the direction it came from, crushing ancient trees one after another. Among the thousands of mountains, there was a magnificent valley. The valley was full of trees and there were lakes of different sizes, just like the stars in the sky. In a yard next to a lake, 3 young girls were sitting and chatting. Sister Ji, have you heard about the inner disciple ranking competition that was held in the Sky Cloud Martial School half a month ago? The round-faced girl in green clothes suddenly asked. The beautiful girl with an aloof temperament said indifferently, "Is that so? I don't think there is anyone worth paying attention to in the Sky Cloud Martial School." The pretty girl next to her nodded and said, "The Sky Cloud Martial School is ranked last among the top 5 martial institutions. The top 10 inner disciples are only as powerful as the inner disciples of our Emerald Martial Palace, and the top 10 inner disciples of our Emerald Martial Palace are only as powerful as the core disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School." The round-faced girl said, "I heard that there are 2 geniuses in this year's Sky Cloud Martial School. One is called Meng Chong and the other is called Yi Qin. They are both at the top of the core disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School." Yi Qin. The beautiful girl and the pretty girl looked at the round-faced girl in surprise. The round-faced girl asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" The pretty girl asked, "How is that Yi Qin? He beat Meng Chong, who was the top 10 inner disciples in the last year's Sky Cloud Martial School, and won the first place. I heard that he is very powerful." The beautiful girl was slightly surprised, but she didn't care about it anymore. So what if he was the top 10 inner disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School? She was now one of the 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. There was no comparison between them. The round-faced girl continued, that Yi Qin is not only very powerful, but he has also mastered the half-step sword intent. Right now, everyone in the Windy Nation is talking about him. What? The pretty girl and the beautiful girl couldn't believe it. They subconsciously thought that the 2 of them only had the same name and could not be the Yi Qin they knew. Chapter 119. Days passed by. When there were only 10 days left until the 9th of July, Yi Qin felt a bit strange. Why hadn't the higher-ups prepared to go to the Emerald Martial Palace yet? The Emerald Martial Palace was 70,000 miles away from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Even if he rode the half-beast horse, the Ghost-Eye Jade Lion, it would still take him 13 to 14 days to get there. Just like that, another 5 days passed. Yi Qin didn't care about going to the Emerald Martial Palace anymore. Since the higher-ups weren't in a hurry, why should he? The Emerald Martial Palace was not a place he wanted to go. The 7th of July. Yichen was training his Zhenqi in the yard. He was only one step away from the late condensing reality realm. Although it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, for him, the difference between the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm and the late condensing reality realm was too huge. At least if he could reach the same cultivation level, he would be able to compete with all the young warriors, even if he had to face young Master North Snow or young Master Duanmu. Crack. The low-rank soul stone in his hand cracked into 2 pieces. Yichen opened his eyes with a regretful look on his face. With his current cultivation level, it was still too difficult for him to make a breakthrough. It would still take him a while to reach the late condensing reality realm. Bang bang bang. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Yichen thought it was Wu Zongming, so he yelled, "Coming!" Opening the door of the yard, a young man that Yichen had never seen before appeared in front of him, wearing black clothes. "I am the executor disciple. The head elder asked me to inform you that it is time to go to the Emerald Martial Palace. Go to the welcoming plaza now." The young man said indifferently. Yichen was surprised. "Go now. Can I get there in 2 days?" Shaking his head, Yichen didn't understand, so he responded, "All right, I will go now." The executor disciple left. Yichen went back to his room, prepared a few sets of clothes and some necessities, then cleaned the room a bit, closed the door and walked to the welcoming plaza. On the grand and flat welcoming plaza, 4 people were standing there. The 2 people in the middle were the first elder, who was over 60 years old, and the 4th elder, who had a sturdy body. The sense of power released from their bodies was as deep as the ocean. One of them was Luo Hanshan, who was wearing a blue robe, and the other one was Su Jing, who was wearing a white robe. "Great Elder, 4th Elder." Yichen saluted the 2 elders. The Great Elder smiled and said, "Yichen, have you made any progress this month?" Hearing him, a smile also appeared on the 4th Elder's face. They had already heard about how fast Yichen had improved. 1 year ago he was still a Mortal Realm Stage 6 warrior, and now he had already reached the peak of mid-condensing reality realm. Not to mention that he had a great comprehensive ability, he had mastered all the martial arts he had learned to the highest level. Bringing him to the Emerald Martial Palace this time was more or less to gain some face for the Sky Cloud Martial School. Otherwise it would have been better to bring other core disciples. After all, compared to the top 5 core disciples, Yichen's foundation was still a bit weak. Yichen said, "I haven't made much progress in my cultivation, but I've just learned the shocking cloud swordsmanship." "You can't rush to raise your cultivation." "What? You've learned the shocking cloud swordsmanship?" The 4th elder slightly nodded, then he was shocked and stared at Yichen in shock. Yichen nodded. He didn't need to hide this kind of thing. Not to mention with the attention he was getting now, he wouldn't be able to keep it a secret for too long. Lu Hanshan was shocked. Learning the shocking cloud swordsmanship in only a month? What kind of abnormal martial arts talent was this? The shocking cloud swordsmanship was a low-rank Earth Realm sword art. Ordinary people might not even be able to learn it in 5 years. If it were Lu Hanshan himself, it would take him at least half a year. In the entire Sky Cloud Martial School, perhaps only Zhu Mei could learn it in 3 to 4 months. However, compared to Yichen, the gap was not just a little bit, it was double or triple. The Great Elder couldn't believe it. Martial artists who have learned the shocking cloud swordsmanship will have a strong shocking cloud sword aura when they are fighting. He didn't continue his words, because Yichen's temperament suddenly changed. Wave after wave of illusory sword aura gushed out. His whole body seemed like a treasured sword that had been unsheathed. His sword aura was unstable, but it was filled with a horrifying explosive power. "It is indeed the shocking cloud swordsmanship, I can't believe he can use it so easily." The Great Elder gasped in shock. He realized that he had underestimated Yichen after all. However, he couldn't blame himself, because a genius who had mastered the half-step sword intent was not someone he could easily guess. Among the 3 of them, only Su Jing didn't seem to be surprised. At this moment, a high-pitched bird song came from the top of the windy mountain. The bird song was short and high-pitched, along with a majestic aura. Yichen looked towards the direction of the sound and was surprised. On the precipitous peak, a giant bird swooped down. This giant bird had a majestic physique, and its wingspan was more than 10 meters. Its entire body was covered in dark green feathers, and under the sunlight, it glowed with a metallic luster. Its pair of claws could easily grab a house, and they were curved like an anchor. Lu Hanshan introduced the bird to Yichen. "This is the guardian spirit beast of our Sky Cloud Martial School, Wind Vulture." "Wind Vulture?" Yi Qin had heard of this name before. In the easternmost area of the Windy Nation, there was a great devil grassland. There were countless demonic beasts living on the grassland, among which the half-demon horse, the ghost-eye jade lion, was the most famous one. However, people living near the grassland didn't think so. In their eyes, the most famous demonic beast was the king of the great devil grassland, the 5th-level wind vulture. The wind vulture could travel over 40,000 miles per day, it was as fast as lightning, and was over 10 times faster than the half-demon horse. It was perfect for traveling, but it was not easy to catch it. Although it was only a 5th-level demonic beast, which was equivalent to a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, even a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist might not be able to catch up with it. Besides, even if a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist managed to catch it, it would be extremely difficult to tame it. Yi Qin didn't expect that the Sky Cloud Martial School had a 5th-level wind vulture. No wonder they weren't in a hurry to go to the Emerald Martial School. With the wind vulture's speed, it would only take them 2 days to get there. Not only would it save them a lot of time and effort, it would also show the school's prestige. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind blew, and the wind vulture landed in the middle of the plaza. The head elder said, "Come on up." After saying that, the head elder flashed across the air and landed on the wind vulture's broad and flat back. When everyone had boarded the wind vulture, the head elder reminded them, "Hold on, the wind vulture is very fast." Luo Hanshan grinned and said, "Head elder is right, the first time I rode on the wind vulture, I almost fell from the sky, it's unbelievably fast." Hearing this, Yi Qin and Su Jing didn't dare to be careless, they both silently activated their Jin Qi. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind vulture fiercely flapped its wings for a few times, then suddenly leaped up into the air like a sharp arrow. The wind vulture's wings were tucked behind its back to reduce the air resistance. The speed of the wind vulture, which was close to the sound barrier, was unimaginably fast, as if it was riding on a rocket. The air that was blowing towards its face was no different than a sharp knife, cutting its skin. Yi Qin planted his feet on the ground, and activated his protective Jin Qi to protect his face from the knife-like air currents. Soon, the wind vulture flew high up into the clouds, flying far away. Chapter 120. Above the ocean of clouds, the wind vulture flapped its wings and flew hundreds of meters away. The shrill, long-lasting sonic booms behind it didn't reach anyone's ears, because the wind vulture's flying speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. The head elder and the 4th elder were standing in front of the wind eagle's back like 2 towering mountains, relieving most of the pressure on Yi Qin and the other 2. Otherwise, only the strong airflow caused by the supersonic speed of the eagle could easily blow them away and make them fall from the sky. "Brother Yi, you have to be mentally prepared for this trip to the Emerald Martial Palace. I believe you also know why the higher-ups want you to come with us." Su Jing abruptly used her Zhen Qi to talk to Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded. "Why isn't senior sister Zhu Mei here? None of the head disciples from the top 4 martial institutions will go there, unless one of them has reached the clasping Yuan realm and is on par with young Master Emerald." "I see." Yi Qin thought for a while and realized that Zhu Mei was right. If Zhu Mei went, she would inevitably be compared with young Master Emerald. But now she didn't want to go. So, everyone could only compare the second disciples of each martial institution. Just then, the 4th elder said to Yi Qin and the other 2 with his Jin Qi, "There is a large number of flesh demons in front of us, be careful not to get sucked into them." "Flesh demon?" Yi Qin froze for a second. This was a kind of demonic beast that floated in the air without any intelligence. It was shaped like a huge meatball and had a lot of scary-looking mouths. Normally, 3 mouths would be a rank 1 meat beast, 6 mouths would be a rank 2 meat beast, 9 mouths would be a rank 3 meat beast, and so on and so forth. Flesh demons usually lived by inhaling and exhaling the chi of heaven and earth. Occasionally they would eat meat. Before he could think about it, disgusting meatballs appeared in the vast sea of clouds in front of him. These meatballs were brownish-red in color, and their bodies were covered with mouths with sharp teeth. The largest one was no different from a small mountain, and the smallest one was the size of a water buffalo. They floated in the air with the wind, and if a flying beast passed by, they would open their mouths and release a terrifying suction force, swallowing it into their stomachs. Sky-burning palm. The wind vulture was incredibly fast. Seeing that it was about to break into the group of meat spirit beasts, the 4th elder let out a resonant growl and pushed his palm out. Rumble. A large number of flesh demons exploded and were burned into nothingness. The shockwave even tore a large hole in the sea of clouds. Yi Qin was secretly shocked. Late clasping Yuan realm martial artists are indeed extraordinary, Every single move of theirs has the destructive power to destroy mountains. Suddenly, the wind vulture swayed intensely and slowed down. The few of them turned their heads to look. Unbeknownst to them, a meatball the size of a small hill had appeared on their right rear. The largest mouth on the meatball was wide open, sucking in the air and the sea of clouds in a spiral. It was like a huge bottomless pit swallowing everything. Yi Chen and the other two had low cultivation bases, so they were about to be sucked out. The first elder made his move. He raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand and drew a line in the air. Puchi. A purplish golden ray of light extended out. It was as sharp as a blade and it split the meatball into two. The cut was smooth without a trace of roughness. The fourth elder said in admiration, "A fifth-grade meat beast's defensive power is even more terrifying than a real mountain. It seems that your purple light finger has already reached the highest level. It can cut a mountain as if it was nothing." It took me over 10 years to reach the highest level of this mid-rank Earth Realm finger art. I can't compare with you. The first elder gave a bitter smile. Yi Chen was speechless. The first elder was obviously talking about him. Hearing him, the fourth elder was speechless again. He had seen all kinds of geniuses, but he had never seen a genius who could learn a low-rank Earth Realm martial art within a month. What a freak. Above another piece of sea of clouds, a hazy white light flashed like a bolt of lightning. It seemed to be able to travel a mile within a blink of an eye. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that the white light was actually a huge white bird. The white bird had a strong and muscular body, with a pair of dark yellow claws under its belly. There were 4 people standing on the back of the white bird. The leading 2 were over 40 years old. They were wearing white robes with golden edges and snowflake patterns on the cuffs. Behind the 2 were 2 young men. The one on the left had a strong and muscular build. He was a head taller than the 2 in front. His eyes were extremely sharp and aggressive, as if he was being attacked by a heavy blade. The one on the right looked ordinary, wearing white robes. If he was thrown into a crowd, it would be hard to find him. However, when one looked at his eyes, one would feel that he was not ordinary at all. His pure crystal-like eyes gave people a soul-stirring feeling. The blade light seemed to be invisible, it seemed to be able to transform into the blade intent. It was indeed the North Snow Quick Blade Lynch. As for the strong and muscular teenager, he was the second core disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Blade Yu. We, the North Snow Martial Academy, never liked to fight. But even though we don't like to fight, it's still a shame to fall behind others. You two have to work hard. The middle-aged man on the right reminded them with a smile on his face. Yu chuckled and said, "I admit that I am no match for Zhuang Fei. But except for him, I, Yu, am not afraid of anyone in the younger generation of the Windy Nation." At this moment, the bearded middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the group sighed and said, "In recent years, the North Snow Martial Academy has started to lose its strength. There haven't been any outstanding geniuses appearing in the ranking competitions of the inner disciples. However, the Sky Cloud Martial School is quite lucky. They actually have a disciple who has mastered the half-step sword intent." Lynch's eyes lit up. He was believed by the leader of the group, Shui Warren, to be the one who had the highest chance of mastering the blade intent. Now that he knew that there was a disciple who had mastered the half-step sword intent and was only one step away from mastering the real sword intent, he was a bit excited. The rain was pouring down. A loach-like black-scaled demonic beast was swimming in the sea of clouds. Every time it lurked and reappeared, it would be several hundred meters away. Coupled with its huge body and terrifying appearance, ordinary people would think that a legendary evil dragon had appeared in the world and was going to harm the human world. "Junior Sister Yuan, you've made great progress in the past few months. Otherwise, we wouldn't have asked you to come with us to the Emerald Martial Palace." There were 5 people standing on the beast's head. A young man with an umbrella said to the tall girl with a smile. The tall girl had a pretty face and a pair of straight and long legs. If Yi Chen were here, he would definitely recognize her. She was indeed Yuan Xuemei, who had helped the Ling family with the mission. Compared to a few months ago, her qi was much more powerful. Obviously, she had made great progress. Yuan Xuemei smiled lightly and said, "I think the elders want me to see the world. Plus, following Brother Nangong will definitely not be a bad thing. How come all the female disciples of the Rudra Martial School are so talkative? I'm the only one who is dumb." The young man with the umbrella said sarcastically. Hee. Yuan Xuemei laughed. From afar, an ear-piercing beast roar came out, shaking the sea of clouds. The elder of the Rudra Martial School, who was standing in the front, raised his head and looked over but couldn't see anything. he murmured to himself. It should be the double-headed Bat King from the Purple Sun Martial School. It is quite fast. A few hundred miles away from the black-scaled demon beast, a black-red two-headed bat with a wingspan of more than 10 meters swept across the sky. On the back of the bat, 4 people were standing. One of them was Ouyang Ming, who had a conflict with Yi Qin in the Northwest auction house. Beside him was a short and skinny teenager who looked very ordinary, even a bit ugly, which formed a sharp contrast with Ouyang Ming. Chapter 121. July 8th afternoon. The wind vulture darted out of the clouds and lowered its speed to below the speed of sound. Yi Qin only felt his vision brighten, and the mountains and rivers below were all imprinted in his eyes. But very quickly he was dumbfounded. In the area of 500 kilometers below, the mountain peaks rose and fell without end. Some were lofty and majestic, some were verdant and elegant, some were shaped like dragons, and some were crouching like tigers. The dense energy of heaven and earth converged into a thin layer of mist that coiled around the peaks of the mountain peaks, and it gave off a special feeling of immortality. Between the mountains were lakes of various sizes. Looking down from above, the smallest of the lakes was only the size of a fingernail. They were scattered all over the place and they were of various colors. At a glance it was impossible to tell how many there were. In the center of this area, dozens of precipitous mountain peaks converged to form a valley. The color of the valley was dark green, like the primordial jadeite formed by heaven and earth, exquisite without losing its grandeur. Looking inside, there were hundreds of lakes of various sizes in the valley. Buildings were built around the lakes in an orderly fashion, contrasting with the environment outside the valley, forming a large and a small scene. What a wonderful place! Yi Qin opened his mouth and spat out these words. Luo Hanshan explained to Yi Qin, there are a total of 1,332 mountains and 9,800 lakes around the Emerald Martial Palace, which is known as the 1,000 Mountains and 10,000 Rivers. Apart from this, on the mountains that form the Emerald Martial Palace, there is a kind of stone called fragrant jade, which emits a nice aroma all year round and is called jade fragrance. Combining these two, it becomes the famous 1,000 Mountains and 10,000 Rivers, jade fragrance. Once the martial artists from the Windy Nation and even other nations mention this name, they will definitely think of the Rank 7 martial institution, the Emerald Martial Palace. Yi Qin praised, thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers, jadeite fragrance lingers, it really makes one daydream. The head elder snorted coldly and said, it is indeed a paradise, but the Emerald Martial Palace is only a latecomer. 3,000 years ago, the Rank 6 martial institution, Mountain and Water Pavilion, used to occupy this place. That's right. Back then the Emerald Martial Palace was just a small, unranked martial institution. The first leader of the Emerald Martial Palace accidentally found the ruins of the Mountain and Water Pavilion, and found the incomplete, great art of mountain and water from there. He trained hard for more than 10 years, and once he was born he became famous in the martial world, and built a solid foundation for the Emerald Martial Palace. The fourth elder's voice was filled with envy and passion. It was a remnant of the great art of landscape. It seemed to be very powerful. Yi Qin thought. The wind vulture flew over thousands of mountains and rivers, arriving at the entrance of the Emerald Valley. The entrance of the valley had a radius of hundreds of zhang, and the terrain was flat. Quite a few famous warriors had entered the valley in groups, and some important ones had also come on the back of their beasts, just like the Sky Cloud Martial School. But of course, the mounts of their beasts were obviously not as good as the wind vultures. The wind vulture landed on the ground along with a fierce gale. An outer elder of the Emerald Martial Palace walked up to them with 4 deacons. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for not going out to greet you. The head elder let the wind vulture move freely, then grinned and said, it seems that we've arrived first. Haha, the Sky Cloud Martial School has been very high profile recently. You're number 1 in everything, but what's the point of fighting for number 1 in small matters? The double-headed giant bat flew over quickly, and the middle-aged man in the lead opened his mouth and said. The fourth elder's face was filled with displeasure. The middle-aged man's name was Zhu Li, and he was about the same age as the first elder. Because he practiced a special cultivation technique, he looked to be in his 40s, and his qi and blood were vigorous. Taking a deep breath, the fourth elder raised his voice and said, I didn't believe it at first. It turns out that people from the Purple Sun Martial House all have loud voices. I heard your roar from tens of miles away. Having a loud voice isn't a bad thing. I'm just afraid that some people don't have the energy to shout loudly. The two-headed bat landed on the ground. Julie took the lead and walked down. The Sky Cloud Martial School and the Purple Sun Martial School are arguing again. Among the top 5 martial institutions, the Purple Sun Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School have the most grievances. I heard that when the Sky Cloud Martial School was encircling the remaining forces of the 9 evil cult, the Purple Sun Martial School set up a trap for the Sky Cloud Martial School, causing a lot of powerful martial artists of the Sky Cloud Martial School to suffer heavy casualties. After a few years, the Sky Cloud Martial School was reduced to a rank 9 martial institution. However, the Sky Cloud Martial School was not a force to be trifled with. They released fake news and tricked the previous leader of the Purple Sun Martial School to the place where the remaining forces of the 9 evil cult gathered, causing him to die without a complete corpse. There's such a secret. No wonder the two forces have always been like fire and water. Many people nearby were discussing in low voices. Normally, people from the Emerald Martial Palace would be happy to see the two forces fighting each other to the death. However, this was the territory of the Emerald Martial Palace, and tomorrow was the celebration banquet. If they really let them fight, the Emerald Martial Palace would lose all of its face. A few outer elders of the Emerald Martial Palace hurriedly said, "Your accommodations have been prepared, please follow us." Julie flicked his sleeves and left. Ouyang Ming, who was behind him, threw a meaningful glance at Yi Chen. On the other side, the head elder's anger disappeared. He said to Yi Chen and the others, "Let's go." After the two groups of people had left, it suddenly started raining. The black-scaled beast carried the people from the Rudra Martial School to this place. Inside the Emerald Martial Palace, numerous lakes appeared in front of them, all calm and peaceful. The Emerald Martial Palace is indeed a rank 7 martial institution. It is indeed a beautiful place. Wow, compared to this place, my place is like a mountain, totally not at the same level. The lotuses in the lake are all precious herbs, the green lotus. And those fishes, they are all rare ancient fishes. Hearing people's praises, Yi Chen had to admit that in terms of environment, the windy mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School was miles ahead of the Emerald Martial Palace. It was not even worth mentioning. He wondered how the environment of the North Snow Martial Academy, which was also a rank 7 martial institution, would be. There were many people who came to congratulate the Emerald Martial Palace. Those who did not have much influence were basically arranged to stay near the lakes in the outer area of the Emerald Martial Palace, where there were many beautiful courtyards. Those who had some influence were arranged to stay in the inner area, where the environment was much better. As one of the top 5 martial institutions, the Sky Cloud Martial School was arranged to stay in the innermost area, which was close to the main buildings of the Emerald Martial Palace. On the road between the lakes, Yi Chen inadvertently glanced over, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. In front of him, a group of young men and women in green robes were talking and laughing. Judging from the Jin Qi vibration, they were not any weaker than the top-ranked inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. 2 of them were releasing immeasurable Jin Qi, which meant that they had obviously reached the level of the top-ranked core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The one on the left had a graceful figure and an extremely beautiful appearance, like an orchid in a deserted valley. Her every move attracted the thoughts of the male disciples. Standing next to her was a tall and straight male disciple. He was handsome and had a noble temperament. There was a faint aura of a king on his body. He was obviously not an ordinary person. Luo Hanshan, who was standing beside Yi Chen, recognized the beautiful girl. She was Ji Shuiyin, who had accompanied the Palm and Lu Wuxiang to visit the Sky Cloud Martial School half a year ago. She was a disciple of the Ji family, and judging from what had happened that day, she seemed to be closely related to Yi Chen. "Brother Yi, we have arrived at our place, let's go." Luo Hanshan patted on Yi Chen's shoulder. Yi Chen took back his sight, his expression didn't change at all. Led by an outer elder of the Emerald Martial Palace, the 5 of them walked towards the luxurious yard beside the huge lake. From afar, Ji Shuiyin saw that familiar silhouette and slightly frowned. The tall and handsome male disciple standing beside her asked with concern, "Sister Ji, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Brother, sure." Ji Shuiyin was sure that that man was Yi Chen. She didn't expect that after half a year he who was only at Mortal Realm Stage 6, had already reached such a high level. If that was all, she wouldn't have been too surprised. But what she didn't expect was that besides the rapid improvement of his cultivation, he had also mastered the half-step sword intent, which was the dream of every sword artist. In just a couple of days, the name Yi Qin had spread across the entire Windy Nation. Among all the martial artists, there wasn't a single person who didn't know about him. His fame had even caught up with the top and second disciples of all the top martial institutions. Chapter 122. The luxurious yard was called the Green Willow House. It had a main yard and 7 small yards. Yi Qin lived in the small yard on the east side. Obviously, the yard had been thoroughly cleaned. There was not a single leaf on the ground, the corners were clean, and the flowers in the small garden in the middle had also been carefully trimmed. Entering the room, Yi Qin saw that the tables and chairs were all shiny and clean, and had a faint aroma. After looking around for a while, Yi Qin walked out. When he walked past Su Jing's yard, he heard a thunderous sound coming from inside. Yi Qin smiled. Su Jing had always been a quiet girl. She would only cultivate when she had nothing to do. She rarely took the initiative to communicate with others. After their last meeting, Su Jing only nodded to greet Yi Qin. Without disturbing her, Yi Qin started to walk away. Outside the yard was a sparkling lake. Every 100 meters around the lake, there was a yard that was as luxurious as the Green Willow House. Beside the lake, rows of willows were planted. The willows were touching the water surface, swaying along with the breeze. The Emerald Martial Palace is indeed a rank 7 institution. Even the place they used to receive their guests is so beautiful. Yi Qin took a deep breath. He felt that the natural yuan qi around him was much richer and purer than in the Windy Mountain. It was also easier to convert it into Jin qi. After enjoying the view for a while, Yi Qin was about to go back to his yard to cultivate. Yi Qin. A tall girl walked towards him along the lake. It was Yuan Xueme from the Rudra Martial School. Yi Qin smiled. Long time no see. How did you know I was here? Guests from influential institutions all live beside this lake. I saw you when I walked out of the yard. Yuan Xueme stopped 3 meters in front of Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded, then suddenly said in surprise, "You have reached the late condensing reality realm. Congratulations." "There's nothing to congratulate me about. You, on the other hand, have improved a bit too fast. Not only have you reached the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm in just a few months, you have also managed to comprehend the half-step sword intent, which even I am jealous of. Sigh, comparisons are always odious." Yuan Xueme said with admiration and admiration. Yi Qin rubbed his nose. The news travels fast. Of course. Yuan Xueme rolled her eyes at Yi Qin and said, "Everything else is fine, but the fact that you've already comprehended the half-step sword intent is way too shocking. Even the leader of our Rudra Martial School had praised you as a top genius, a rare sword artist from the Windy Nation, and that you have a great chance to comprehend the true sword intent. You didn't call me just to praise me, did you?" Hearing him, Yuan Xueme looked at Yi Qin with hope and said, "How did you master the half-step sword intent? Do you have any experience to share with me?" Just like Yi Qin, she was the #1 inner disciple of the Rudra Martial School. Her fighting power was no weaker than ordinary core disciples. If she could master a little bit of the sword intent, her power would definitely increase. Besides, if she could master a little bit of the sword intent, it would be much easier for her to step into the next level. Originally, she didn't have any plans, but the person who was closest to mastering the sword intent was Yi Qin. So it was better to ask him than to try and figure it out herself. Yi Qin smiled bitterly in his mind. So she came here for the sword intent. "I don't really know much about the sword intent, but if you want to talk about experience, I do have some. Tell me about it." Yuan Xueme's eyes lit up. Yi Qin said, "The spirit, qi and soul are perfectly merged into one point under the control of nature, and then released in the form of a sword. I think this should be the initial form of the sword intent." Of course, Yi Qin wouldn't say too much. In his words, there were not only the ancient explanations but also his own thoughts. All in all, it was ambiguous and mysterious. Yuan Xueme was lost in her thoughts. After a long while, she came back to her senses and said with a happy face, "Thank you so much. I can feel that the sword intent has become much clearer in my mind. Maybe I can really figure it out. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this." Even if Yi Qin didn't care about it, she wouldn't say it out loud. Everyone was selfish. If one less person could master the sword intent, they would feel superior. Yi Qin was surprised. Is it really that easy to understand? However, what he did not know was that the true spirit continent was full of martial arts, and there were a lot of things that were hard to understand. Compared to that, what he said was already very easy to understand. At least, for Yuan Xueme, Yi Qin was already a powerful person in her heart. "I can't take advantage of you for nothing. This is a sword manual, I found it by accident. Although it's very ordinary and doesn't have much value, it can be used as a guide for sword artists. Yuan Xueme took out a thin book from her storage ring and handed it to Yi Qin. Yi Qin took it and took a look. On the cover of the book there were 2 ancient characters, Sword Manual. Alright, I'll go back and try to understand it. Yuan Xueme immediately said goodbye. She was afraid that if she stayed here for too long, that trace of understanding would disappear. Watching Yuan Xueme's back as she left, Yi Qin put away the sword manual and went back to the Green Willow House. Deep inside the main building of the Emerald Martial Palace, next to a crescent-shaped lake. The courtyard here was different from other places. It was tall, large, and magnificent. It was built with precious stones and covered a large area. Sister Ji, don't you want to come in and have a seat? Outside the courtyard, a male disciple with a noble aura asked Ji Shuyan to stay. Ji Shuyan shook her head and said, "No, Brother Shi, I'll go first." After saying that, she turned around and left. The male disciple, who was called Brother Shi, had a bad look on his face. He punched a huge hole in the thick wall of the courtyard without using any Jin Qi. "Brother Shi, I'm Cui Shiming." At this moment, footsteps came from behind. The male disciple with a noble aura turned around, frowned and said, "What are you doing here?" It was Cui Shiming, who was 17 or 18 years old and was quite handsome. He was the one who had lost to Yi Qin before. He forced a smile. He was a bit scared of the man in front of him. This man was not an ordinary core disciple. He was one of the top 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, the Stone Man Sherpadian. He was as powerful as the extreme Palm Lu Wuxiang, and was only second to the young Master Emerald, who had already stepped into the clasping Yuan realm. "Brother Shi, are you interested in Ji Shuyan?" Cui Shiming smiled and asked. Shi Potion's face darkened. "Don't get involved in things that you shouldn't get involved in. Otherwise don't blame me for being cruel." Cui Shiming hurriedly said, "Brother Shi, you misunderstood me. Why would I get involved in your business? I wouldn't dare to do that." "Then what do you mean?" "Brother Shi, do you know about Yi Qin?" "I do." "Isn't he the famous Sky Cloud Martial School disciple who has comprehended the half-step sword intent? What does he have to do with him?" Cui Shiming said in a low voice, "Brother Shi, you still don't know about it, do you? The one who was engaged to Ji Shuyan is Yi Qin." "It's him." Sherpadian indeed knew that Ji Shuyan was engaged to Yi Qin, but it was cancelled later. However, he didn't know who it was. Indeed, Yi Qin is the one who was engaged to Ji Shuyan. Back then he was still a useless cultivator and was not even noticed by Ji Shuyan. But now that useless cultivator has become a genius who has comprehended the half-step sword intent. It's hard to say that Ji Shuyan won't be interested in him. Chapter 123. Hearing him, Sherpadian recalled that 2 hours ago, Ji Shuyan's expression had obviously changed. She must have seen that disciple from the Sky Cloud Martial School named Yi Qin. Thinking about the fact that these two used to be engaged, Sherpadian could not help but feel jealous and angry. The woman he loved would never be allowed to have any relationship with anyone else, even if that relationship was no longer there. He would still be very unhappy. This Yi Qin, he needed to teach him a lesson. Looking at Cui Shiming, Sherpadian asked, "Do you have a grudge against Yi Qin?" Cui Shiming's face showed a ferocious expression. "This guy is evil and cunning. He defeated me and made me lose face in front of my junior sister Yi Xian." He had liked Yi Xian for a long time. Their relationship was quite good before, but ever since he had been beaten by Yi Qin, she would only greet him coldly whenever she saw him, which was a huge blow to his self-esteem. He wished he could go back in time and kill Yi Qin until there was nothing left of him. Sherpadian sneered. Obviously Yi Xian wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't want to expose him. "You can leave now," Sherpadian said. Cui Shiming was confused. "Brother Shi, are we just going to let him go like this?" "Let him go? Dream on. Tomorrow during the celebration banquet, the disciples of the major sects will compare notes with each other. At that time I will challenge him and make him lose face in front of everyone. It would be best if I can make him lose his mind. In this way I can justifiably cripple him." If it was possible, Sherpadian wanted to kill Yi Qin right now. With his power he could still do it. The so-called half-step sword intent was not even worth mentioning in front of absolute power. Cui Shiming was startled by Sherpotion's tone. He thought about all the people who had gone against him in the past, who were either killed or crippled, unable to continue their cultivation for the rest of their lives. Cui Shiming could not help but feel happy. "Yi Qin, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too famous and making me lose face in front of Sister Yi Xian. Once you become a cripple, I will treat you well. After Cui Shiming left, Sherpadian murmured to himself, Junior Sister Ji, I will let you know that a loser will always be a loser. Even if you have comprehended the half-step sword intent, you are still a loser in front of me. The night came and the stars shone brightly. Every big and small lake in the Emerald Martial Palace was reflecting a bright moon. Beside the bright moon were many lotus clouds high up in the sky. In the middle of Green Willow House, Yichen turned on the crystal light in the room and was reading the sword scripture. The sword scripture was not a secret book. It talked about the ancient swordsman's understanding of sword principles. Some of the theories were very shallow and some were very profound. Just a word or two was enough to make people ponder endlessly. Some didn't talk about sword arts but about mentality. What mentality could make people enter the best state, and what mentality could make people have a chance to break through the shackles of sword arts. There were even some descriptions of sword will, but it was very mysterious. Good book. Yichen couldn't help but praise. Although this sword scripture couldn't directly improve one's fighting ability in sword art, it could help a swordsman gain a lot of theoretical knowledge. Theoretical knowledge should never be underestimated. For a martial artist, he might be able to become a powerful warrior without any theoretical knowledge, but he would never be able to become a great master. A great master would need to have a huge knowledge base. Only in this way he would be able to learn from hundreds of different schools of thought, and create his own path and theory. As he immersed himself in the contents of the sword scripture, Yichen gradually forgot about the time. Outside the yard, the moonlight was like water and the stars were shining brightly. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew over from afar, stirring up a part of the lake. The head elder and the others who were resting were all confused. Just now they had sensed that there was a sharp chi flashing past, but when they tried to sense it carefully they couldn't find anything. It was like it was just an illusion. Su Jing, who was meditating, opened her eyes. She subconsciously thought of Yichen, then closed her eyes and ignored him. There were only 13 pages in the sword scripture. Although Yichen had read it very carefully, he still finished it in less than half an hour. After waking up from his meditation, Yichen felt that his mind had become much clearer. Holding the hilt of the hidden cloud sword in his hand, Yichen could feel it even more clearly. He felt like something obscure was about to burst out from the bottom of his heart, which was extremely mysterious. It was the sword intent. After thinking for a while, Yichen found that his half-step sword intent had become even more solid. At his level, he had already reached a bottleneck and breaking through it was not something that could be done in a day or two. He had to spend a long time to polish the sharpness of his sword intent. On the contrary, even if there was only a slight improvement, he would be able to clearly sense it. If it was the half-step sword intent before, then now it was a step further from the half-step sword intent. There was only a thin layer of thin gauze between the half-step sword intent and the real sword intent. As long as there was a slight breeze, the gauze would be lifted, and the essence of the sword intent would emerge in his heart. Letting out a long breath, Yichen murmured to himself, I did not expect that a normal sword spell could be so useful. It saved me a lot of time to train, and with just a little bit of comprehension, I will be able to master the sword intent in no time. I really have to thank you for this. Yuan Xueme. At this moment, if Yuan Xueme knew that Yichen had gained a lot from the sword scripture, she would definitely be stunned. She had been studying this sword scripture for a long time, but she couldn't find anything special about it. At most, it had made her fighting style more practical. Standing up, Yichen opened the window and looked at the moonlight for a while. After a while, when he had calmed down, Yichen closed the window and started his daily Zhen Qi training. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, the lake was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, which looked pure and holy. The quiet Emerald Martial Palace gradually became lively, filled with people's voices. Some of the leaders of the big forces who couldn't make it to the Sky Cloud Martial School yesterday had also arrived. The scene was 10 times more spectacular than the inner disciple ranking competition of the Sky Cloud Martial School. After all, young Master Emerald had stepped into the Clasping Yuan realm, which was not something a small inner disciple ranking competition could compare with. If everything went well in the next 10 years, young Master Emerald would definitely become the pillar of the Emerald Martial Palace, and his fame would definitely not be any less than the leaders of the top 5 martial institutions. During the celebration banquet, the most outstanding disciples from the top martial institutions will definitely compete with each other. At that time, we will be able to watch the top geniuses of the Windy Nation fight. Unfortunately, those top disciples won't come, otherwise it would be a grand occasion. is already very good. People like North Snow Fast Blade Lynch and Stoneman Sherpatian are basically as powerful as young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu. Only young Master Emerald, who has stepped into the Clasping Yuan realm, is more powerful than the others. That's right, it's really scary. In the Emerald Martial Palace, it's already quite good to have one genius at the child level. In addition to young Master Emerald, the Absolute Palm, Lu Wuxiang and the Stoneman Sherpatian are both at this level. Plus the Traceless Snow Ji Shuiyin who has recently emerged, there are 3 of them in total. Yeah, the Emerald Martial Palace has never been short of top geniuses. Although Lu Wuxiang and Sherpatian are listed in the second group of young generation in the Windy Nation, everyone knows that they are definitely the top of the second group. They are almost as powerful as young Master Duanmu and young Master North Snow. On the road between the lakes, some people who had just arrived were discussing with each other. Chapter 124. In the Green Willow House. After washing up, Yi Chen came to the main yard of the head elder's residence. In the yard, Luo Hanshan and Su Jing were already waiting there. After a while, the head elder and the 4th elder walked out of the hall. The head elder glanced at the 3 of them and said, "Let's go." On the way. The head elder reminded Yi Chen, "Don't let your emotions get the better of you during the competition. Remember, you are representing the entire Sky Cloud Martial School, not just yourself." "I know." Yi Chen nodded. Luo Hanshan, who was standing beside him, grinned and said, "Unless someone is trying to hurt you, nothing too embarrassing will happen. Besides, Su Jing and I will stand in front of you." The current Luo Hanshan was different from half a year ago. Back then he had just regained his title as a genius and couldn't wait to prove himself. Therefore he agreed to fight against the Palm Master, Lu Wuxiang without hesitation. But now, Luo Hanshan was friendly and calm, giving people a sense of confidence. "Hanshan, I know that you have made great progress in the past half a year, but don't underestimate Lu Wuxiang and Sherpatian, they are not simple people." The 4th elder interrupted. Luo Hanshan responded, "Don't worry, 4th elder, I know what I'm doing." There was a large river between the main buildings of the Emerald Martial Palace and the outside world. Over the river, there were 3 magnificent stone bridges, each of which was 33 zhang long and 15 zhang wide, which could allow 10 horses to cross side by side without feeling crowded at all. At the moment, people were moving on the stone bridges heading towards the main buildings. After crossing the bridge, an outer elder of the Emerald Martial Palace walked up to them. "My friends, the celebration will be held in the Baohua Square, please follow me." The head elder nodded and followed behind the elder. After a while, the Baohua Square appeared in front of them. The square, which was hundreds of zhang wide, was entirely white with a hint of cyan, shining with a faint light, as if it was made from a giant piece of jade. It looked magnificent and noble. Seats had already been arranged on the square, and a third of the people had already taken their seats, while the rest of the people kept coming. "This way, please." The outer elder of the Emerald Martial Palace led them to the second seat on the right-hand side of the main seat. The first seat was for the Rudra Martial School, and opposite to them were the North Snow Martial Academy and the Purple Sun Martial School. Judging from this, the Sky Cloud Martial School was ranked last among the top 5 martial institutions. The great elder didn't think much of it. He nodded and sat down. The 4th elder, Yi Chen, and the others took their seats. Turning his head, Yi Chen saw Yuan Xueme, who was smiling at him with a bright and beautiful smile. Looking at the other side, Ouyang Ming, who was tall and sturdy, first looked at Luo Hanshan with a scornful smile, then looked at Yi Chen with an even more scornful look. "Second brother, was that young Master Hanshan, Luo Hanshan, really that powerful?" The ugly teenager sitting next to Ouyang Ming asked. Ouyang Ming responded plainly, "Why are you bringing up the past? How could he be as powerful as a young master now? Young Master Hanshan has already become a joke. I think the Windy Nation should re-rank the top 4 young masters. Get rid of young Master Emerald, who is not at the same level as us, and kick out young Master Hanshan, then there will still be 2 places left for the top 4 young masters. Eldest brother and second brother should be able to make it on the list. I have already thought of the names. Eldest brother will be called young Master Benlei and second brother, you will be called young Master Godly Legs." The ugly teenager was very talkative and said flatteringly. Ouyang Ming paused for a second. Young Master Godly Legs was not a bad name. Suddenly, his face turned serious, he pretended to be angry and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I don't deserve to be called a young master." The ugly teenager noticed Ouyang Ming's expression. He knew that Ouyang Ming wasn't angry at all, so he immediately added fuel to the fire. I am telling the truth, second brother, it's just that you became famous a little bit later. If you beat young Master Hans Han today, you will definitely become one of the top 4 young masters. Young Master Hans Han, I will beat him, I hope he can make me serious. Ouyang Ming squinted his eyes. On the other side, Yi Qin sneered in his mind. With his powerful soul power, he had heard their conversation clearly. This Ouyang Ming and the ugly teenager were indeed arrogant. Not to mention young Master Hans Han, even the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch from the North Snow Martial Academy was not that easy to deal with. When the red sun rose from the east, almost all the seats on the square were occupied, only the people from the Emerald Martial Palace who were the hosts had not arrived yet. After a while, the door of the palace on top of the Baohua Square suddenly opened, and a group of people walked out. The man in the lead was about 40 years old. He was handsome with a long beard on his chin. He didn't look aggressive at all, instead he looked more gentle and elegant, like a middle-aged scholar who had read a lot of books. He gave people a perfect first impression. Leader Zhuang, how have you been? Leader Zhuang, congratulations. Down below, all the leaders of the big parties stood up and cupped their fists. The middle-aged man had a big smile on his face. He waved his hand and signaled everyone to sit down. He had an indescribable aura around him. Who else could it be other than the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace, Zhuang Qingxian? Yi Qin slightly frowned. He didn't know why, but when he saw the middle-aged man, the image of Yu Buchuan from the Wuxia novels flashed across his mind. On both sides of Zhuang Qingxian were 8 inner elders. Each of them had a powerful and immeasurable aura, almost as powerful as the head elder, and the 2 in the front were even more powerful than the head elder. Behind them were the 3 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, Lu Wuxiang with a cold face, Shi Padian with a noble temperament, and Ji Shuiyan with a beautiful face. The last one was a male disciple with extremely white skin, who was even more handsome than a girl, and who had a pair of green eyes that flashed with an evil light. As the people from the Emerald Martial Palace sat down, Zhuang Qingxian said with a loud voice, "Today is my son Zhuang Fei's birthday celebration. Thank you all for coming all the way to the Emerald Martial Palace, it is my honor." Leader Zhuang, what are you talking about? You have already given us face by inviting us here. That's right, the Emerald Martial Palace is the #1 martial institution in the Windy Nation. How could we not come? The celebration is about to start, why hasn't your son shown up yet? Zhuang Qingxian smiled, he was very satisfied with the atmosphere. After today, the Emerald Martial Palace's dominant position would be even more unshakable, and they would completely dominate the other 4 martial institutions. Everyone, please wait for a moment, my son will be here soon. As soon as Zhuang Qingxian's voice faded, a young man walked out of the palace. As if he was affected by an invisible force field, everyone's eyes were focused on him. The young man was about 18 or 19 years old. He had a jade-like face, and a pair of eyes that looked like stars in the sky, shining brightly. He was tall and straight, wearing a green robe which made him look noble and noble. Every step he took seemed to contain an inexhaustible magical power, which made everyone's heartbeat quicken. Seeing Luo Hans Han, Lin Qi's eyes burst out with an amazing fighting intent, but he soon calmed down. In Ouyang Ming's eyes, besides the fighting intent, there was more jealousy and ambition, which made him clench his fists tightly. As for Luo Hans Han, he seemed to be very calm. No one knew what he was thinking, only Yi Qin could clearly sense that he was slightly sighing. The young man's identity was obvious. He was indeed the most powerful young martial artist of the Windy Nation, the Emerald Young Master, Zhuang Fei. Chapter 125. Young Master Emerald, he is only at the early clasping Yuan realm, but he is giving people the pressure of a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. His potential is limitless. A leader of a powerful party gasped. Leader Wang, you haven't heard of him, right? When young Master Emerald stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, he was ambushed by a mid-level ghost guard under the ghost artist's command, but was killed by him with a single palm attack. Mid-level ghost guard. Back then, the ghost artist was one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult. His ghost guards were invincible and all of them were elites among elites. To become a mid-level ghost guard, one had to be at least at the peak of early clasping Yuan realm. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was to kill someone with a higher cultivation. When a martial artist was at the mortal realm, it was not difficult to kill someone with a higher cultivation, and when a martial artist reached the condensing reality realm, it was not difficult to kill someone with a higher cultivation. However, once a martial artist reached the clasping Yuan realm, killing someone with a higher cultivation would be quite difficult. Not to mention that those who could become mid-level ghost guards were all elites, and they could also kill people with a higher cultivation. Hearing this, the crowd looked at young Master Emerald in a different light. Most of them were at the mid-clasping yuan realm, and only a few of them had reached the late-clasping yuan realm. In other words, most of them did not have the confidence to fight against young Master Emerald. Young Master Emerald glanced at the crowd, and his eyes stopped on Luo Hanshan for a second. Then he said, "Thank you all for coming to the celebration banquet. Zhuang Fei is deeply honored. In order to show the sincerity of the Emerald Martial Palace, there will be many wonderful performances today. I believe it will make you all happy." After saying some more appropriate words, young Master Emerald stepped back and gave the right to speak to the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace, Zhuang Qingxian. Zhuang Qingxian walked to the front and said with a loud voice, "Without further ado, let the celebration banquet begin." Immediately, the sound of musical instruments came from all around, including drums, flutes, and zither, which made the atmosphere on the stage even more relaxed. Soon, beautiful maids brought breakfast and tea to the crowd. After the tea, the performance officially began. The first performance was called Candle Blowing. A short middle-aged man who was at the early condensing reality realm walked on the stage. He placed 13 candles on the ground in an S shape, then stepped back for 10 steps and slowly circulated his chi. It was the first time for the crowd to see this kind of performance, so they all showed some interest. Oh. The stocky middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of white gas. The white gas was like a dart, and it easily extinguished the first candle. Then it bent to the side and extinguished the second candle, the third candle. When the 13th candle was extinguished, thunderous applause rang out. Good, wonderful. It is quite rare for an early condensing reality realm warrior to be able to do this. Normally, the breath that came out of one's mouth would travel in a straight line, and would never bend. Although clasping yuan realm warriors could do that, which clasping yuan realm warrior would want to show his face and perform on the stage. Plus, a performance was a performance after all, and it would be meaningless if a powerful warrior went on the stage. Yi Chen applauded softly. It was indeed marvelous. The other party should have cultivated a cultivation art that allowed him to maintain his aura. After a long period of training, it would not be difficult for him to achieve this. The following performances became more and more exciting, and many people were attracted by them. There were also some people who chatted while watching the performances. If they were thirsty, there were all kinds of fruits on the table beside them. If they had any requests, they could ask the beautiful maidservant beside them. Before they knew it, it was already noon. The lunch was quite sumptuous. There were food that could fly in the sky, swim in the water, run in the mountains. As long as they could be found in the market, they could be found here, and even if they couldn't be found in the market, they could be found here. The wine was the Blue Sea 3 flavors, which cost 3,000 silvers per bottle, the top-grade wine of the Windy Nation. Taking a sip of the wine, Luo Hanshan said, "After lunch, the real business is about to start. Don't be careless." The head elder only said 4 words. The 3 of them nodded. Su Jing suddenly said to Yi Chen, "Sherpatian and that Emerald Martial Palace disciple have been staring at you, be careful." Yi Chen said, "I know." He had been wondering why Sherpatian would look so fierce from time to time. Although he had hidden it very well, it still couldn't escape from Yi Chen's senses. The other person should be the number 1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, and he was probably here to deal with Yi Chen. On the side, the 4th elder hadn't said anything, but he was actually more anxious than anyone else. Luo Hanshan used to be one of the 4 young masters, but it was still unknown whether he was as powerful as a child now. He probably wouldn't be able to fight against the second-ranked disciples of the other martial institutions. He wasn't sure how powerful Su Jing was among the core disciples, but he only knew that the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch and the Stone Man Sherpatian were almost as powerful as a child. Fortunately, the Sky Cloud Martial School still had Yi Chen. Although he was still not powerful enough, as long as he didn't lose too badly with his half-step sword intent, he would be able to save a lot of face. Thinking of this, the 4th elder glanced at Yi Chen expectantly. A fiery sun was shining in the sky, sprinkling down thousands of golden beams of light. In the Baohua Square, everyone's faces were filled with expectation, waiting for the next performance. Zhuang Qingxian cleared his throat and said with a smile, "I think you all know what's going to happen next. Yes, it's going to be a competition between the disciples of the top martial institutions and other powerful forces. You can't kill your opponent. If anyone dares to violate this rule, I, Zhuang Qingxian, We'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your martial institutions. Also, the competition has to be consensual. If your opponent doesn't want to fight, you can't force him. Of course, I personally hope that everyone can participate. Leader Zhuang, we've been waiting for this moment, let's start. Leader Zhuang, time waits for no man, let's have a good show as soon as possible. Seeing some people showing an impatient look, Zhuang Qingxian smiled and said, all right. The competition has officially started. Who wants to be the first one on the stage? The ugly teenager from the Purple Sun Martial House stood up, walked to the stage and made a fist and palm salute. I am Zhang Qing, a core disciple of the Purple Sun Martial House. I want to challenge the core disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial House, Su Jing. Su Jing, do you dare to fight with me? The ugly teenager Zhang Qing had a cousin named Zhaogua. During a mission he had a conflict with Su Jing and was severely injured by her. This made the other disciples of the Purple Sun Martial House angry. After all, they rarely suffered losses and Zhaogua was one of the top 10 inner disciples. They could not accept that. After that, as long as there was a chance, the powerful disciples of the Purple Sun Martial House would try to find trouble with Su Jing. However, they did not expect her to be so powerful. None of the inner disciples were her opponents, and those who tried to find trouble with her were all severely injured and humiliated. Now that there was a chance, Zhang Qing wanted to teach Su Jing a lesson on behalf of the Purple Sun Martial House and his cousin. Why not? Su Jing, who was dressed in white, stood up and walked up slowly. Zhuang Qingxian said, all right, the two of you should try your best to control yourselves. You don't have to win or lose. Then he took a step back and sat on the wide chair behind him. Chapter 126. In the middle of the Baohua Plaza, Su Jing and Zhang Qing stood 30 steps away from each other. Although it is just a competition, I will not hold back. I hope you can last a little longer. A dim light flashed on the surface of the storage ring, and a huge purple sword appeared in Zhang Qing's hand. This sword was half the length of a human, and its body was wide and thick. It looked quite heavy. Su Jing was barehanded, she did not have any weapons, she said coldly, 10 attacks is more than enough to take care of you. Zhang Qing's expression froze, he laughed with a deep voice, all right, then I would like to see how you are going to beat me within 10 attacks. Don't cut your own tongue. Cut. Just as he finished talking, Zhang Qing held the sword with both of his hands and raised it high. Beams of purple and red light gathered on the tip of the sword, and he instantly threw it towards Su Jing. 3 burning sword lights shot out and even the air was melted. Su Jing was expressionless, but a huge fire halo appeared behind her head, shining brightly. With the help of the halo, Su Jing's aura suddenly increased, and she threw out 3 punches in a row towards the incoming sword light. Crack, crackle. Like a popping sound, the sword light was shattered into pieces by Zhang Qing's fist power before it could even get close to Su Jing's body. Go down. Zhang Qing obviously did not expect 3 sword lights to be able to beat Su Jing. If he really could, then it would be too boring. As soon as Su Jing shattered the sword light, Zhang Qing took a step forward, turned into a shadow and attacked towards Su Jing in an awkward way. The heavy sword body tore through the air, making a shrill sound. It was not hard to imagine that even with the Zhenqi layer, it would not be able to block out this sword attack. Chin. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Su Jing adjusted her posture and threw out a punch that was covered in a golden light. The huge sword in Zhang Qing's hand was almost blown away. He was shocked. Although the sword in his hand was not a low-rank great sword, it was still one of the top of the normal great swords. Combined with his powerful Zhenqi, it still could not compete with his opponent's fist. What a joke. Piss off. After blowing away the huge sword with one punch, a solid golden light burst out from Su Jing's body. Puff puff puff. At the critical moment, Zhang Qing condensed 6 purplish-red Zhenqi shields in front of him. There was 1 in the middle and 5 around him, protecting him tightly. However, he had underestimated the impact of the golden light and was forced to retreat. Yi Qin smiled faintly. To be honest, he wasn't worried about Su Jing at all. At this moment, she probably hadn't even used 60% of her strength, and the most terrifying thing about her was that she could use 60% of her strength to 80% or even 90%. Of course, Zhang Qing did not use his full strength. It was just that it would be very difficult for him to defeat Su Jing. What the hell is Zhang Qing doing? Why isn't he using his full strength? On the Ziyang Martial School's side, Ouyang Ming, who was sitting on a chair, frowned. A few cracks appeared on the hard ground of the Baohua Square. Zhang Qing stopped and said in a low voice, You are qualified enough for me to use my full power. After Zhang Qing finished speaking, a purplish-red light rose from his body. The light was like an inextinguishable flame, burning brighter and brighter. Finally, it flowed along Zhang Qing's hands and merged into the big sword, causing the whole big sword to be covered in flames. It was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Purple sun sword aura. As Zhang Qing swung his sword down, the purplish-red light transformed into a gigantic illusory sword, which was tens of meters long and swung towards Su Jing. The gigantic illusory sword was way too powerful. It even sucked up all the air in front of it. A loud sonic boom shook the air on the square like water ripples. This sword attack is quite powerful. I think she is going to lose. On the Emerald Martial School's side, Sherpadian was sitting there calmly, with a faint smile on his face. Luo Hanshan looked a bit worried. Zhang Qing's power was more or less out of his expectation, and this martial skill was not simple either. It was especially used to deal with warriors who liked to fight head-on. Unfortunately, Sister Su Jing was exactly this kind of warrior. Brother Luo, don't worry, Sister Su will win. For her, this is just an appetizer. Yi Chen said. Oh, I hope so. Luo Hanshan didn't know why Yi Chen was so confident in Sister Su Jing, but he knew that it would be great if Sister Su Jing could win. Lose? Zhang Qing gathered all of his Zhen Qi into this sword attack. His face slightly blushed. Right at the moment when the sword attack was launched, Su Jing's eyes suddenly turned sharp. A burst of golden light burst forth, and another ring of flames condensed behind her head, trapping the first ring of flames within it. It was a ring within a ring. Luo Hanshan shouted in a low voice, the 8th level of the Golden Three-Realm Art. With the help of the 2 fiery halos, Su Jing's power increased by 30%, and the bright golden light had completely solidified, shooting straight up into the sky. Crack. She put her hands together, and the gigantic illusory sword was blocked by Su Jing, without moving even a little bit. As she suddenly shook it, the gigantic sword exploded, and Zhang Qing was sent flying backwards while vomiting blood. 3 moves, you're only at this level. Su Jing's face didn't even blush and she didn't even gasp for breath. You. Zhang Qing crawled back up from the ground, and vomited another mouthful of blood. Zhuang Qingxian glanced at Su Jing in surprise, then raised his voice and said, all right, the first round is over, who else wants to go? Sherpadian stared at Yi Chen and sent a message to the handsome teenager standing next to him, Qingjun, you go and try that Yi Chen. If he can't beat him, I'll have to do it myself. Originally he wanted to do it himself, but after careful consideration he felt that it was a bit inappropriate. Yi Chen had just become famous not long ago, and he wasn't even a true core disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School yet, while Sherpadian was already one of the top 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Even if he beat Yi Chen, people would still gossip about him, which was not a good idea. Therefore, it would be better to let Qingjun, who was also the #1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, go first. Although Qingjun wasn't a core disciple yet, his fighting power could be ranked in the top 15 among the core disciples. If everything went well, it wouldn't be too hard for him to beat Yi Chen. Qingjun, who was even more handsome than a girl, responded, Brother, sure, he has only mastered the half-step sword intent, his power is very weak. There is no need for you to do it, I can beat him easily. Sherpadian nodded and said, remember, don't let him have an easy time. Don't worry, I have been cultivating the great natural splitting force. Once I do, I will make him lie on the bed for at least 10 days or half a month. As for stopping when the time is right, that's just for show. Do you really want to have a friendly competition? That would be too boring. Sherpadian slightly nodded, then looked at Yi Chen with a hideous smile on his face and thought, it seems that I don't have to do it anymore. Qingjun alone is enough to disappoint you. Leader, I want to challenge Yi Chen of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Qingjun stood up and walked up. Zhuang Qingxian laughed out loud and said, good, you are the #1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, and Yi Chen is the #1 inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Yi Chen, do you dare to fight me? Qingjun looked at Yi Chen. Chapter 127. All of a sudden, everyone turned to look at Yi Chen. Those leaders who had been to the Sky Cloud Martial School to watch the inner disciple ranking competition all knew him, while those who had never been there were all talking about him. He is that Yi Chen, he is so young. At such a young age he has already mastered the half-step sword intent, how incredible. Once he masters the real sword intent, his potential will be as great as that of the Emerald Child. Unfortunately he is still not there yet. Yeah, that Qing Jun, the number one inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, has such a strong Jinqi vibration, he has obviously reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Since Zhuang Qingxian let him fight, he must be very powerful. Maybe he is already at the top of the core disciples. Top of the core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace? This is very valuable. Yi Qin should be able to win. Most of the people did not think highly of Yi Qin, but they were very optimistic about his future. After all, he was the first one among the young generation who had mastered the half-step sword intent. It was very likely that he would be able to master the real sword intent in the future. Slowly standing up, Yi Qin did not say anything and walked straight onto the stage. You have mastered the half-step sword intent, not bad, but you have to remember, in this world, power is everything. No one cares about what you have actually mastered. Seeing Yi Qin walk onto the stage without hesitation, Qing Jun sneered, slightly raised his chin and looked down at Yi Qin. Yi Qin said calmly, "You are right, power is everything. You are barely enough to make me fight with all of my power. Don't be so arrogant. Don't think that just because you are the number one inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, you are just an ordinary inner disciple in the Emerald Martial Palace." Qing Jun did not give any face to the head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School. He tried his best to belittle the average level of the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The head elder's face was filled with anger. The Emerald Martial Palace was getting more and more arrogant. Even a small inner disciple did not put the Sky Cloud Martial School in his eyes. In the past they only talked behind their backs, but now they said it right in front of him. The head elder snorted coldly. His voice contained a clasping Yuan realm Jinqi. Everyone could sense the head elder's anger. Zhuang Qingxian glanced at the head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School and scolded Qing Jun. "Everything will be judged by the public. How dare you judge it yourself?" Although Qing Jun didn't sense Zhuang Qingxian's anger, he knew that he couldn't go overboard. He immediately cupped his fists towards the crowd and said, "Qing Jun is a straightforward person. I've made a fool of myself." After that, his eyes turned sharp and he said to Yi Qin, "Whether what I said is true or not, let the results prove it." Bus. The storage ring flickered with a dim light, and the hidden cloud sword appeared in Yi Qin's hand. He slowly unsheathed the sword and pointed it at Qing Jun. Yi Qin said coldly, "If I can't defeat you within 5 movements, I lose." Everyone was shocked by his words. The head elder's face darkened. Before he came here, he had told Yi Qin not to act impulsively. And here he was not only representing himself but the entire Sky Cloud Martial School, and he had to think about the Sky Cloud Martial School first. How could he have completely forgotten about that? Defeating Qing Jun within 5 movements was not an easy task, and if he failed to do so, everyone would undoubtedly look down on him and think that he was a braggart. Luo Hanshan couldn't help but say, "Brother Yi, you are too impulsive." Not necessarily. Su Jing was a man of few words. The fourth elder gave a bitter smile and said, "Do you really think that Yi Qin can defeat Qing Jun within 5 movements? If I'm not wrong, this Qing Jun is at least one of the top core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Although I hate to admit it, judging only from the sense of power released from his body, he can be ranked in the top 7 or even the top 6 among all the core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School." Besides some of the leaders, the young generation all shook their heads as well. They all thought that Yi Qin was too arrogant, especially Shirpadian. He sneered in his mind, it would have been better if Yi Qin hadn't said those words, but if he failed to do so, then he would have lost a lot of face. "I can't believe that this Yi Qin is even more stupid and arrogant than I thought." Ouyang Ming sneered, reckless. On the Rudra Martial School's side, Yuan Shuemei had long hated Qing Jun. She actually hoped that Yi Qin could defeat Qing Jun within 5 movements, although it was almost impossible. "You are looking for death." Qing Jun's clothes started to flutter even though there was no wind. Beams of cyan and purple light burst out from his body. He moved his feet slightly, leaving cracks on the ground. His whole body shot out like a blade, his palm was as straight as a blade and he threw out a palm attack. Swoosh! The air was sliced open and a cyan and purple light blade shot out from his palm, attacking towards Yi Qin. Yi Qin did not step back, instead, his calm temperament suddenly turned sharp. Wave after wave of sword power burst out from his body. His whole body seemed to have turned into a cloud, a sword that was accumulating power, and was about to explode with an amazing destructive power. First movement. As he stabbed out with his sword, Yi Qin's whole body turned illusory. His sword power was not stable and his figure was not stable either. He was like a floating cloud in the sky, and was not bound by his normal state. Crack. The cyan and purple light blade went through Yi Chen's illusory figure, leaving a deep crack on the ground. At the same time, Yi Chen's sword had already pierced towards Qing Jun's chest. What kind of sword art is this? Qing Jun was shocked. He didn't expect that Yi Chen's sword art and body movement would be so weird. He was about to hit his opponent, but he missed it by a hair's breadth. A trace of anger flashed past Qing Jun's face. He crazily activated his Zhen Qi. Natural purple crystal Qi. The cyan and purple light gathered together and condensed into a purple crystal-like shield in front of Qing Jun's chest. The shield was crystal clear and had 8 flat surfaces. The edges of the shield were emitting a faint halo, firmly protecting Qing Jun's body. As for the other parts of his body, they were also covered by a layer of purple crystal Qi. Yi Chen didn't make any changes, he still stabbed out with his hidden cloud sword. The sword power contained a horrifying half-step sword intent, which made it even more condensed. The purple crystal shield was broken. It couldn't even block a little bit of Yi Chen's attack. What? The natural purple crystal Qi was broken. Shirpadian clenched his fist so hard that the teacup he had just picked up was smashed into pieces. The tea splashed everywhere. No wonder he was so shocked. The natural purple crystal Qi was one of the natural great splitting force, which was a low-rank Earth Realm martial art from the Emerald Martial Palace. It was not weaker than Lu Wuxiang's blue murderous Qi. In terms of destructive power, it was even more powerful. An ordinary late condensing reality realm martial artist might not be able to break the natural purple crystal Qi even if he used all of his power. But now it couldn't even block a single sword attack from Yi Chen. Young Master Emerald's expression slightly changed. The power of the half-step sword intent had really surprised him. Piss off. Qing Jun yelled out. The natural purple crystal Qi around his body grew thicker and thicker once again. It slowed down the sword tip. After that, he raised his right hand and slapped towards Yi Chen's head. The strong wind blew Yi Chen's hair into the air. He also yelled out, "Dominate the world." Boom. All of the surrounding Yuan Qi was sucked out and injected into Yi Chen's left fist. Yi Chen then threw out his fist with an unstoppable power, clashing against Qing Jun's palm attack. There was no expected loud bang, neither were there any broken bricks or people flying away. The black light and the cyan purple light were devouring each other, trying their best to fight against each other. Some of the weaker young warriors felt a bit uncomfortable. It was as if they knew that thunder was coming, but they could only see lightning bolts flashing across the sky without any sound of thunder. It was both weird and depressing. Right at this moment, a thunderous boom finally broke out. The black light and cyan purple light scattered on the stage, shooting out in all directions. Such a strong Qi power. The leaders of the powerful parties all made their moves. They created a thick layer of Qi wall in front of their own area, blocking the Qi power from spreading and destroying the surrounding area. All of a sudden, the transparent Qi wall started to ripple. The two of them separated right after they touched each other. Yi Chen was still in the air, he waved out a sword attack. Limitless Cloud. The thick sword Qi was extremely powerful. Wherever it went, the air seemed to have been swept away. It then hacked towards Qing Jun along with a destructive power. Damn it. Qing Jun was extremely angry. He gathered all of his Zhen Qi into his right palm and threw it towards the sword Qi. Crackle. The Zhen Qi on the edge of his palm was completely broken. Qing Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. His meridians had been injured by the remaining sword Qi. Unbelievable. The two had only exchanged 3 attacks and Qing Jun had already been injured. Was he really defeated in 5 attacks? Half-step sword intent is even more powerful than I had imagined. Luckily it is not the real sword intent yet. Otherwise, Qing Jun would not have been able to handle the first attack. But there are still 2 more attacks left. Qing Jun should be able to handle it. If he couldn't handle it, then he would lose face. Before, he had been trying to belittle the average level of the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples. But now he has been defeated in 5 attacks. It is like being slapped in the face. Seeing Qing Jun being injured, everyone was shocked. Yi Chen, you want to defeat me in 5 attacks? In your dreams. I will make you regret it. Qing Jun's eyes were completely red. He forcibly activated his Zhen Qi and crushed the sword Qi that had invaded his body. Then he walked towards Yi Chen step by step. With every step he took, the ground would crack, and the natural amethyst Qi around his body would increase by a bit. By the 7th step, the natural amethyst Qi had condensed into the shape of a sharp blade. At this moment, Qing Jun had already surpassed his own limit. He had forcibly pushed his natural splitting force to the peak of the 8th level, and his Jin Qi had condensed into the shape of a blade. Break. Facing Yi Chen, Qingjun raised his right hand high and swung it forward. Swoosh. The side blade phantom followed Qingjun's hand gesture and flew out, the aftershock cutting terrifying cracks on the surface of the square. The surrounding air was like water, with many wrinkles appearing, cut by the side blade phantom one by one, and then exploded into pieces, exploding into turbulence. The peak of the 8th level of the natural splitting force. I can definitely defeat him. Sure Potion's eyes were fixed on the square. He couldn't wait to see Yi Chen's body being smashed into pieces. Yang Ming sneered. Yi Chen, who had mastered the half-step sword intent, would be a threat sooner or later. It was a good thing that he had been defeated now. Su Jing and Luo Hanshan both frowned slightly. By now, she was no longer sure that Yi Chen would be able to defeat Qingjun. After all, Qingjun's breakthrough was way too sudden. No one had expected that the pressure and humiliation would actually help him break through. Compared to Yi Chen's luck was way too bad. Facing this horrifying attack, the Zhen Qi inside Yi Chen's body exploded on its own. Vaguely, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in the deepest part of his dantian being broken. The circulation speed of his Zhen Qi increased drastically, and the natural Yuan Qi poured into his body like a funnel. Right then, Yi Chen had also made a breakthrough just like Qingjun. But the difference was that his cultivation had reached the late condensing reality realm. Feeling the powerful Zhen Qi circulating inside his body, Yi Chen raised his eyes. His sharp gaze was almost tangible, and it turned into an illusory sword qi that shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. Chapter 128. Lu Hanshan was shocked. Brother Yi has reached the late condensing reality realm? Lu Hanshan was already shocked when he heard that Qingjun had already reached the peak of the 8th stage of the great natural splitting force. He felt that this kind of thing was very rare. Not every pressure could help a person make progress, otherwise the whole true spirit realm would be in chaos, with people fighting each other to death every day. It could only be said that pressure could help a person make a breakthrough. However, he didn't expect that Yi Chen had also made a breakthrough, and it was a breakthrough in his cultivation, directly reaching the late condensing reality realm from the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. Judging from the great Yuan Qi vibration, his late condensing reality realm cultivation seemed to be much more solid than ordinary people, and his Zhen Qi didn't seem to be unstable at all. Yi Chen took a step forward, along with which sharp airflows spread out in all directions. It was as if Yi Chen's entire body had been merged with the eye of a storm, and a shocking sword aura rose into the sky. He held the sword with one hand and simply swung it down. My sword. What's going on? Why did my sword come out of the sheath by itself? There were many inner disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace on the scene, and many of them had swords with them. However, at this moment, their swords flew out of their sheaths uncontrollably, attacking towards Qingjun along with Yi Chen's sword aura. A few of them were relatively powerful and managed to grab onto their swords in time. However, no matter how hard they tried to activate their Zhen Qi, their swords still couldn't stop shaking. One of the inner elders of the Emerald Martial Palace snorted and waved his hand, cutting off the connection between the sword intent and those swords. Without the support of those swords, although the thick sword qi released by Yi Chen wasn't as powerful as before, it was still extremely sharp. Waves of white qi were formed behind the sword qi, which looked like rapidly changing clouds, pushing the sword qi forward. Crack. The sword qi clashed with the blade silhouette, and in the next moment the blade silhouette was cut into two. The sword qi, which had shrunk to 1/3 of its original size, didn't lose any of its power, and fiercely struck on Qingjun's protective purple crystal qi. A shocking amount of blood splattered out, and a sword wound appeared on Qingjun's chest. It was so deep that it could reach his bones, and this was because the sword qi had changed direction midway and flew into the sky. Qingjun's chest wound was only cut by the aftershock of the sword qi. Otherwise he would not be alive. Qingjun spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood actually contained traces of sword qi, and it pierced through the ground. His face instantly turned pale and bloodless, and he was about to kneel on the ground. Suddenly, a figure landed beside Qingjun and supported him. He was an inner elder of the Emerald Martial Palace. 4 moves he defeated Qingjun with 4 moves. That sword move just now has touched the edge of sword intent, right? Yes, I also felt a sharp intent sweep through my heart. I thought it was just an illusion. I heard that once the sword intent is unleashed, it can sever the will of the void, making it impervious to all evils. What ability does this kid possess to actually touch sword insight first? Alas. Of course most of them were jealous. At their age, it would be very difficult for them to improve their cultivation. They could only improve their combat strength in other aspects. Without a doubt, sword intent and saber intent were the dream of all of them. If these two things could be bought, they would buy them even if they had to spend all their wealth. They would do so at all costs. On the Sky Cloud Martial School's side, the head elder and the fourth elder let out a relieved smile. Yi Chen's outstanding performance was already a well-known fact, and they would definitely report it to their leader when they got back. Lu Hanshan shook his head, looked at Su Jing and said, "Amazing, now I finally understand what you mean. Perhaps he can lead us out of the Windy Nation and compete with those young geniuses from the South Zhuo region." Su Jing didn't answer, but instead she asked, "You are also at the child level now, right?" Lu Hanshan didn't respond, but his eyes were shining brightly. The Emerald Martial Palace's inner elder, who was holding Qing Jun's arm, helped him to expel the sword chi from his body. Seeing that Qing Jun was severely wounded, he abruptly turned around, looked at Yi Chen and yelled harshly, "It's just a competition, but you attacked so cruelly. Let me teach you a lesson." After saying that, he threw a slap towards Yi Chen. Bang! The air vibrated intensely, and Yi Chen was forced to step back. In front of him, the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder appeared out of nowhere, smashed his opponent's palm attack with a single slap and yelled, "Qing Yu, don't go too far. Yi Chen has already shown you mercy. Do you really think that you can bully our Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples?" That Emerald Martial Palace's inner elder had a fierce look in his eyes. Qing Jun was his grandson and he had always had high hopes for him. But today not only was he defeated within 4 moves, he had also suffered a serious internal injury. He felt that his blood was rushing to his head, and he was about to lose his mind. Zhuang Qingxian threw a complicated glance at Yi Chen, then yelled at the Emerald Martial Palace's inner elder, "Haven't you lost enough face? Take Qing Jun to get his wounds treated." After the inner elder took Qing Jun away, Zhuang Qingxian took a deep breath and said, "This is just a competition. I hope you guys can control yourselves, don't force yourselves to fight." Just now Yi Chen had indeed shown mercy to Qing Jun. Therefore Zhuang Qingxian didn't dare to say anything, otherwise he would leave an unfair impression on the crowd, which would damage his reputation. After that, the competition continued. However, all of the battles were between the young warriors from the other big powers. None of the truly powerful young warriors felt that it was not the right time yet. At this moment, Sherpadian was very unhappy. Just now, he had taken a glance at Ji Shuiyan, and found that she had been staring at Yi Chen without even noticing him. This made him feel that he had been completely ignored. Although she had never been very interested in him before, at least she had maintained a certain amount of respect for him. In his eyes, their relationship was already quite good, and there was still some hope. However, right now, that little hope had been completely destroyed. Yi Chen, don't think too highly of yourself just because you've won against Qing Jun. The real child-level power is not something you can imagine. After a few more battles, I will let you know what the gap between us is, and what despair is. I will destroy your half-step sword intent, and make you wish you were dead. Sure Potion's expression was still the same, but his mind was in turmoil. He had already come up with a plan, which was to completely shatter Yi Chen's confidence. A sword artist who had lost his confidence would probably lose his sword intent, not to mention that Yi Chen hadn't even comprehended the real sword intent yet. Sherpadian glanced at Yi Chen with an evil look in his eyes. Among the inner disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, Yi Xian stared at Yi Chen, who was sitting on the chair. Just now, if it weren't for the inner elders, her sword would have been unsheathed by itself and merged with Yi Chen's sword aura. She couldn't understand how a man who used to be so useless could suddenly shine so brightly, and it was getting brighter and brighter, almost reaching the peak of the young generation in the Windy Nation. "Sister Yi, he can only be arrogant for a short while. This time Brother Shi will teach him a lesson." Cui Shiming, who was standing on the side, said casually. Yi Xian paused for a second. "That's not going to be easy. You underestimate Brother Shi too much. Not to mention Yi Chen, even young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu might not be able to win against Brother Shi. He has already reached the real child-level power, he only needs the title of child." After saying these words, Cui Shiming felt very proud. He knew that once Sherpadian attacked, he would definitely make his opponent pay a great price. As for what the price would be, he didn't know. However, he knew that he had to work even harder in the future. Yi Xian was very talented, and her current power was almost the same as his. It was very likely that she would surpass him in the future, which made him feel a bit threatened. I Yu would like to challenge the core disciple of the Rudra Martial School, Nangong Yun. As another round of sparring ended from the North Snow Martial Academy, Blade Yu suddenly walked out and challenged Rain Man Nangong Yun. It's Blade Yu. Before Lynch grew up, he was recognized as the second most powerful warrior among the young generation in the North Snow Martial Academy. Yu's blade skills are extremely powerful. Although Lynch has caught up with him, he still might not be able to beat him. But Rain Man Nangong Yun is not bad either. I heard that he has received the teachings of the leader of the Rudra Martial School, and is training this Sky Holy Water spell. Sky Holy Water spell? Isn't it the early stage of the South Rudra Martial School's most powerful spell? Everyone was talking about it. Although the sparring between Yi Qin and Qing Jun was very interesting, it was not a child-level battle after all. Currently, other than young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu, there were Shi Padian and Lu Wuxiang from the Emerald Martial Palace, Qin Yulian from the South Rudra Martial School, Zhu Mei from the Sky Cloud Martial School, Ouyang Lai from the Purple Sun Martial School, and Lynch from the North Snow Martial Academy. The others could only be considered as potential child-level warriors. Blade Yu and Rain Man Nangong Yun were one of them. Of course, although it was widely acknowledged, there were still some inaccuracies. Maybe the child-level warriors were not that powerful, and the potential child-level warriors were the real child-level warriors. Nangong Yun walked out with a smile on his face. Yu, I knew you would challenge me. The fight from half a year ago is not over yet. That's right. We have to find a winner in this fight. There are too many powerful warriors nowadays. If we don't work hard to break through, there will be no place for us. Yu was more than 2 meters tall, with a strong and sturdy waist. As he stood there, a powerful blade aura spread out in all directions. It was as if he had turned into a blade, a heavy and fast blade, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Nangong Yun said seriously, if that's the case, then let's do it. I also hope to find a breakthrough from the pressure. Crazy Demon Blade. Yu was like a ferocious tiger. He took a step forward, and the distance of dozens of steps was completely ignored. His blade split the air open, and along with the illusory blade shadows, he hacked towards Nangong Yun. Chin. Nangong Yun waved her hand, and a wave of water like Zhen Qi spread out. It turned into dozens of transparent sword lights in the air, flying towards the blade shadows. Seeing Nangong Yun's attack, Yi Qin was shocked. What a great skill! She has refined her Zhen Qi to be like water, but heavier than water. Just like heavy water, 1 drop of Zhen Qi would weigh hundreds of pounds, and dozens of drops would be almost impossible to block. Luo Han's Han, who was quite knowledgeable, explained to Yi Qin, the leader of the Rudra Martial School has a very mysterious background, no one knows where she came from. She rose to power in a mysterious way, then founded one of the top 5 martial institutions, the Rudra Martial School. The most powerful martial art of the Rudra Martial School is called the Holy Water Spell. It is very magical. It is said that once you cultivate it to the extreme, a single drop of Zhen Qi can weigh tens of thousands of pounds, and you can even control the rain and increase the amount of water in a certain area. This Holy Water Spell is the early stage of the Holy Water Spell. It should only have 1/5 of the power of the Rudra Martial School, but it is still very powerful. Yi Qin nodded. He had heard about the leader of the Rudra Martial School before. Although she was a woman, she was as ambitious as any man. She had built the Rudra Martial School into one of the top 5 martial institutions. In terms of overall power, she was even slightly stronger than the Sky Cloud Martial School. Of course, the Sky Cloud Martial School was actually very powerful before. However, after being tricked by the Purple Sun Martial School, they lost a lot of their powerful martial artists and fell from rank 8 to rank 9. Even now, they were still trying to recover. Facing the powerful Zhen Qi, Yu was not afraid at all. He waved his heavy long blade and the strong blade light made the water splash. 8 mountain-breaking movements. Suddenly Yu leapt up and threw out a normal-looking blade attack. Nangong Yun's Zhen Qi was cut open layer by layer, and the cracks spread quickly. Some of the Zhen Qi in the shape of water drops even fell on the ground, creating thousands of holes. Water curtain combined. Taking 3 steps back, Nangong Yun put her palms together and pushed forward. Voila! The rest of the Zhen Qi turned into a water ball and clashed with Yu's long blade, forcing Yu to take dozens of steps back. Chapter 129. Great! The Sky Holy Water spell is indeed worthy of its reputation. Now take my second movement. With a single kick, the blade aura around Yu Yu's body became even more aggressive. He held the blade in his hand and swung it horizontally. Woo woo woo, the blade light was as fast as lightning, it covered a distance of 20 steps in just one attack. Nangong Yun did not dare to underestimate the attacking power of the blade light. The water Jinqi around his body suddenly increased by a few times. It looked like a stream of water between him and the blade light. Boom. The water formed by the Jinqi shot out in all directions. Each drop of water was extremely destructive. It could easily kill a normal mid-condensing reality realm warrior. Third movement. Yu Yu was about to attack for the third time. Yu Yu, do you really think you can beat me? Water Wolf 10 Shadow Kill. Nangong Yun did not wait for his opponent to attack. He drew a circle in front of him with his right arm. The surging water Jinqi came out of the circle. It turned into countless evil wolves that jumped towards Yu Yu. Crack. One of the wolves jumped on Yu Yu's body. It bit a hole in his protective Jinqi. Yu Yu laughed, his body shook, the wolf formed from Jinqi was shattered. The long blade in his hand was not slow at all. He slashed at the heads of the wolves that jumped on him. Water Wolf 100 Shadow Kill. The previous move was just a buffer for the next move. With enough time, Nangong Yun's body emitted a domineering aura that was different from his appearance. His gentle face also became stern. Both of his hands simultaneously drew a circle. The majestic water wave Jinqi compressed into a ball and rushed out. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The water ball that was half the size of a human suddenly exploded. Dozens of calf-sized evil wolves jumped towards Yu Yu. That horrifying aura made some of the young warriors with lower cultivation turn pale. They thought to themselves, if they had to face this attack, not even their bones would be left. Yu Yu looked extremely serious. His opponent was even more powerful than he had imagined. However, he was born with a wild aura. He was not scared at all. He roared and rushed up. Fourth movement. Fifth movement. Sixth movement. Seventh Mountain Splitter. Brandishing his blade 4 times in a row, the wolves formed from Jinqi exploded one after another, leaving only a few big and small cats. However, the situation was even more dangerous than before. Nangong Yun's imposing aura was even more vigorous and powerful, and a prehistoric evil chi burst out from his body. Rumble. The ground around Nangong Yun's body started to shake. The water ripples around Nangong Yun's body started to expand and change shape, as if some kind of powerful creature was about to be born and devour everything. He couldn't wait any longer. Yu Yu's scalp went numb. He knew that if he continued to wait, he would be in a very bad situation. Surging pure chi gathered in his arms, Yu Yu raised both of his hands up high. The ferocious blade aura caused the air to become chaotic, forming a huge whirlpool. Mountain Splitter 8. As the saber slashed out, the airflow around Nangong Yu abruptly split apart. It was as if the airflow had solidified. It was clear how powerful the saber's oppressive force was. Nangong Yun's clothes fluttered in the wind as she suddenly twisted her hands. Tiger Shark Break. Rumble. The water ripples finally condensed and turned into a 20 meters long terrifying tiger shark. The tiger shark shook its head and tail. Not only did it swallow the saber light, it also swallowed Yu Yu. Ouyang Ming gasped. How could this Nangong Yun be so powerful as well? Besides the fact that they were evenly matched at the beginning, she had been suppressing Yu Yu. Materializing Jinqi is indeed powerful. It was also Yi Chen's first time witnessing a battle of this level. It was indeed not something a normal peak late condensing reality realm warrior could compare with. Pop. The tiger shark's tail suddenly exploded. A beam of saber light landed on Nangong Yun's protective Jinqi layer. Nangong Yun's face turned pale as blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. Her body was pushed back for more than 10 steps. She then looked at Yu Yu. Right now, he was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. He had finally broken the tiger shark with a single attack. He stood there without moving, looking extremely aggressive. You are much more powerful than half a year ago, Nangong Yun said slowly. Yu Yu grinned. Unfortunately, I lost to you. Before he could finish, Yu Yu puked out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Nangong Yun shook her head. I had also exhausted all my abilities. Let's call it a draw. A loss is a loss. Who do you think I am? Just keep working hard. I will not lose again next time. It seemed like Yu Yu was quite injured. He was staggering a bit when he turned around. Nangong Yun smiled and went back to her seat. Your saber was a bit slow, otherwise you could have broken the Jinqi tiger shark. As Yu Yu sat down, Lynch suddenly said. Yu Yu was a bit shocked. He took a deep look at Lynch. The head elder of the North Snow Martial Academy smiled. Although Yu had lost, at least he had injured Nangong Yun, which was not too bad. Besides, they still had Lynch, who was even more powerful. Sherpadian was a bit surprised by Nangong Yun's power, but he didn't care too much about it. In this competition he only wanted to beat two people. One was Lu Hanshan, who used to be one of the top 4 childs. Only by beating him would he be able to inherit the title of child. Otherwise it wouldn't be a proper title. He was quite confident about this, he only needed to go through the formality. Of course, before that he needed to take care of Yi Qin first, destroy his half-step sword intent, and make him wish he was dead. Unfortunately, it was not the right time yet. If he challenged Yi Qin right away, people would easily think that he was trying to take revenge for Qing Jun by challenging Yi Qin on purpose. In this way, Yi Qin would be able to seize the opportunity to refuse the challenge. He could even use the excuse that he had consumed too much of his power and hadn't fully recovered yet. Those people who were watching the fight would definitely stand on his side. If he didn't attack, then he would leave no room for his opponent to retreat. I'll let you be arrogant for a bit longer. Sherpadian tried his best to control his impulsive emotions. The competition was a friendly competition between disciples from all the top martial institutions and powerful forces. It could not only make the disciples feel pressured, but also help them learn something from the intense fights. Even if they couldn't make a breakthrough right now, they could still strengthen themselves and prepare for future breakthroughs. At this moment, a disciple challenged Yuan Shueme. The crowd looked over and saw that he was wearing a yellow robe with a black snake pattern embroidered on his sleeves. It was the symbol of the Black Snake Martial School, one of the 4 ranked 9 institutions in the Windy Nation. It turned out that this person was the head disciple of the Black Snake Martial School. He knew that he had no chance of winning against the other disciples from the top martial institutions. Only Yuan Shueme, who was not that famous, seemed to be a bit easier to deal with. If he could beat her, it would be a great honor. After all, beating a top disciple from a top martial institution was something that not many people could do. Yuan Shueme smiled. She had been waiting for someone to challenge her for a long time, in case the others would think that she was a pushover. Spring lingering. She threw out a sword attack. Fine sword lights were like the spring breeze or the rain, softly and powerlessly coiling around her opponent's protective Jinqi. Puff, 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 puff. This seemingly soft sword attack immediately released a shocking power. That Black Snake Martial School's head disciple's protective Jinqi was like a piece of tofu, full of holes. Yi Qin raised his eyebrows. This time Yuan Shueme must have used the Rudra Martial School's 4-season sword art. It seemed that after her cultivation had improved, the Rudra Martial School had also started to focus on training her. They had even made an exception and taught her the 4-season sword art, instead of the 4 seasons rain sword art. After dozens of attacks, the head disciple couldn't even touch the corner of Yuan Shueme's clothes. Instead, he was so embarrassed that he had to give up and leave the stage. All of a sudden, the Baohua Square, which had been filled with discussions, suddenly quieted down. Everyone saw Ouyang Ming, the second core disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School, walk up to the stage. It's Ouyang Ming, another child-level warrior. Who is he going to challenge? Is it Lu Wuxiang from the Emerald Martial School or Sherpadian? How is that possible? The Purple Sun Martial School and the Emerald Martial School have been very close in recent years. Their disciples often gather together. It's not very likely for them to fight against each other. I think he is going to challenge Luo Hanshan from the Sky Cloud Martial School, Child Hanshan. Why didn't I think of this? Although Luo Hanshan is not as powerful as he used to be, his reputation is still there. If he can't beat him, no one will be able to take away the child title. Hearing the discussions around him, Ouyang Ming sneered while looking at Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan, today you will give up your child title. How can people accept you if you keep taking it? Luo Hanshan walked up expressionlessly and said, the child title is not a big deal to me, but if you want to take it away, you will have to ask me first. Do you think it's still 2 years ago? With your current power, you don't deserve the child title anymore. It's time for someone more powerful to take it. Ouyang Ming sneered. Since you are so confident, come and take it. I'm just afraid that you will not be able to accept the result. Luo Hanshan was standing 30 steps in front of Ouyang Ming. He was wearing a blue robe and had no weapon in his hands. He looked very calm, neither humble nor arrogant, just like a mountain that had been through a lot, and was calmly facing everything. Yi Qin said to Su Jing, Brother Luo, it seems like you have hidden your strength quite well. Su Jing said, you saw it? Just intuition. Although I don't like Ouyang Ming, his power is indeed very powerful. I'm afraid it will be a tough fight. Yi Chen scanned the two of them with his soul power, and sensed that they were completely opposite. If Luo Hanshan was a quiet mountain or a rock in the ocean, then Ouyang Ming would be a violent volcano that could erupt at any time and burn everything in its path. If you can take this kick without stepping back, then you are qualified for me to use all of my power. Ouyang Ming's body floated up into the air, giving people a very gentle feeling. However, as he threw out his kick, that feeling completely changed. This kick was like an erupting volcano, accompanied by thunderbolts and raging floods. The violent power made people feel like a natural disaster was coming, which made people feel very nervous and anxious. It's just a kick, I'll take it. Luo Hanshan's pupils suddenly changed color, and a strong purple light spurted out from his eyes. Behind his back, a bridge-like purple mist appeared, reaching to the void behind him, as if it was trying to bring something terrifying over and strengthen itself. The 9th level of the purple extreme art, purple chi from the east. The head elder popped up his eyes and said word by word. Hearing this, Yi Chen seemed to be thinking about something. The purple extreme art was the most magical one among all the low-rank Earth Realm martial arts of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The 8th level was called Purple Eyes Ice Heart, and the 9th level was called Purple Chi from the east. Once a martial artist reached the 9th level, he or she would be able to draw purple chi from the void into his or her body and increase his or her fighting power. It was said that once a martial artist reached the peak of the 9th level of the purple extreme art, he or she would be able to draw a purple lotus, which would protect his or her body and greatly increase his or her defensive power. Chapter 130. Boom, 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 boom. Although it was only a single kick, it gave people a feeling that it was continuous and fierce. The kick was launched towards Lu Hanshan, but Lu Hanshan remained perfectly still. He reached out both of his hands and merged a large amount of yuan qi into the purple mist, forming a huge millstone that blocked the volcanic kick. In the next moment, dazzling purple light and red light burst out, so dazzling that people couldn't even look at them directly. Followed by a thunderous boom that even shook the surrounding space. He blocked it. Lu Hanshan blocked it. Judging from the situation just now, Lu Hanshan has reached the 9th level of the purple extreme art. No wonder he is confident enough to fight against Ouyang Ming. Even the former young master Hanshan has started to show his power. He will never allow anyone to take away his title. Indeed, Lu Hanshan is a powerful man after all. Even if he is temporarily left behind, he can still last longer than ordinary people. Although most of the people were slightly surprised, they were not too surprised. After all, young Master Hanshan was a famous man. Not to mention that Ouyang Ming wanted to force Lu Hanshan back with only a single kick. But they still didn't know how much of Ouyang Ming's power had actually been released. Lu Wuxiang, who had fought against Lu Hanshan 3 times before, smiled and thought to himself, I only used 80% of my power back then, but now you are qualified to be on the same level as me. The head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School had a gloomy look on his face. He thought that Ouyang Ming would be able to easily defeat Luo Hanshan, but he never thought that Ouyang Ming would suddenly regain his former glory. Although Ouyang Ming's cultivation hadn't improved by much, his purple extreme art had actually broken through to the 9th level. Fortunately, it was not the peak of the 9th level, otherwise he would have been able to control the purple lotus and would have been undefeatable, unless there was a huge gap between their power levels. The Sky Cloud Martial School has started to rise. Another Purple Sun Martial School elder said worriedly. Snorting coldly, the head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School said through his Jin Qi, Zhu Liang has already planned to kill that kid named Yi Chen, but he was lucky and escaped this time. But next time he won't be so lucky. Let him kill Luo Hanshan as well, that'll be the end of the Sky Cloud Martial School. We'll make sure that the Sky Cloud Martial School will never be able to rise again for the rest of their lives. Indeed, once the Sky Cloud Martial School rises again, they will definitely come after us. Therefore we have to kill them all. The voices of the two converged into a single line, and did not spread out. However, Yi Chen could sense that chilling killing intent. These two old men must be up to no good. I wonder if they are targeting me. Yi Chen's eyes landed on the battlefield as he started calculating. He was quite confident in his senses. As long as someone showed a slight hint of killing intent towards him, he would be able to sense it. However, as a late clasping Yuan Realm warrior, he was still quite powerful. That layer of killing intent only flashed for a second before it disappeared. Smiling bitterly, Yi Qin shook his head silently. He was still. He was at the bottom of the wind martial nation. He could only protect himself after he reached the clasping realm. If they wanted to kill him, he would. He had was a. Thinking of this, Yi Qin couldn't help but feel a bit absent-minded. Clasping Yuan realm martial artists might be able to walk around in the Windy Nation, but compared to the entire South Rudra region, or even the entire True Spirit continent, they were nothing. Above the clasping Yuan realm was the astral reaching realm, where a martial artist could easily destroy a small martial institution. Above the astral reaching realm was the Sea of Souls realm, where a martial artist could be considered as a powerful being. They had the power to destroy the terrain, and their Jin Qi was like an endless ocean. Above the astral reaching realm was the life and death realm martial artists. Life and death realm martial artists could be crowned as kings such as Su King, Evil King, Shenhe, Dragon King, and so on. They were the true kings of the True Spirit continent, and they could easily move mountains and oceans. The scariest thing was that life and death realm martial artists had already reached the limit of the human body. They could reverse life and death, and as long as there were no accidents, they could live up to 1,000 years old. Apart from this, it was said that life and death realm martial artists were extremely hard to kill, as they already had the ability to grow flesh and even regenerate from a single drop of blood. However, even life and death stage warriors needed to understand the great Tao of nature. They all wanted to reach a higher level, to reach the legendary level. However, this level was still too far away for Yi Qin. It was not something he could reach at all. If he forced himself to think about it, it would be like biting off more than he could chew. Getting rid of all the distracting thoughts, Yi Qin found that his state of mind seemed to have improved a little bit, and the stable Jin Qi inside his body seemed to have become more active. Could it be that only by being ambitious can I have a better future? Yi Qin thought to himself. On the stage, Ouyang Ming didn't continue to attack. Instead, the disdainful look on his face had turned into one of caution. The kick he launched just now contained almost 90% of his power, but his opponent was able to take it without even taking a step back. Not bad. You actually took a kick from me? Ouyang Ming said while secretly accumulating his power. Lu Hanshan stared at Ouyang Ming coldly and said, "Now it's my turn." Great Monument Heavenly King Fist. Without wasting any time, Lu Hanshan took a step forward. His entire body was covered in purple mist, which was shining brightly. He threw a punch towards Ouyang Ming along with an earth-shattering power. Pop, 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 pop. The air was penetrated layer by layer. A gigantic fist holding a purple monument fiercely pressed towards Ouyang Ming. All of a sudden, the airflow around the fist began to stop, solidify, and then collapse. It's the Great Monument Heavenly King Fist. Our leader has taught this martial skill to Hanshan as well. The fourth elder showed a joyful look on his face. Normally, core disciples would only be taught one low-rank Earth Realm martial skill. Apart from the strict control on the circulation of secret martial skills, the most important reason was to prevent core disciples from being distracted. After all, it was already very difficult to learn one martial skill, and it was not wise to learn two at the same time. In the end, a core disciple would only be mediocre and not outstanding in any aspect. Therefore, it was better to learn one martial skill first, and then learn the other martial skills after reaching the peak of the first one. The fact that Lu Hanshan was able to learn the second low-rank Earth Realm martial skill meant that the leader had already known that Lu Hanshan had reached the 9th level of the Purple Extreme Art and was qualified to learn the second one. Of course, not everyone would be like this. The school would first test one's loyalty. For some disciples who had second thoughts, no matter how talented they were, the school would not teach them any secret martial skill. However, if they found a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill outside, the school would not care about them. At most, they would just remind them that the quality of the martial skill was more important than the quantity. The head elder slightly nodded. With the Great Monument Heavenly King Fist, Lu Hanshan basically had the power to fight against child-level opponents. Break. Ouyang Ming threw a flying kick. The volcanic shadow of his leg transformed into a gigantic blade and hacked on the fist in the monument. Clang. The fist paused for a second, and there seemed to be a crack on the monument. However, it was still moving towards Ouyang Ming. Ouyang Ming's face darkened. Finally, all of his Zhen Qi burst out, and a dazzling sun-like light shot up into the sky. Ouyang Ming spun around and flew into the air, then threw a heavy kick on the fist in the monument. Dragon Beheading Kick. Crack. The Great Monument Heavenly King Fist was broken, but it also forced Ouyang Ming to use all of his power. Blade and Leg Fusion. Seeing this, Yi Qin frowned. He had already known that Ouyang Ming's blade art was just as powerful as his leg art. However, for a warrior, it was not a good thing to be powerful in all of them. They had to choose one martial skill to focus on. For example, Yi Qin used to focus on fist art and sword art at the same time, and his fist art was still the most powerful one. But now he focused on sword art and the fist art was just a supplement. Yi Qin didn't expect that Ouyang Ming would take a different path and merge his leg art with his blade art. From now on, his blade art would be his leg art and his leg art would be his blade art. His power was even greater than before. But no one knew whether it was because of his own initiative, or because of the dragon beheading kick. After breaking the great monument Heavenly King fist with a single kick, Ouyang Ming didn't show any mercy. His body flashed and tens of fierce kicks were thrown out. Lu Hanshan didn't step back, he launched the great monument Heavenly King fist once again, and clashed with Ouyang Ming's kick. Lu Hanshan lose? Ouyang Ming stomped on the ground, his whole body shot up into the sky, and threw another kick down. A loud and shrill dragon roar came out. Ouyang Ming's kick directly transformed into a terrifyingly huge blade. On the blade, a broken dragon's body was faintly visible, while the dragon's howl was coming out of its mouth. Hearing this howl, some young warriors who were not powerful enough immediately felt dizzy, as if all of their strength had been sucked out. Ouyang Ming was very confident about the power of the dragon beheading kick. The blade art and leg art that he had been practicing before were actually one, but they were forcibly separated, in order to speed up his cultivation. It was not like what Yi Qin had thought. With his current cultivation, there was no way he could create his own martial art. If he could, he would have become a great master long ago. Except for young Master Emerald, who had already stepped into the Clasping Yuan realm, no one in the Windy Nation would be able to rival him, not even one move. East Rising Purple Chi, Great Monument Suppression. The bridge-like purple chi behind Lu Hanshan's back grew brighter and brighter, it almost pierced through his body. After that, a 10-meter-tall purple monument appeared, suppressing this space. On the monument, countless dead warriors were crawling out of the ground, letting out unyielding roars, as if they were trying to return to the real world and regain the glory of the past. This scene was truly shocking. What kind of power is this? It's so scary. Even 10 of me would not be able to rival the 2 of them. I'm afraid that they could crush me into pieces with only a single move. So powerful. I can't even imagine it. I thought that I would be able to compete with them, but now it seems that I was just dreaming. All of those talented young martial artists from those powerful institutions were stunned. They couldn't imagine that a peak-level late condensing reality realm martial artist could release such a great power. Even some early Clasping Yuan realm martial artists couldn't be this powerful. In other words, they could definitely compete with early Clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and might even be able to kill them. Not only them, even the disciples from those powerful institutions had a serious look on their faces. They stared at the stage without even blinking their eyes, as if they didn't want to miss even the slightest detail. Clang. The dragon-wrapped blade fiercely hacked on the purple monument, causing a sky-shaking boom. Half of the purple monument was cut off, and cracks spread out in all directions. Fortunately, Lu Hanshan managed to block the kick that could instantly kill a peak-level late condensing reality realm martial artist. If he couldn't, Lu Hanshan would surely lose. Lu Hanshan's straight back bent slightly, but his face remained perfectly expressionless. His sharp eyes were fixed on Ouyang Ming through the silhouette of the monument. Chapter 131. Seeing Lu Hanshan's eyes, Ouyang Ming was enraged. He yelled out, "Broken dragon move." He threw a sideways kick. The sharp, blade-like leg power tore the air apart, creating a shrill howl as it landed on the purple monument. All of a sudden, the silhouette of the dragon reappeared, but it was broken into pieces. Crack. The purple monument was covered in cracks and finally it exploded. However, right at this moment, a human silhouette darted out from the broken monument. A gigantic fist was holding the monument, trying to attack Ouyang Ming, who was still in the air. Great monument shakes the sky. Let's see how you can shake my dragon beheading kick. Ouyang Ming threw 2 strikes at the monument in a row, and stopped in the air with the help of the counterforce. Seeing Lu Hanshan coming at him, Ouyang Ming grinned hideously and threw the dragon-slaying movement, the most powerful move of his dragon beheading kick. The horrifying leg power seemed to be able to destroy souls. Boom. Lu Hanshan was knocked down from the sky and was forced to take over 10 steps back. Ouyang Ming didn't gain the upper hand either, his body was flipped over in the air and finally fell on the ground. Lose. Great Monument Suppression. Without any hesitation, the two of them once again started fighting against each other. Rainstorm-like attacks were launched one after another. Ouyang Ming's Dragon Beheading Kick was extremely powerful. It was almost as powerful as a mid-rank Earth Realm martial skill. Every single kick launched by Ouyang Ming was able to shatter the opponent's mind. Lu Hanshan's Great Monument Heavenly King Fist was slightly weaker than the Dragon Beheading Kick. However, the Extreme Purple Art was extremely powerful. After reaching the 9th level of the East Rising Purple Chi, Lu Hanshan was able to absorb the Purple Chi and increase the power of his martial skills. That was the reason why he was able to compete with Ouyang Ming's Dragon Beheading Kick without falling into a disadvantageous situation. 300 moves. 500 moves. After 600 moves, Zhuang Qingxian knew that he couldn't let them go on like this. In order to decide the winner, they would need at least 2,000 moves. Besides, their cultivation was way too low. If they took 2,000 moves, they might die of exhaustion. Even clasping Yuan realm martial artists could barely take 2,000 moves. Releasing a stream of qi, Zhuang Qingxian stood up and said, "You two, please stop. Today is just a show, we don't have to decide the winner." The Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder nodded. He had already realized that Lu Hanshan wouldn't be able to win against Ouyang Ming. Of course, Ouyang Ming wouldn't be able to win against Lu Hanshan either. The first elder of the Purple Sun House had an ugly expression on his face. Lu Hanshan didn't launch another attack. Instead, he let out a long breath and said blandly, "It seems that you won't be able to defeat me today." "You didn't defeat me either." Ouyang Ming suppressed his boiling qi and blood. "Today's battle will be decided in the future. The title of Young Master is always waiting for you." After saying this, Luo Hanshan returned to his seat. Zhuang Qingxian retracted his qi and said, "Who else wants to challenge me?" "Valley Master, let me do it." Lu Wuxiang, who had been quiet all this while, walked out. Zhuang Qingxian was slightly surprised. "Wuxiang, who do you want to challenge?" Lu Wuxiang's cold eyes fell on Lynch. "I've always heard that your blade is very fast, even faster than Young Master North Snow. I wonder if it's true." Lynch stood up. "You will lose. It's still too early to talk about winning or losing, don't you think? My fast blade is based on speed. Either you defeat me quickly or you are defeated by me quickly. There is no third possibility." Lynch's face was expressionless. His temperament was neither sad nor happy. He looked even colder than Lu Wuxiang, colder to the extreme. "I think I've heard about this before, I want to experience it even more." A strong fighting intent was released from Lu Wuxiang's body. It was not any weaker than Ouyang Ming's or Lu Hanshan's, it was even stronger. Step by step he walked up to Lu Wuxiang. 30 steps in front of him, Lynch took out a great blade from his storage ring. A strange light flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. Lynch didn't use the low-rank great blade. It seemed that he wanted to defeat Lu Wuxiang with his own power in a fair fight. "Let's do this." A cyan-colored stream of air rose from Lu Wuxiang's body. This stream of air was extremely sharp. It looked like a saw, twisting and cutting the air that came in contact with it, causing a hissing sound. Clang. As soon as the blade was pulled out, Lynch's body had already disappeared. A white beam of light shot out and hacked on Lu Wuxiang's protective Jinqi layer. That layer of cyan-colored air stream was cut in half, but Lu Wuxiang didn't even have the time to react. So fast. Lu Wuxiang's pupils shrank, he was greatly shocked. Although he had already known that Lynch was powerful, and that he might have already reached Young Master North Snow's level, he didn't expect that Lynch's blade could be this fast. It even slowed him down a bit. Not daring to be careless, the cyan-colored air stream around Lu Wuxiang's body suddenly rose, forming a cyan-colored armor that was filled with a strong killing intent. The armor was incomparably thick, and there were huge sharp horns on the edge of the armor. At first glance, it looked like an ancient demon had come back to life. Clang, 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 but in the next second Lynch's blade arrived once again. No one could see Yi Chen's figure, only the snow-white blade light could be seen again and again, hacking on Lu Wuxiang's cyan-colored Jinqi armor, making a loud metal clanging sound. 31st blade attack. Boom. A condensed blade light extended to tens of meters long, and went through Lu Wuxiang's waist. Putting the blade back into the sheath, Lynch walked back to his seat. What's going on? The winner hasn't been decided yet? Could it be that Lynch knows that he can't beat Lu Wuxiang so he doesn't want to fight? While everyone was still puzzled, The Zhenqi armor around Lu Wuxiang's body cracked and exploded, leaving only a pale-faced man standing in place. The crowd fell into a dead silence, followed by a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Lu Wuxiang lost. With only 31 blade attacks, Lu Wuxiang lost. Lu Wuxiang is recognized as a child-level warrior, but Lynch defeated him. Doesn't that mean that Lynch has already reached the same level as young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu, or even surpassed him? The North Snow fast blade is indeed worthy of its name. It's extremely fast without any fancy moves. Yu Yu's mouth curved into a smile. These people probably don't know yet. Back in the villa, young Master North Snow had already fought against Lynch, and both of them were evenly matched. However, in Yu Yu's eyes, Lynch had won because he was still improving and had never stopped. Lu Hanshan said word by word, "The North Snow fast blade is indeed worthy of its reputation. Among all the martial arts in the world, there is nothing that cannot be broken by speed. Speed is not only about speed but also about attacking power. When one's speed reaches a certain level, even a piece of paper or a leaf can penetrate an iron armor and kill someone without leaving a trace." Yi Qin knew better than anyone else that Lynch's initial attacking power was not ridiculously strong, but after his speed increased he was able to easily cut through Lu Wuxiang's Zhenqi armor, and every time he launched an attack he would try to find the weak point of the armor, preparing for the final attack. Hearing him, Lu Hanshan and Su Jing both looked at him. It was the first time for them to hear such a straightforward and easy-to-understand theory. The fourth elder and the head elder glanced at each other. They couldn't understand Yi Qin at all. How could he know so much at such a young age? And what he said was very reasonable and straight to the point. Nangong Yun, the Rudra Martial School's Rain Warrior, shook his head and said, "Unbelievably fast. This guy is only below the 3 young masters. No, he might even be below young Master Emerald." Yuan Shuemei said in surprise, "Second brother, is he really that powerful?" He has already understood the profound meaning of speed. Every single movement of his is able to push his speed to the limit. If you want to compete with him, you will have to be faster than him or be far more powerful than him. But of course my eyesight is limited. Maybe there are other ways to deal with him. After this fight, Lynch had become even more famous. Although he didn't have the title of child, in everyone's mind he had already become the new child. After watching North Snow Fast Blade Lin Chi's battle, the rest of the matches became boring. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what kind of heavyweight matches would happen next. The fight was over. Sherpadian stood up. It was time. Everyone looked at Sherpadian curiously, wondering who he was going to challenge. "Yi Qin, you are quite powerful. There are not many young martial artists in the Windy Nation who can beat you. Do you want to accept my challenge? Of course, if you don't, I won't force you. It's just a bit of a pity." Sherpadian flattered Yi Qin right at the beginning. With this flattery he would be able to fight against Yi Qin and destroy his half-step sword intent with peace of mind. Just as he expected, everyone thought that it was reasonable. The scene where Yi Qin beat Qing Junshi was still vivid in their minds. Perhaps it might be a bit difficult to compete with those experienced young martial artists, but he was still qualified to fight against Yi Qin. After all, this was not a life-and-death fight, it was just a show. Yi Qin didn't care about Sherpotion's cunning words. He nodded and said, "Sure." The corner of Sherpotion's mouth curved into a smile. "Finally, this moment has come. I wonder what kind of expression you will have when the fight is over." The two stood facing each other. The next moment, Sherpotion's body let out a bright, glass-like light, which was mixed with pure golden light. It looked like gold but not like gold, and also like jade but not like jade. His skin, hair, and even his eyes had been dyed with a different color, as if his body was no longer made of flesh and blood. The 9th level of Colored Glass Spell, Golden Glass Body. Colored Glass Spell is one of the most powerful low-rank Earth Realm defensive martial arts in the Emerald Martial Palace. Once you reach the 9th level of Golden Glass Body, you will be invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. Your defensive power will be many times stronger than any demonic beast at the same level. Basically, you will be invincible. With the protection of Golden Glass Body, Yi Qin has no chance at all. I just wonder how many moves he can take. Yi Qin took a glance at Sherpotion's body, then nodded and said, "I have also trained a defensive martial art. I wonder whose one is better." While speaking, Yi Qin's body suddenly shook, and a bright light burst out from his body as well. However, it was not a glass-like light but a jade-like light. A layer of jade-like luster covered his entire body. His muscles became more and more angular, and his facial features looked like they were carved by a knife. He looked like a beautiful jade statue. The 5th level of the Pure Jade Body Boosting Spell. The level of Golden Steel Body Boosting Spell. Bus. The crowd once again boiled up. Sure Potion's nickname, Stone Man, was because of his extremely high defensive power, which made him as stable as a rock. However, Yi Qin had also trained a defensive martial art. Judging from its appearance, it seemed to be no weaker than Sure Potion's Colored Glass spell. The battle between the two great defensive martial arts, who would be more powerful? Chapter 132. Sure Potion raised his eyebrows and sneered in his mind. You want to compete with my golden body with a random body strengthening art? You're really reckless. If that's the case, then let me see what you can do. Sure Potion leaned his body forward, his speed suddenly reached its limit, leaving a series of golden afterimages behind him. In terms of speed, he was only slightly slower than Lynch. When he was less than 3 meters away from Yi Qin, Sure Potion bent his right arm and threw out a punch. This punch was simple and direct, it contained all of its power. However, the air-tearing sound was especially ear-piercing. Yi Qin didn't show any intention of backing off. He took a step forward with his right foot and threw out a punch as well. Boom. 2 bloodless fists collided with each other. The air was compressed and splattered in all directions. The ground cracked and collapsed and a depression appeared. The next second, both of them were pushed back, unable to stop their bodies. Fierce. The fist power didn't leak out at all, it was completely focused on his opponent. In terms of physical strength, the two seemed to be equally matched. I wonder how much of Sure Potion's power is. To be honest, I really can't tell. Both of them released their power the moment they touched each other's bodies. It's hard to tell without experiencing it myself. On the stage, some people were discussing in low voices. Sure Potion stopped himself from backing off and raised his head. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was known as the Stone Man, not only because of his high defensive power, but also because of his great physical strength. Without using any Jinqi, he had once killed a peak rank 3 beast with his bare hands, and he could even fight against a rank 4 beast with his bare hands. His opponent was 2 or 3 years younger than him, but not only was he quite good at sword arts, he had also comprehended the half-step sword intent. However, for Sure Potion, the more outstanding Yi Qin was, the more he wanted to destroy Yi Qin's confidence, so that he would never be able to stand straight again. Let's see how many punches you can take. Sure Potion accelerated and arrived in front of Yi Qin in 2 to 3 steps. His golden fist turned into a series of afterimages, each of which contained his full power. Yi Qin was not afraid of him at all, he started to fight against him. After hundreds of moves, Sure Potion grinned and said, "Take this." Not defending? Yi Qin furrowed his brows. His opponent had completely given up on defense, and his attack speed had increased exponentially. If he were to fight head-on, he would inevitably be hit by a few punches. If he didn't fight head-on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, no matter how sturdy his defense was, there would still be a day when a gap could be opened up. Hardening his heart, Yi Qin also gave up on the idea of defending and punched out with his jade-like fist. Bang! Bang! Both of them took a punch each, causing sparks and banging sounds to ring out. Sure Potion grinned hideously, as if that punch just now had no effect on him at all. Then he leapt forward and once again engaged in battle with Yi Qin. Bang 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 bang. For a moment, even Yi Qin and Sure Potion didn't know how many punches they had received. They only knew that every part of their upper bodies had been taken care of, and even their heads had been punched a few times. Compared to them, there was no need to mention those young elites who were watching the fight. They could only see that the two of them were like madmen, they only knew how to attack, they didn't know how to defend at all. It seemed like whoever could punch the other one more time would be the winner. What a freak. Whoever fights against them will definitely be at a disadvantage. Their defense is so strong. They can't even break their opponent's defense, let alone us. We will only be able to scratch an itch for them. Sure Potion cultivates the colored glass spell. What kind of body strengthening art does that Yi Qin cultivate? How come he is so powerful? He is not weaker than Sure Potion at all. After fighting for a long time, Sure Potion was getting impatient. His opponent's defense was beyond his imagination, and it seemed like the colored glass golden body alone wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. If that was the case, he would have to use other martial arts. Heavenly Star Explosion. Leaping into the air, Sure Potion's fist shone with a dazzling golden light as he punched down. finally using a martial skill. Yi Qin threw out the second movement of the Tyrant Fist art, the Soul Tyrant Fist art. The surrounding Yuan Qi was instantly sucked into the fist power. Explode. What surprised Yi Qin was that for the first time, the Tyrant Fist art had been suppressed by another martial skill. The invincible fist power exploded layer by layer, as if it was filled with gunpowder. Flashing across the air, Yi Qin had already moved back tens of steps. Sherpadian chased after Yi Qin and threw out a punch. Since the Tyrant Fist art had failed, Yi Qin had no choice but to use the hidden cloud sword. He threw out a sword attack and activated his half-step sword intent. Crackle. The fist power and the sword chi were equally matched, neither of them could gain the upper hand. The Heavenly Star Exploding Fist art is a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill, but it can suppress most martial skills. The fist power contained in it is extremely powerful, and once it touches the sword, it will explode from inside out. Lu Hanshan had been famous for a long time. He had recognized Sherpotion's martial skill with only a single glance. The main reason why this sword chi of Yi Qin could be equally matched with Sherpotion's sword intent was because of the sword intent. The sword intent itself contained a sharp power, and once it merged with this sharp power, the sword chi of a sword artist would become even more powerful and hard to break. Let's see how you are going to block this. At this moment, Sherpadian finally threw out his most powerful martial skill. He clenched both of his fists in the air and threw them out like two dragons flying out of the sea, as if they were going to shake the entire world. Rumble. The golden light covered almost half of the square, and the fierce fist power was completely hidden. Only the deafening sound of explosion could be heard, while the power was moving towards Yi Qin. This was the first time that Yi Qin had encountered such a tough opponent, and it was not strange at all. Sherpadian was one of the top 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, and he was no weaker than Lu Wuxiang. Among the young generation on the scene, except for young Master Emerald who had already stepped into the Clasping Yuan realm, only the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch could defeat him. Yi Qin had just stepped into the late Condensing Reality realm. Although his Zhenqi was not weak, it was not as pure as the Zhenqi of the peak-level late Condensing Reality realm martial artists. Yi Qin's only advantage was his half-step sword intent. Sword intent. It seems that I have no choice but to use that sword move. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qin made up his mind and stopped hesitating. Taking a step forward with his left foot, Yi Qin held the sword in his right hand and raised it high. He focused all of his attention on the hidden cloud sword and swung it down. Swoosh. No one could describe how fast this sword move was, because before Yi Qin made any move, a thick stream of sword chi had already darted out. This stream of sword chi was as fast as lightning. It turned into a beam of white light and instantly disappeared into the golden light. Silently, the golden light was split into two, and all of the fist power was destroyed. Like snow in the spring meeting the scorching sun, it melted away. Crack. A crack appeared on Sherpotion's ribs and blood gushed out from it. Sherpadian didn't even have any reaction. What kind of sword art is this? How could it be so fast? After the sword move, the crowd fell into a dead silence. Finally, someone couldn't help but yell out. All the head elders from the top martial institutions looked confused. None of them knew what this sword move was. Only Yuan Xueme seemed to be thinking about something, then her facial expression changed drastically, as if she had seen something unbelievable. She opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it anymore. Zhuang Qingxian's face darkened. He said word by word, "The single sword move." "Headmaster, what is the single sword move?" Lu Wuxiang hurriedly asked. According to the legend, in the ancient times, there was a sword artist who created a sword art for revenge. This sword art only had one move, and that was the single sword move. To perform the single sword move, the cultivator must combine his spirit, chi, hands, eyes, and body into one. This is only the first step. The second step is even more difficult. It requires the cultivator to use the sword as a guide, and release all of his power in the form of a sword to kill enemies who are more powerful than him. However, after performing the single sword move, the cultivator will also feel weak for a period of time. Normally, ordinary sword artists wouldn't be able to perform the single sword move. Only those who have a pure heart or those who have comprehended the sword intent can do it. However, this Yi Qin has already touched the edge of the sword intent, so it's not strange for him to be able to perform it. While explaining, Zhuang Qingxian really wanted to know where Yi Qin had obtained the single sword move. One should know that it wasn't that easy to successfully perform the single sword move. If he didn't do it well, he might even suffer from chi deviation and lose his cultivation. However, Yuan Shuemei knew it better than anyone else, because the sword manual she had given to Yi Qin contained the introduction of the single sword move. However, it was clearly just an introduction, not a secret manual. How did Yi Qin manage to successfully perform the single sword move? Could it be that he was able to perform the single sword move with just his imagination? How is this possible? Sherpadian stared at Yi Qin. His heavenly astral explosive fist move was not only powerful. If Yi Qin didn't have any other tricks up his sleeves, he would only need 10 moves to defeat Yi Qin. However, he had never thought that Yi Qin would give him such an unexpected attack, and with only one move he had lost all of his power. Yi Qin's face turned slightly pale, but it wasn't as serious as Zhuang Qingxian had described. He had indeed learned the single sword move from the sword manual, and the theory behind it was actually quite similar to the sword intent. However, the sword intent could be activated for a long period of time, while the single sword move couldn't. The most important function of the single sword move was to increase a sword artist's power drastically, allowing him to kill his enemies with only one move. Sherpadian spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't even stand straight anymore. His golden body had been broken, and it had taken a huge toll on him. Without 3 months of rest, he wouldn't be able to recover to his peak state. Right now, he was even weaker than an early condensing reality realm warrior. Needless to say, an inner elder of the Emerald Martial Palace walked up and held Sherpadian up. On the Purple Sun Martial Palace's side. This kid is so scary. What other tricks does he have up his sleeves? Can Zhu Liang handle him? Will he be able to escape this time? If so, it will be even harder to kill him in the future. The elder of the Purple Sun Martial Palace, who was sitting next to Zhang Qing, said to the head elder through Zhen Qi. The head elder of the Purple Sun Martial Palace snorted, "Don't underestimate Zhu Liang. He has killed quite a lot of geniuses, some of them were even as powerful as Yi Qin. Not to mention we just need to remind him to be prepared for this sword move. After this sword move, he won't be able to fight back anymore." Yeah. How come I didn't know that this sword move was so powerful? It must have some side effects. Sitting straight on the chair, Yi Qin's face turned even paler, but he was sneering in his mind. He had a powerful soul power, and although it seemed that performing the single sword move would consume a lot of his soul power, it was actually not a big deal. If he put his life on the line, he could perform it 3 or 4 more times without a problem. He just pretended to be a show to the others. He didn't want it to be too shocking. Chapter 133. Ever since the fight between Yi Qin and Sherpadian had ended, almost all of the disciples from the top martial institutions had fought against each other, and none of them seemed to want to fight again. "Brother Yi, are you all right?" Seeing Yi Qin's pale face, Luo Hanshan thought that Yi Qin was suffering from some serious side effects after using the heart refining. Yi Qin shook his head. "Just a small thing, Brother Luo, don't worry." Luo Hanshan said, "You'd better not use this move in the future. It's too dangerous, either you or the enemy will die." "Thank you, Brother Luo." This Luo Hanshan was a nice guy. He was neither arrogant nor rash, never discouraged, and always treated people with kindness. He never acted like the second brother or the son of the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Luo Hanshan grinned and said, "You are a treasure of our Sky Cloud Martial School. How can I not care about you?" Hearing him, the head elder and the fourth elder also grinned. The sun slowly went down. The fighting performance was coming to an end. Zhuang Qingxian stood up and said, "Everyone, although the fighting performance is over, the celebration banquet is not. There will be a banquet in the evening. I hope you can all come." "No problem, we rarely come to the Emerald Martial Palace. We are not in a hurry to leave. Since there will be a banquet for us, let's enjoy ourselves." "Leader Zhuang, don't worry, we will definitely attend the banquet." It was already late and it was not convenient for them to travel. Therefore they didn't refuse and decided to stay in the Emerald Martial Palace for the night, and leave the next morning. The banquet was very sumptuous. Everyone started to eat. In a secret hall of the Emerald Martial Palace. The hall was brightly lit, and the elders of the top 4 martial institutions were sitting in the hall. The leader of the Emerald Martial Palace, Zhuang Qingxian, was sitting in the first seat, and 2 inner elders of the Emerald Martial Palace were sitting beside him. Zhuang Qingxian glanced at the crowd and said, "I have called you all to attend this meeting because I have an important announcement." The head elder of the Rudra Martial School was a beautiful woman, about 35 years old. She said, "What is it? Is it related to the top 5 martial institutions?" "Related to the top 5 martial institutions?" Hearing the woman's words, the others seemed to be thinking about something, and their faces turned serious. Zhuang Qingxian nodded. It's indeed related to the 5 major sects, but it's not that serious for now. Half a month ago, a disciple of our Emerald Martial Palace found a branch of the Ghost Corpse Mountain by chance. Although he didn't manage to sneak in, judging from the security around it, it is undoubtedly one of the most important strongholds of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, which is used to train the new generation of Ghost Guards. The branch of the Ghost Corpse Mountain. Ghost Guards. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The incident of malevolent Earth sect being annihilated was still vivid in their minds. The Ghost Man was one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 evil cult, and his power was as deep as the ocean. Although he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries and hadn't reached his peak, he was still not someone that the leaders of the top martial institutions could compete with, even if they joined hands. The Ghost Man used to live in the Ghost Corpse Mountain. Later on, a great war broke out and the Ghost Corpse Mountain was destroyed. However, its name was still there and it became a symbol of the Ghost Man's power. Besides the 5 loyal ghost servants, the Ghost Man also had a large number of Ghost Guards. The Ghost Guards were divided into 4 levels. The low-level Ghost Guards were the weakest, equivalent to late condensing reality realm warriors. The mid-level Ghost Guards were equivalent to early clasping Yuan realm warriors. The high-level Ghost Guards were at mid-clasping Yuan realm, and above them were the top Ghost Guards at late clasping Yuan realm. Each level of Ghost Guards had a Ghost Guard leader, who was the most powerful Ghost Guard of the same level. If that was all, there would be no need to worry too much. After all, it was not that easy to increase one's cultivation, and training Ghost Guards was not something that could be done in a day or two. However, the reason why the Ghost Man was able to rank in the upper middle level among the 108 Ghost Warriors was not because of his own power. Instead, he relied on the method of training Ghost Guards. No one knew where he found a scroll that could stimulate the potential of the human body. This scroll could allow ordinary people to have a cultivation speed that was even faster than geniuses. Of course, there were also disadvantages. Because of the excessive stimulation of potential, the Ghost Guards who trained in this scroll could not live past the age of 40. Only a few of them could live past the age of 40, and their bodies would start to deteriorate. They would age prematurely. Because of this, the Ghost Guards of the Ghost Corpse Mountain were all extremely cruel and evil. They wanted to enjoy everything they could before the age of 40, and they did not care about anything at all. The head elder of the North Snow Martial Academy said, "Leader Zhuang, you mean we should destroy the Ghost Corpse Mountain's branch?" "That's right, we can't let the Ghost Corpse Mountain rise again. We have to do everything we can to weaken the Ghost Corpse Mountain's power before the Ghost Man fully recovers. Otherwise, in a few years, the 5 top-ranked martial institutions and the entire Windy Nation's martial world will face a disaster." As the leader of the 5 top-ranked martial institutions, the Emerald Martial Palace not only needed to suppress the other 4 top-ranked martial institutions, but also needed to eliminate all the dangers of the Windy Nation. Otherwise, they would be the first ones to suffer. The head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School nodded. "That's right, I agree with Leader Zhuang's suggestion. Do you have any plans? Besides, we are still not sure how powerful that branch of the Ghost Corpse Mountain is. If we attack it recklessly, I'm afraid something unexpected might happen." The 5th elder of the Purple Sun Martial School sneered. "Since when did the Sky Cloud Martial School become so timid? It's just a branch of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, how powerful can it be?" The tall and sturdy 4th elder retorted, "How about your Purple Sun Martial School take the lead? Facing an external enemy, the 5 top-ranked martial institutions should work together. If our Purple Sun Martial School takes the lead, wouldn't that be breaking the rule? Don't even mention it." The 5th elder of the Purple Sun Martial School glared at the 4th elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Seeing this, the head elder of the Rudra Martial School shook his head and said, "Let's hear what Leader Zhuang has to say first." Zhuang Qingxian sorted out his thoughts and said, "I think the 5 top-ranked martial institutions should each send out a group of warriors to attack the Ghost Corpse Mountains branch together. In each group, there should be at least 3 late-clasping Yuan Realm warriors, 7 mid-clasping Yuan Realm warriors, and 15 early-clasping Yuan Realm warriors. The total number should be over 100. Of course, we can also bring some of our disciples to train themselves in the battles." "Great, let's do that. When should we do it?" The North Snow Martial Academy's style had always been swift and decisive, just like their blade skills. The 8th of August. Zhuang Qingxian continued, "Tomorrow morning you have to be careful on your way back. I suspect that some people from the Ghost Corpse Mountain have sneaked into the Emerald Martial Palace. They might try to harm you. If it weren't for the fact that the Ghost Corpse Mountain was right under his nose, Zhuang Qingxian wouldn't have reminded them at all. After all of them were top-ranked inner elders of the 4 top-ranked martial institutions. Even one death would be a great loss, not to mention those talented disciples who could become the pillars of their martial institutions in the future. However, for the long term, Zhuang Qingxian had to say it out loud. Otherwise, if they were ambushed on their way back, some people would start to suspect the Emerald Martial Palace, and it would be even more difficult for them to work together in the future. At the very least, the Emerald Martial Palace was the overlord of the Windy Nation. 1 or 2 top-ranked inner elders and talented disciples would not be able to shake their foundation, so there was no need to worry too much. Late at night, the starlight was dim and the moon was hiding in the clouds. The ground was pitch black. A chopstick-shaped insect with 4 pairs of wings flew up from a luxurious yard and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the green willow house, under the crystal lamp, Yi Qin started reading the sword manual from the beginning again. The battle this afternoon had benefited him a lot. His understanding of swordsmanship had also deepened. Especially after seeing so many experts of the younger generation spar with each other, it had broadened his horizons a lot. In this regard, he felt that he was far from reaching the limit of what he could achieve. He wanted to gain some insights from the sword manual. As he flipped through the pages of the sword manual, Yi Chen's eyes shone even brighter. In the other residences, none of the young warriors who had participated in the fight this afternoon had fallen asleep. Just like Yi Chen, they had all learned a lot from the sword manual. As long as they could digest all of these, they would definitely be able to make further progress and surpass their opponents who were at the same level as them. The night was getting darker, and the Emerald Martial Palace was in a dead silence. In the morning, Yi Chen and the others immediately bid farewell and came to the entrance of the Emerald Martial Palace. Swoosh! He blew a whistle that contained his Jin Qi. The wind vulture, which was standing on a mountain not far away, flew over at an extremely high speed and landed in front of the 5 of them. Getting on the vulture, the head elder said in a deep voice, "On our way back, we need to rest and store up our strength and prepare for the upcoming battle." Luo Hanshan was shocked and asked, "Head elder, what happened?" The 4th elder shook his head and responded, "Don't ask too much, maybe we have been worrying too much." Hearing this, Yi Chen, Luo Hanshan and Luo Hanshan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Did something big happen? Last night, the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace had called them to the banquet because of this. The wind vulture flew into the clouds, its speed instantly broke through the sound barrier, and flew away at lightning speed. In the afternoon, the wind vulture was already around 20,000 miles away from the Emerald Martial Palace. A strange bug brushed past the wind vulture, which attracted Yi Chen's attention. Soon a few more bugs were discovered. Perhaps it was because the wind vulture was too fast and those bugs were relatively small, neither the head elder nor the 4th elder noticed them. When the 9th bug was discovered, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, "Head elder, what's wrong with these bugs?" The head elder turned around and took a glance at Yi Chen. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he hurriedly stopped the wind vulture, looked around and immediately found a chopstick-shaped bug. "Come here." The head elder waved his hand, and that chopstick-shaped bug was sucked into the head elder's hand without any resistance. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bug was around 4 inches long, slim and black, with 4 pairs of thin black wings on its back. Its head was a round ball which was filled with compound eyes, which made it look extremely creepy and scary. At this moment, the chopstick-shaped bug was struggling in the head elder's hand, trying to break through the Zhenqi barrier and fly out. With a single glance, the head elder and the 4th elder's faces darkened. The 4th elder said word by word, "Four-winged black demon bug." Luo Hanshan was shocked. Is this the 4-winged black demon bug that was raised by the ghost artist, one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 evil cult? It said that this bug is extremely fast and can be used as a spy. Although it's small, it's as powerful as a 3rd-grade demon beast. He was the son of the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and he knew quite a lot about the 9 evil cult's annihilation. Therefore, he immediately realized what was going on once he heard the name of the chopstick-shaped bug. Indeed, prepare for battle. Our every move is under the enemy's surveillance, they should be not far from here. The head elder shouted. Chapter 134. Before the head elder's voice faded, a swooshing noise came from afar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silhouettes stood above the clouds, their bodies rising and falling along with the airflow. Haha, 5 of us, not one less. All 3 of them were wearing black robes with golden edges and cloaks, which were embroidered with evil ghost patterns. At this moment, the middle-aged man in black robes, who seemed to be the leader, glared at the 3 of them and let out a cruel laugh. The head elder knew that these 3 people must be the ghost guards of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, but he still yelled, "Who are you?" "The ones who will kill you." The middle-aged man in black robes on the left pulled out his long blade and launched a hack. The clouds were torn apart, and a gigantic, gray blade chi, which was tens of meters long, flashed across the sky and appeared in front of the wind vulture. "Bastard." The head elder's long hair and beard fluttered in the air as he pointed his finger out. The blade chi was penetrated by the finger power and shattered. Sky-burning palm. The 4th elder couldn't wait anymore. He raised his red-hot, iron-like palm and launched a hack, evaporating the clouds. Kill. The middle-aged man in black robes, who seemed to be the leader of the group, made his move. He pressed his right hand in the air and released a tens of meters long gray gigantic palm made of Jin Chi. Not only did it shatter the 4th elder's palm power, it also moved towards the wind vulture and Yi Chen's group like a dark cloud. The head elder was fighting against another man in the air. Seeing the sky turn dark, he immediately knew what was going on. He calmly stepped on the wind vulture's back and let it descend into the clouds. The gigantic palm made of Jin Chi almost grazed the wind vulture's body and shattered the clouds in that area. Shockwaves spread out in all directions, stirring up the sea of clouds. "Where do you think you're going?" The man in black robes, who hadn't joined the fight yet, swooped down from the clouds and blocked the wind vulture's way. The head elder's face darkened. He controlled the wind vulture and swooped down, trying to fight the man on the ground. A fierce gale roared, and the ant-sized mountains on the ground quickly enlarged. When the wind vulture was still thousands of meters away from the ground, a gigantic palm made of Jin Chi swooped down at an even faster speed. The wind vulture was indeed a 5th-level beast. It flapped its wings and sped up once again, drawing an arc in the air and barely dodging the gigantic Jin Chi palm. At last, the wind vulture successfully landed on a mountain peak that was flat and stable. "The 3 of you don't split up." Han Shan released the silver light thunderbolt bomb at the critical moment. The great elder ordered as he stomped on the ground. Lu Hanshan nodded seriously, then said to Yi Chen and Su Jing, "Don't worry, we'll just stand aside and watch. They can't do anything to us." Yi Chen, on the other hand, was not too worried. The sect had given them a lot of life-saving treasures when they went on such a long journey. As for the silver light thunderbolt bomb that the great elder mentioned, although he had never heard of it before, it was definitely not an ordinary item for the great elder to value it so much. Boom. The mountain peak shook. The great elder and the middle-aged man in black robes had already started fighting. Both of them were powerful late-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Every single move of theirs could shake a mountain. Some beasts that were startled by the fight were smashed into meat paste by the fierce chi of the 2 of them before they could even run away. On the other side, the 4th elder and the wind vulture were fighting against the other 2 middle-aged men in black robes. Although the 4th elder was not as powerful as the great elder, he was still a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and the martial skill he had used was a mid-rank earth realm palm art, the sky-burning palm, which was able to burn everything in its path. The wind vulture was only as powerful as a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, which was not as powerful as the 4th elder, but it had a super-fast speed, which allowed it to keep the 4th elder occupied. The fight between the 5 of them and the beast had nothing to do with Yi Chen and the other 2. Lu Hanshan sighed and said, "The Ghost Corpse Mountain couldn't wait any longer. It seems that the ghost artist's recovery time is getting closer and closer." "The ghost artist?" Yi Chen and Su Jing both looked at Lu Hanshan. Lu Hanshan explained, "Once upon a time, there was a powerful martial institution in the South Zhuo region, called the Nine Ghost Cult. The Nine Ghost Cult had 108 ghost warriors under its leadership, and the ghost artist was one of them. Later on, the Nine Ghost Cult became more and more ambitious. They wanted to unify the entire South Zhuo region and enslave all the other martial institutions. As a last resort, all the other martial institutions joined hands and started a war against the Nine Ghost Cult, which lasted for years. 20 years ago, the Nine Ghost Cult was finally wiped out. All the powerful martial artists of the Nine Ghost Cult were either killed or escaped. The ghost artist's injury should have been caused by that time. How could such a thing happen? Yi Chen had never heard anything about the Nine Ghost Cult. Of course, this had something to do with his experience. Many people in the martial world might have heard about it. However, this 9-ghost cult was way too powerful. It was able to fight against all the martial institutions in the South Jua region by itself. It must be at least rank 5. Yi Chen was shocked. Su Jing asked, "How is the ghost artist's power?" Lu Hanshan gave a bitter smile and responded, "He was at the late astral reaching realm when he was at his peak, and now he should be at the early astral reaching realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to wipe out the evil Earth Martial School in one night." Hearing him, both Su Jing and Yi Chen gasped silently. A late astral reaching realm martial artist. A martial artist at this level could easily destroy a 1,000-jiang-tall mountain with a single move, while a clasping Yuan realm martial artist could only destroy a 100-meter-tall mountain. The two of them were not even on the same level. If the ghost artist recovered his full power, not to mention a single martial institution, even if all 5 of the top martial institutions joined hands, they might not be able to escape the fate of being wiped out. The power gap between them was way too huge and couldn't be made up by numbers. Heavenly Ghost Seal. Purple Light Finger. High up in the air, a hill-sized gray-black Zhenqi hand clashed against a thin and long beam of purple light. The air was instantly pushed apart like waves, and the aftermath of the collision was powerful enough to kill an ordinary early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. As for condensing reality realm martial artists, they would all be killed. Right at this moment, Yi Chen sensed a slight swishing sound coming from all directions. Someone is coming. The 3 of them stood on top of a mountain and looked down. Soon, they saw hundreds of black dots gathering towards this mountain at an extremely high speed. "Let's fight." Lu Hanshan seemed to be very calm. After about 10 blinks of an eye, the first man in black appeared on top of the mountain. His Zhenqi vibration was very strong. He was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. "Kill." He gave a vicious grin, then rushed towards the 3 of them without any hesitation. Lu Hanshan shook his head, flicked his wrist and threw out a silver iron bomb, which swished across the air and bumped against the protective Zhenqi of the man in black. Boom! A scorching silver lightning bolt burst out, and the man in black was instantly blown into pieces, leaving a 10-meter deep pit on the ground. Yi Chen popped out his eyes. Silver Light Thunderbolt Bomb is way too powerful. An early clasping Yuan realm martial artist didn't even have a chance to fight back before he was blown into pieces. In other words, with a few Silver Light Thunderbolt bombs, an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist could be killed within a second. Lu Hanshan said coldly, "We don't have many Silver Light Thunderbolt bombs. After we kill the more powerful ones, we'll take care of the rest." That's exactly what I wanted. Su Jing was already itching to join the fight. Soon, another 2 men in black rushed up. They were also early clasping Yuan realm martial artists. After all, only those with higher cultivation could fly in the front, while those with lower cultivation stayed behind. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds of the Silver Light Thunderbolt bombs rose one after another. Except for 1 man in black who was quick enough to dodge, all the other men in black had the same ending. They all died without even leaving a complete corpse. The man in black who had dodged was also hit by the aftermath of the explosion of the Silver Light Thunderbolt bomb and lost one of his legs. Great Monument Heavenly King Fist. Lu Hanshan's eyes shone brightly as he threw out a punch. The gigantic Zhenqi fist gripped the purple monument and crushed that badly wounded man in black to death. Blood mist spread out in the air. At this moment, Lu Hanshan's killing intent was completely released. He was no longer as gentle as before. He now looked like a god of slaughter. One after another, the other men in black rushed up the mountain. Pop, pop. 2 fiery halos appeared behind Su Jing's head. She stomped on the ground and cracked it open. With each punch, she killed 2 late condensing reality realm men in black. Yi Chen wasn't slow either. He performed the Sky Cloud Sword art together with the sword intent. His thick sword chi was almost like a cutting machine. Wherever the sword chi reached, the men in black would be cut in half, their intestines and internal organs spilled out, then turned into blood mist by the aftermath of the sword chi. "Little brat, you're courting death." 2 peak-level late condensing reality realm men in black robes flashed and surrounded Yi Chen. They were much more powerful than ordinary men in black robes. They were no weaker than the number 1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, Cheng Jun. But of course, after reaching the late condensing reality realm, Yi Chen didn't see these men as weak opponents anymore. He didn't say a word. Instead, he used the Sky Cloud Sword art together with the Crane Shadow Steps, and dashed between the 2 men like a misty cloud. Buff, buff. 2 men's heads suddenly flew into the air, blood gushed out from their necks. Kill, 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 More and more men in black robes appeared on the mountain. Among them were ordinary men in black robes, some were as powerful as Qingjun. There were even one or two child-to-be level men in black robes. Fortunately, all of the clasping Yuan realm men in black robes had been killed by Lu Hanshan's silver light thunderbolt bombs. Otherwise, even if the three of them managed to resist for a while, they wouldn't be able to survive. Top heaven. Facing the great pressure, Su Jing finally burst out her hidden power. She activated the 9th level of the Golden Three-Realm Art, and a dazzling fiery halo appeared behind her head. It was half the size of a human, shining with a golden light, making her look like a female warrior from the ancient times. 3 men in black robes who wanted to sneakily attack Su Jing didn't even have the time to react before they were killed by Su Jing's fierce fist power. Their backs even exploded. The power of the 9th level of the Golden Three-Realm Art was unimaginably powerful. Lu Hanshan had also activated the Extreme Purple Art to the 9th level. A stream of purple chi appeared behind his back, extending into the air like a bridge, increasing his fighting power. At this moment he launched the Great Monument Heavenly King Fist, which made him almost invincible. Wherever he went, all the men in black robes would be killed without being able to fight back. Even a child-to-be level man in black robes was knocked back by Lu Hanshan's 3 punches. Yi Chen's Jinqi cultivation was not as good as the other two, but he had the pure jade body boosting spell. Half a month ago he had already reached the 5th level of the spell, the golden jade body. With only the defensive power of his body, even those child-to-be level men in black robes would not be able to hurt him. However, he still felt that it was not enough, so he activated the pure Junjin Qi to protect himself, which meant that he now had 2 layers of defense, one inside and one outside. Chapter 135. One of the black-clothed men held a long blade and hacked on the protective chi layer, causing the protective chi layer to dim down. Yi Chen didn't even turn his head around, he only swung the hidden cloud sword backwards. The sword chi released from the sword immediately cut off the black-clothed man's head and sent it flying in all directions. Kill this little bastard, he has mastered the half-step sword intent, we can't let him live. Indeed, kill him, the ghost general will definitely reward us, maybe he will teach us even more advanced martial skills. Kill. The 3 of them had killed nearly 20 black-clothed men, but the number of black-clothed men on the mountaintop had increased. Almost every second, 2 or 3 black-clothed men would rush up to the mountaintop and join the battle. 7 or 8 of them had their eyes fixed on Yi Chen, their eyes were shining with a gray light and filled with a strong killing intent. Corpse King Fist. 10 flashes of Ghost Shadow. Crazy Devil Blade Art. Ghost God Grab. All of the black-clothed men released waves of fierce chi, attacking towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a step forward, creating a few huge cracks on the ground. He raised the hidden cloud sword high with his right hand, slightly prepared himself, then swung it down. Limitless Cloud. Puff. The thick sword chi cut apart all of those fierce chi waves, but the remaining power of the sword chi didn't disappear, it flashed through the group of black-clothed men. Puff, puff, puff. The bodies of the 3 black-clothed men who were standing in the middle of the group were suddenly torn into pieces and scattered on the ground. The other black-clothed men were also affected by the sword chi, their protective Jin Qi was shattered and blood spurted out of their mouths. All devils fall. On the other side, Su Jing had used all of her Jin Qi. She shook both of her fists and sent out a bright golden light. All of the black-clothed men within a 5-zhang radius started vomiting blood and fell on the ground, none of them could stand up again. Great Monument Suppression. Seeing more and more men in black, Luo Hanshan finally gave up on consuming his Jin Qi. Purple smoke burst out from his body, while he clasped his hands together and smashed down. Instantly, a 10-meter-tall purple monument smashed down, smashing 4 men in black into pieces. A faint purple shockwave spread out and sent all the other men in black flying away, vomiting blood. High up in the sky, the eyes of the leader of the black-robed men were about to burst into flames when he saw this scene. He slapped the air with his palm, and a huge grayish-black hand of Jin Qi that was dozens of meters wide covered a small half of the mountain. It enveloped Yi Chen and the other black-robed men, wanting to kill them all. Run. The black-robed men on the mountain peak felt as if their minds were being torn apart. They flew in all directions like birds and beasts. Rumble. The ground sank by 3 feet. Most of the black-clothed men failed to escape. They were smashed into blood mist by the pressure of the Zhen Qi giant hand, and not even their bones were left. Yi Qin and the other two were bleeding from their 7 apertures. They were overwhelmed with shock. This palm strike was launched from over 1,000 meters away. Before it even landed, they were already unable to withstand it. If it had landed, they would have died. At this moment, Lu Hanshan roared out in anger. Break! A longan-sized crystal ball appeared in his hand. It was completely transparent, and contained a bright red light. At first glance, one would even think that the crystal ball was blue. Being injected with his Jin Qi, the crystal ball was shattered. In the next moment, the red light dazzled and formed a 1-foot-thick semicircular light shield around the 3 of them. Streams of air had been rotating inside the shield. Boom! The gigantic Jin Qi giant hand pressed on the light shield, causing a creaking noise. It seemed that the light shield would shatter at any moment and turn the 3 of them into meat paste. However, the light shield eventually lasted, and gradually destroyed the gigantic Jin Qi giant hand. What is this? A strange look flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. The longan-sized red crystal ball taken out by Lu Hanshan was almost exactly the same as his blue crystal ball, except for its color. His blue crystal ball was given to him by Yi Hai. Could it be that the red crystal ball and the blue crystal ball had the same origin, and both of them had the effect of shattering the light shield? What was the name of the crystal ball? Did Yi Hai know about its effect? All of a sudden, many thoughts flashed across Yi Chen's mind, but he didn't ask Lu Hanshan about it. Seeing that his attack did not kill the 3 of them, a shocked expression flashed across the middle-aged man's face. With his late clasping Yuan realm cultivation, even from 1,000 meters away, he could easily kill 3 early clasping Yuan realm martial artists with a single attack, not to mention 3 late condensing reality realm martial artists. However, that layer of light shield that appeared later was way too powerful. It had forcibly destroyed the huge Jin Qi palm, making him fail. Purple light paradise. The head elder was still scared. If he had been killed by the mysterious man just now, he wouldn't even know how to explain to the leader of the school. Fortunately, Lu Hanshan had quite a lot of treasures with him which helped him survive. Thinking of this, the head elder activated his Jin Qi and shot out a purple beam of light. The middle-aged man in black robes paused slightly, but fortunately he reacted fast enough. He moved his body 3 feet to the side and dodged that purple beam of light. A thumb-sized hole appeared on the mountaintop, which was immeasurably deep. 90% of the power of the light shield had been consumed when it was fighting against the gigantic Jin Qi giant hand. After a while, the light shield became thinner and thinner, turning into pure Yuan Qi and merging with the air. Lu Hanshan wiped the sweat off his forehead. What happened just now was way too dangerous. Fortunately, Luo Xinglia had given him a Yuan light ball before he came here. Yuan light ball was found in a part of the ruins of a super powerful rank 5 martial institution, the puppet school, which was located 5,000 years ago, along with the method of making wooden puppets. Are you all right? Lu Hanshan turned around and asked. Yi Qin had a strong body. That palm attack had only squeezed out wisps of blood from his eyes, nose, mouth and ears, but hadn't injured him at all. Su Jing was protected by the golden 3-realm art, so she was also fine. That's good. Looking around, Yi Qin found that only a few of those men in black robes were still alive. Most of them had been smashed to death by the middle-aged man in black robes in the air. Of course, this was the best outcome for them, otherwise, it would be very troublesome to kill them all. After all, they were only late condensing reality realm warriors, and their Jin Qi was very limited. They could still fight for a short period of time, but if they fought for a long period of time, they would have problems. They did have some Jin Qi replenishing pills, and they had already taken quite a few of them. If they continued to take more, their Jin Qi would be greatly reduced, and it would also easily cause the Jin Qi to be mixed up. Therefore, they shouldn't take too many pills within a day. After killing the rest of the men in black robes, the 3 of them each took out a low-rank soul stone and started absorbing the Yuan Qi contained in it to replenish their own Jin Qi. The fight between the Wind Vulture and the man in black robes was very fast, mainly because of the Wind Vulture's fast speed. The Wind Vulture circled around the man in black robes, trying to tear him apart with its claws. The man in black robes was able to deal with all kinds of attacks by remaining calm, and whenever he found a flaw, he would launch a thick blade Qi, which nearly injured the Wind Vulture. No, this Wind Vulture is way too fast. By the time I launched my blade attack, it would have already increased the distance between us. If we keep fighting like this, we won't be able to finish it within a short period of time. The man in black robes had already seen what was happening on the mountain, and he knew that he had to make a decision. The blade Qi attack failed again, and a fierce look flashed across the man's face. He stared at the wind vulture and stood still in the air. The wind vulture flashed in the air for a few times, and after a few turns, it jumped towards the man from the left. It was as fast as a lightning bolt, and its speed was almost as fast as the speed of sound. This time it was much easier than before. The wind vulture easily broke the man's protective Jin Qi, and the sharp tip of its claws had already pierced into the man's body. The man in black robes was about to be torn into pieces. Die. The man in black robes turned his body sideways and launched a blade attack on the wind vulture's body. Blood splashed down like a rain of blood. The wind vulture screamed in pain and fell down. Today is the day you die. The man in black robes didn't even have the time to launch another blade attack. Instead, he released his Jin Qi and arrived on the mountaintop within a few blinks of an eye. Great monument suppression. Shocking cloud limitless. All devils fall. A gigantic purple monument, a thick stream of sword Qi and a dazzling golden light, all three attacked towards the man in black robes simultaneously. It was Yi Qin and the other two who had launched the attack. The moment they launched the attack, they quickly stepped back. It's useless. The man in black robes slightly waved his long blade, and the purple monument was broken into pieces. The sword Qi was shattered, and the golden light dissipated. The man in black robes didn't even have the slightest power to fight back. However, this was all part of their plan. Not knowing when, 4 silver iron balls appeared around the man in black robes. Each of these silver balls had a faintly discernible thread of Jin Qi connected to Lu Hanshan's body. Boom. Along with Lu Hanshan's growl, 4 silver lightning bolts dazzled simultaneously and wrapped the man in black robes up, eventually forming a gigantic silver lightning ball. The lightning ball was thickly covered with silver snakes, letting out a sizzling noise. Even from a long distance away, Yi Qin could feel his fine hair standing straight up and his scalp going numb. It turned out that Lu Hanshan had already thrown 4 silver light thunderbolt bombs on the mountaintop, forming a large square formation. Afterwards, he and the other two were also in the middle of the square formation in case someone attacked, they could retreat in time and launch a fatal attack. However, they didn't expect that the man in black robes would attack first. This man was slightly weaker than the other two. He was at the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. His opponent was the wind vulture. Except for its great speed, it obviously couldn't do any harm to the man in black robes. Instead, it was set up by the man in black robes and was badly injured, falling down from the mountaintop. Silver light thunderbolt bombs can kill peak-level early condensing reality realm martial artists and injure mid-condensing reality realm martial artists. Although I've set up 4 of them, they are still too far away. I don't think they will be able to kill him. I should be careful. Lu Hanshan looked very cautious. He had already used up the last 4 silver light thunderbolt bombs. If they still couldn't kill the man in black robes, then he would have to risk his life. His Jin Qi surged out of his body. He was ready for a great fight. The 3 fiery rings behind Su Jing's head grew even brighter, and her eyes looked even sharper. At the same time, Yi Qin had already concentrated all of his power and Qi into a single point. He was planning to launch a fatal attack on the man with the heart refining. He believed that the man in black robes wouldn't be injured by the explosion of 4 silver light thunderbolt bombs. As long as the man was injured, Yi Qin's heart refining would definitely be able to further injure him, maybe even kill him with a single attack. Pop. The silver lightning ball shattered, revealing the man in black robes. His entire body was scorched black, the color of his skin could no longer be seen. Cyan smoke was still rising from some of the large wounds on his body, along with the smell of grilled meat. Bastard. I want you to die without a proper burial. The man in black robes slightly moved his body, then he tried to spurt out blood from his mouth, but the blood seemed to have been evaporated by the electric current. Only a puff of white smoke came out. He raised his head and stared at the 3 people with his devil-like blood-red eyes. Chapter 136. The first one to launch the attack was Yi Qin. He wielded his sword and released a thick stream of sword Qi, which transformed into a beam of white light and instantly hit the assassin's body. However, this sword attack only left a bone-deep mark on the assassin's body, but failed to penetrate deep. A layer of blood-red light emerged from under the assassin's skin, which not only blocked the sword Qi from penetrating into his body, but also destroyed the sword Qi in a flash. Then came Su Jing's devil-suppressing fist power. The dazzling golden light struck on that layer of blood-red light like a waterfall, causing muffled popping noises. East-rising purple chi, great monument suppression. The bridge-like purple mist poured into his body. Lu Hanshan growled out, clasped his hands together and smashed towards the assassin. Instantly, the gigantic monument, which was shining with a purple light, suddenly pressed down, seeming to shatter the blood-red light and shatter the assassin into pieces. Bang! However, the purple monument was the one that shattered in the end. The black-clothed swordsman's scorched skin started to crack, and a bloody light came out from the cracks. It was rich and red like the magma underground. It was abnormally eye-catching. The purple steel was hit by the bloody light and immediately melted, turning into pure yuan qi. At this moment, two beams of blood-red light darted out from the assassin's eyes. He grinned viciously and said, "Let's die together." The blood devil body separating magic. Rumble. The thunderous sound was not made by the assassin. Instead, it was the sound of the mountain collapsing. It turned out that after the explosion of the 4 silver light thunderbolt bombs, the area where the assassin was standing was already showing signs of breaking. Then, after being struck by the sword chi, the fist power and the purple monument, the mountain finally broke, falling down the mountain along with the assassin, disappearing within a blink of an eye. In the next moment, a thunderous sound came out, and the mountain, which was supposed to be stable, tilted to one side. Obviously, it was broken by the assassin's self-explosion. How powerful was that? Fortunately, all three of them knew how to fly for a short period of time, so they leapt up into the air. The three of them looked down. The mountain had collapsed, the airflow was chaotic, and countless broken rocks had completely buried the assassin, forming a small hill-sized pile of rocks. So dangerous. I didn't think that he had also learned the blood devil body separating magic. Lu Hanshan was still a little scared. Yi Chen said, "Taoist Master Blood Demon is also one of the ghost generals of the 9 evil cult?" Indeed, Master Blood Demon is ranked even higher than Corpse Man among the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult. 50 years ago, he was a core disciple of the evil blood martial school. Later on, he left the evil blood martial school and joined the 9 ghost cult. His power is world-shaking and he is called Master Blood Demon. Yi Chen had already become numb to the power of the 9 ghost cult. Just 108 ghost warriors were already this powerful, so there must be even more powerful leaders above them. However, he did not know how many of them had died and how many of them had survived. He also did not know if those who had survived were like the corpse man trying to make a comeback. Retreat. Seeing that the black-clothed bladesman was dead, the black-clothed leader knew that he could not do anything to the Flowing Cloud sect. He knocked back the first elder with a palm strike and shouted coldly at another person. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them were extremely powerful. Although they couldn't defeat the first elder and the fourth elder, it was still very easy for them to escape. In the blink of an eye, they were already several miles away. The fourth elder was about to give chase, but was stopped by the first elder. Don't chase a cornered enemy, not to mention that even if you catch up with them, you won't be able to do anything to them. Great, these two should be the top-grade ghost guards of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, right? The fourth elder had been fighting for a long time, his blood was boiling, he couldn't wait to start another fight. The first elder said, "On the 8th of August there will be a lot of fights, I'm just afraid that you might get bored." How come? The two of them flashed across the air and arrived next to Yi Chen and the other two. Seeing the three of them safe and sound, the first elder let out a sigh of relief, nodded and said, "Not bad being able to survive such a dangerous fight. When we go back we will definitely be able to reach a higher level." Lu Hanshan asked, "First elder, what is going on? Is the Ghost Corpse Mountain preparing to launch an attack on those top-grade institutions?" The first elder said, "Not yet, I think they are just trying to weaken the powers of those institutions. However, we don't know how long this situation can last. Perhaps, in 1 or 2 years the corpse man will be able to recover his peak power, and that will be the time when the war starts." 1 or 2 years, it's too urgent. Lu Hanshan frowned. The fourth elder grinned and said, "Even if the sky falls down, there will always be someone taller to hold it up. The Emerald Martial Palace is even more anxious than us. Not to mention, no matter how powerful the Ghost Corpse Mountain is, we don't have to be afraid of them. Every top-grade institution has a great elder who is in a life-or-death training. Once the institution faces a crisis, they will definitely come out." Great elder. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Judging from the fourth elder's tone, he seemed to be even more powerful than the leader of the institution. Wasn't that an astral-reaching realm martial artist? No wonder the ghost corpse man didn't dare to offend the 5 top-grade institutions, and was even hiding in the shadows. He must be afraid that the great elders of those top-grade institutions would come and hunt him down. The few of them didn't forget about the wind vulture. They started to search for it together. Next to a pile of rocks, the wind vulture was lying on the ground, with a horrifying blade wound on its body. It was bleeding profusely. At the moment it was trying to stand up, but the wound was way too severe. The head elder sighed. He took out tens of bottles of medicine from his storage ring, unplugged the corks and activated his Zhen Qi. He mixed the bottles of medicine together and sprinkled them evenly on the wind vulture's wound. Visibly, the bleeding stopped, and the flesh and blood began to wriggle as if they were going to merge together. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's find a place to settle down first. The institution will send another wind vulture to pick us up. While talking, the storage ring on the head elder's finger flashed with a dim light, and a wooden crow appeared in his hand. The crow was made from hundreds of pieces of black wood, and looked very lifelike. Its eyeballs were like soybean-sized gems, shining brightly. Crack. The head elder pressed some kind of button, and a hole appeared on the crow's belly, which seemed to be a groove. A milky white soul stone was stuffed into the crow's belly by the head elder. If Yi Qin guessed it right, this must be a precious mid-rank soul stone, which was equal to 50 low-rank soul stones. The wooden crow's eyes shone with a red light. It flapped its wings and flew towards the Sky Cloud Martial School. Seeing Yi Qin's expression, the head elder smiled and explained, "This is a puppet crow, one of the creations of the Puppet Martial School, which was a rank 5 institution 5,000 years ago. It can travel over 30,000 miles a day, only a little bit slower than the wind vulture. Its power source is soul stones, but they must be mid-rank soul stones. Low-rank soul stones can't support it for long." "Can it know the way?" Yi Qin asked. The head elder shook his head and responded, "This is confidential, I can't tell you." The group of people settled down in a city thousands of miles away. 3 days and 4 nights later, people from the Sky Cloud Martial School arrived, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 of them. A large group of inner elders rode on 4 wind vultures. They boarded the wind vultures and headed for the Sky Cloud Martial School that very night. Under the waterfall, a man was sitting on a huge rock with his legs crossed. The man's upper body was naked, and his muscular back was as straight as a sword, full of indescribable sharpness. No matter how hard the waterfall slammed on his back, it couldn't make him bend even a little bit. Rumble. The sound of the waterfall seemed to be getting louder and louder. It even resounded for miles. Right at this moment, the man raised his right arm. He didn't seem to use much of his strength, but the waterfall suddenly rose up into the sky, forming a huge water sword, shining with a colorful light under the sunlight. It was dazzling. "Go!" With a cold shout, the huge water sword pierced towards the mountain next to him. Crack. A huge hole was created on the solid mountain, and the huge water sword also shattered into pieces, turning back into water and gushing out of the hole. Phew. The man slowly let out a breath, turned around and stood up. It was Yi Qin. He smiled. It had been a couple of days since he had returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School. During these days he didn't do anything but cultivate under the waterfall. Today he had finally made a breakthrough. Originally, with his cultivation he wouldn't be able to turn a waterfall into a huge water sword. He would need to be at least a clasping Yuan realm martial artist to do so, because only clasping Yuan realm martial artists could have such a great amount of Zhen Qi. However, with the help of his half-step sword intent, which was infinitely close to the sword intent, he had succeeded. After a while, the smile on Yi Qin's face disappeared, and he let out a long sigh. "Learning the sword intent is way more difficult than I thought. Without any opportunities, I would probably be stuck in this level for a long time. I really don't know how I can learn it." Yi Qin could almost feel the existence of the sword intent. It was like a great sword in the room, and all he needed to do was to open the door curtain slightly, then he would be able to go in and take the sword out for his own use. However, although he could see the existence of the curtain and the great sword, he felt like he was in a dream as he could not touch the curtain at all. Every time he tried to touch the curtain he would only touch the air. The more impatient he was, the harder it would be to touch it. Sometimes Yi Qin even thought that it was an illusion, and that he was not actually close to the sword intent. However, he denied it. Although the mirror flower water moon was an illusion, there was no real flower and moon, so how could it be real? Although he couldn't learn the sword intent, Yi Qin wasn't disappointed. Some things couldn't be begged for. When the time was right, it would naturally appear in front of him. Of course, other than the problem of the sword intent, everything else went smoothly. In these few days, Yi Qin had not only stabilized his late condensing reality realm cultivation, he had also completely digested all the experience he had gained in the past few days and turned it into his own fighting power. The Sky Cloud Sword art, the Tyrant Fist art and the Crane Shadow Steps, these three martial arts that he had been using for a long time had been upgraded to the next level. He could now use them as he pleased without any restrictions. Now, even if Yi Qin didn't use the one sword art, he could still fight against Sherpadian, who had trained two powerful martial arts. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Sherpadian was a well-known child-level martial artist. Being able to fight against him meant that Yi Qin's pure power had also reached the child level. He was almost at the peak of the young generation in the Windy Nation. If he used the one sword art, perhaps only young Master North Snow, young Master Duanmu and Fast Blade Lynch would be able to compete with him. Of course, it would be best if he didn't use the one sword art. After all, his own power was the most important thing. Chapter 137. Brother Yi, we didn't know you were here. Just as Yi Qin was thinking, three female disciples appeared not far away. They were all about 13 or 14 years old, looking very energetic. Seeing Yi Qin's naked upper body, they immediately turned their heads away with blushing faces. Yi Qin forced a smile. In his world, a naked man was not a big deal, but this world was different. His storage ring shone with a dim light, and clean clothes appeared in his hand. After putting on the clothes, Yi Qin asked, "Are you looking for a place to train?" "Yeah." "Brother Yi, why are you taking a bath here?" The round-faced female disciple was the cutest among them. She was the only one who did not turn her head away, but the other two covered her eyes. "I am training. If you don't mind, I will let you have this place." After saying that, Yi Qin jumped up and landed on top of the waterfall. After a couple of flashes, he disappeared without a trace. "Aha, I told you that Brother Yi is a nice guy, but you didn't believe me." "Hee hee, Brother Yi has a nice body and he is very powerful." Sister disciples, why did Brother Yi run away? Going to the floating cloud palace once every 3 days had become a habit of Yi Qin's. Actually, he did not have to take on a mission every time he went there, but he could see some of the big and small things happening in the Windy Nation from the mission list, which was much better than not knowing what was going on outside. Passing by the ranking jade wall, Yi Qin turned his head to take a look. His name was still the first on the third row, and the first and second rows were the 24 core disciples. Of course, if he wanted to, he could become a core disciple anytime he wanted, and his ranking would be very high, at least in the top 4. However, he did not plan to do so yet, because he did not have much confidence in fighting against the hidden scent sword Ju Mei, unless he performed the one-sword attack. If I can't become the number 1 core disciple, then there is no point. Shaking his head, Yi Qin was about to enter the floating cloud palace. "Look, Brother Meng Chong is back. I heard that he took on a 3-star black rank mission this time. It seems like he has already completed it." Compared to the inner disciple ranking competition, Senior Brother Meng Chong has improved a lot. I wonder how he compares to Senior Brother Yi Qin? The surrounding inner disciples discussed among themselves, and their gazes were focused on Meng Chong, who had just returned. Meng Chong didn't care that he had become the center of attention. He said to Yi Qin, who was standing at the entrance of the floating cloud palace, "Let's fight on the Martial Plaza. I hope you can improve." Yi Qin turned around. "As you wish." Not challenging others was one thing, but when someone came to challenge you, you generally wouldn't refuse. Furthermore, even if you refused, you had to have a good reason. Otherwise, if everyone refused, then what would be the point of the ranking jade wall? There would be no competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings boiled over. Senior Brother Meng Chong is fighting against Senior Brother Yi Qin again. Shocking news. Quickly go inform the other senior brothers and junior brothers. It's been more than a month and both senior brothers have improved. The duel will definitely be more exciting. It seems like Senior Brother Meng Chong doesn't plan to become a core disciple if he doesn't defeat Senior Brother Yi Qin. Soon, most of the Sky Cloud Martial School's inner disciples had heard about this news. Without saying anything, they immediately rushed to the Martial Plaza. Within a short period of time, the Martial Plaza was filled with thousands of people. Among them, 200 to 300 were inner disciples who didn't go to do any tasks. Outer disciples made up 80% of the crowd, and a few core disciples were also there. They all wanted to see how powerful Yi Qin and Meng Chong were. On the central platform, Yi Qin and Meng Chong slowly walked onto the platform. I haven't seen you for more than a month. If your improvement is not obvious, then I am afraid you will lose to me. Meng Chong's aura was even more reserved. Yi Qin glanced at his opponent, shook his head and said, "You have indeed improved, but you are getting further and further away from me." Meng Chong sneered, "You will know after the duel. You will take back your words." A gust of wind blew. Yi Qin's clothes and hair were fluttering in the wind. He said, "Let's begin." Qin. Taking out his long blade, Meng Chong stomped on the ground and flew towards Yi Qin like a lightning. Bloodlight. On his way, Meng Chong held his long blade with both of his hands and quickly waved it. Because of his fast speed, his arms seemed to have disappeared into the air. Only the blood-red blade light could be seen, covering the entire platform and completely sealing the space where Yi Qin was. He couldn't back out, he couldn't move forward, and he couldn't dodge. There was only one way left, which was to fight. So powerful. I wonder how senior brother Yi Qin is going to fight? I guess he will have to fight. If senior brother Meng Chong was as powerful as he is now, he would definitely be the #1 inner disciple again. Of course, if he beats senior brother Yi Qin this time, he will still be the #1 inner disciple. It can't be that easy. Senior brother Yi Qin has been to the Emerald Martial Palace, he has seen a lot of things. How could he not have improved? Most of the people still didn't know that Yi Qin had beaten Qingjun and Sherpatian. Only those core disciples knew a little bit about it. Of course, in a day or two Yi Qin's story would definitely be spread out. How big of a commotion would it cause? When the blood-red blade light reached its peak, Yi Qin threw out his sword. Shoo. No one saw how Yi Qin threw out his sword. They only saw a thin white line of sword chi flash across. Yi Qin's figure had already passed through the blood-red blade light and appeared behind Meng Chong. Dang. Swoosh. The long blade flew out of Meng Chong's hand and stabbed into a stone pillar. It was not over yet. Meng Chong's clothes had also been cut open. The cut was extremely small. Putting the hidden cloud sword back into its scabbard, Yi Qin said lightly, "Your blade skill is not bad. Unfortunately, I have already reached a higher level. You will not be able to compete with me anymore. Too powerful, way too powerful. I didn't even have the slightest chance to fight back. Even now, I, Meng Chong, am still not his opponent. I wouldn't have believed it before, but now I have no choice but to believe it because it has already happened, and it happened to me." Meng Chong's heart was filled with shock. He stood there stunned. Not only Meng Chong was stunned, all of the inner and outer disciples' eyes were blank, and their mouths were wide open, unable to close. Everyone was completely silent. When they came back to their senses, Yi Qin had already left the martial plaza. Damn. What did I just see? Senior brother Yi Qin beat senior brother Meng Chong with only one sword attack. How powerful does he have to be able to do that? What an overwhelming advantage. The gap is so huge. Among all the inner disciples, no one can threaten senior brother Yi Qin's position anymore. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. Senior brother Meng Chong beat the top 10 inner disciples with only one sword attack, but senior brother Yi Qin beat Meng Chong with only one sword attack. Hearing the inner disciples' discussions, the few core disciples who were watching the fight looked at each other. Time flew by like water. Another 20 days had passed. It was already August. During this time Yi Qin had never stopped improving. His Zhenqi cultivation was getting closer to the peak of the late condensing reality realm, and was not far away from Lu Hanshan and the others. As for his sword skills, even he himself didn't know what level he had reached. Perhaps he would only be able to find out if he fought against some child-level young martial artist. Compared to his personal improvement, something big had happened in the Windy Nation. One of the top 5 institutions, the Purple Sun Martial School, had a spy. This spy was an inner elder, but his real identity was actually a powerful warrior under the command of the Ghost Corpse Man. He had been hiding in the Purple Sun Martial School for 15 years, but recently, for some unknown reason, he had betrayed the Purple Sun Martial School and killed an inner elder and 3 outer elders, which had shocked all the powerful forces in the Windy Nation. Yi Qin didn't know what had happened, but the core members of all the institutions knew it clearly. The plan to encircle the Ghost Corpse Mountains branch on the 8th of August had failed, and the reason was because of that spy from the Purple Sun Martial School. He knew that they were going to encircle the Ghost Corpse Mountains branch, so he secretly sent a message to the Ghost Corpse Mountain. But he didn't expect that he would be discovered by another inner elder, and then a fight broke out between them. After that, 3 outer elders came to help, and 4 of them fought against 1. However, this spy was indeed powerful. He killed all 4 of them within a short period of time. In the main hall of the Sky Cloud Martial School. At this moment, all the inner elders were discussing something else. Leader, the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is about to open in October. We should also decide which disciples will participate in it, so that we can prepare in advance. The one who spoke was the 4th elder. Luo Xinglia glanced at the crowd and asked, "Do you have any good suggestions?" The head elder cleared his throat and said, "The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region only opens once every 10 years, it's a rare opportunity. After each trial, nearly 1/10 of the young generation will step into the Clasping Yuan realm, therefore we have to send our best disciples. Of course, our Sky Cloud Martial School is only a rank 9 institution, we only have 4 quotas. Therefore I think Zhu Mei and Luo Hanshan must go, plus Su Jing." "What about the other one?" Someone frowned. The 4th elder said, "I think Yi Qin is a good choice." The head elder nodded, he had the same idea. Hearing him, a few inner elders immediately shook their heads. Although Yi Qin is very talented, and he has already comprehended the half-step sword intent, he is obviously not as powerful as the others. It doesn't make sense to let him go. You're right, the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is an ancient place. Every quota is extremely precious, how can we waste it? We have to send the disciples who have the opportunity to break into the Clasping Yuan realm. I think Tao Xiaofeng, who is ranked 3rd among the core disciples, is a good choice. Jianghu, who is ranked 4th, is also a good choice. The head elder glanced at the others and said, Tao Xiaofeng and Jianghu are indeed good, but they are not the most talented ones. Even if they managed to step into the Clasping Yuan realm, they would only be considered as elites, they would not be able to kill people who are at a higher level than them. However, Yi Qin has already comprehended the half-step sword intent, he will definitely be able to comprehend the true sword intent one day. Once he steps into the Clasping Yuan realm, what do you think about his fighting power? This, the few who disagreed couldn't find any words to refute. At this moment, Luo Xinglia said, "The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is located in the desert between the 9 nations, hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Let's not waste any more time, let's leave in half a month. The quotas are Zhu Mei, Luo Hanshan, Su Jing and Yi Qin." Hearing the last 2 words, the 4th elder and the head elder glanced at each other and smiled. Chapter 138. The Emerald Martial Palace. In the meeting hall. Zhuang Qingxian, who was sitting on the head seat, pondered for a while, then said, "Elder Lan, you mean we don't have to send our best disciples?" Elder Lan was the head elder of the Emerald Martial Palace, he was already 80 years old. Although he was not very talented, he was still an indispensable pillar of the Emerald Martial Palace. However, in the recent 10 years because of his old age he had become more and more conservative. He was one of the few people who opposed the idea of the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region. "Leader, our Emerald Martial Palace is now the dominator of the Windy Nation, we don't have to take the risk. The death rate in the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is extremely high. 30 years ago, 645 disciples from the 9 nations went in, and only 450 came out. 20 years ago, 630 disciples went in, and only 370 came out. The death rate is getting higher and higher every year, I'm afraid that this time, more than half of the disciples will die." Hearing Elder Lan's words, those inner elders who were about to persuade Elder Lan all became silent. Indeed, it was a fact that the death rate in the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region was very high. If the most talented disciples of the valley were sent into the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, if they were unlucky, more than half of them might die. To the Emerald Martial Palace this would be a heavy blow. A radical inner elder stood up and said, "Leader Elder Lan, you can't say that. We can't be afraid of the high death rate. If I'm not wrong, the other 4 institutions will definitely send their best disciples there. As long as these disciples can come out alive, they will be much more powerful than before, they might even break through to the Clasping Yuan realm. By then, the advantage of the younger generation of our Emerald Martial Palace will be gone. Elder Lu is right, it's time for the younger generation to see some blood. If there is an empty quota, I'm willing to send my nephew in. The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region only opens once every 10 years, it's a rare opportunity, we can't waste it." Among the disciples who survive in the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, 10% of them will break through to the Clasping Yuan realm, which means 30 out of 300 disciples will become Clasping Yuan realm warriors. The second elder, who was standing next to Elder Lon, opened his mouth. "Leader, I think we can make a compromise. The Emerald Martial Palace is a rank 7 institution, and we have 8 quotas. Out of the 8 quotas, we can send 4 of our best geniuses, and the remaining 4 can be sent to the Emerald Martial Palace. In this way, even if we lose a lot of people, we won't be hurt too badly." Hearing this, Zhuang Qingxian was a bit tempted. Since the Emerald Martial Palace was the overlord of the Windy Nation, there was indeed no need for them to put all their eggs in one basket. It would be best to have the best of both worlds. "Then how do you think the quota should be allocated?" Zhuang Qingxian asked. The second elder glanced at Elder Lan and said, "Our head disciple Zhuang Fei has to go. He is an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He is powerful enough to compete with ordinary mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. With him, the survival of our Emerald Martial Palace's disciples will be more guaranteed. As far as I know, the Rudra Nation has the most clasping Yuan realm martial artists among the young generation, 4 of them. The White Mystery Nation and the Sky Serpent Nation have 3 each. The other 5 nations are the same as our Windy Nation, they all have 1 or 2 clasping Yuan realm martial artists. We have to be careful." At this moment, even Elder Lan nodded. Apparently he agreed with the second elder. The second elder continued, "Lu Wuxiang and Ji Xuan have to go as well, they have a great chance to step into the clasping Yuan realm. Shirpadian hasn't fully recovered yet, he will stay in the Emerald Martial Palace. Lu Xian, who is ranked 5th among the core disciples, will go with the other 4 core disciples who are not in the top 10. Zhuang Qingxian was quite satisfied with the second elder's plan. He said, "All right, the quota for the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region has been decided, there is no need to discuss further." In the North Snow Martial Academy. In the conference hall. Shui Wuren held his hands behind his back and said, "There is nothing to discuss about this. The 8 quotas must be given to the best disciples. I don't want to wait for another 10 years. Just like his blade skills, Shui Wuren was always decisive, he would never change his mind. Everyone smiled bitterly and left the hall. After a while, 8 young men walked in. The 3 in the lead were a gentle young man in a white robe, North Snow Fast Blade Lynch and Tyrant Blade Yu. "Leader." All of them greeted him politely. Shui Wuren nodded and said, "I didn't ask you to come here for any other reason, I just want you to know about the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, and what you should pay attention to." The gentle young man asked, "Leader, is it true that the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region cannot be seen with the naked eye?" "The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is located in a space crack, it is not open yet. Indeed, it cannot be seen with the naked eye, not even with the spiritual power. This time, when you enter the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, you should remember to stop while you're ahead, and focus on steadily improving your power. Don't be greedy and don't become the target of everyone. You should know that an innocent man will get into trouble because of his treasures. If you have something that makes others jealous, you should either kill them immediately or throw it away." The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region had many treasures, such as magical weapons, natural medicines and secret manuals. The reason why the 5 top-ranked institutions had become more and more powerful was because they would send a batch of disciples into the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region every 10 years. After they came back, the number of treasures and secret manuals in their institutions would increase. Of course, they wouldn't just contribute to the institutions for free, the leaders of the institutions would reward them with spirit stones according to the value of those treasures. In the yard, Yi Chen was sitting under a tree with his legs crossed, without moving even a little bit. This tree was a common dark tree in the Windy Mountain, it had started to shed its leaves in July, and now it was already mid-September, its leaves were falling very fast. Even if it was only a slight breeze, 3 to 4 leaves would fall down. A couple of hours later, Yi Chen's hair and clothes were covered with dozens of withered leaves. From far away from the yard came a series of light footsteps, which were getting closer and closer. "Is Yi Chen in? Excuse me, is Yi Chen in?" Creak. The man called out for a few times but no one responded, so he pushed open the door and walked in. The one who came in was an executor disciple who used to be an inner disciple. According to the rules of the institution, if an inner disciple failed to step into the clasping Yuan realm before the age of 24, he or she would have to transfer to the steward's hall and become a fighting or non-fighting member of the institution. Of course, once an inner disciple stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, he or she could also become an outer elder, which was the most important thing. This executor disciple was about 25 years old, and was at the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Compared to most of the inner disciples, he or she was quite powerful, almost as powerful as the top 10 inner disciples. Soon he saw Yi Qin, who was sitting under the tree with his legs crossed and slightly frowned. When a martial artist was cultivating, he or she was not allowed to be disturbed. If he or she was interrupted at a critical moment, the other party might even want to kill him or her. The executor disciple smiled helplessly, stood aside and waited without making any sound. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew across and tens of withered leaves fell down, fluttering in the air. At this moment Yi Qin opened his eyes, which were shining with a sharp light. When the executor disciple was about to say something, he saw an amazing scene. He saw Yi Qin glance at the fallen leaves in front of him, as if they had been cut by an invisible sharp blade. They suddenly split into two into four into 8, and all of a sudden the leaves turned into dust. Sword Intent, the legendary Sword Intent. The executor disciple screamed in his mind. Although he was just an ordinary executor disciple, it did not mean that he was not knowledgeable. Whether it was in the ancient books or by word of mouth, a sword artist who had mastered the Sword Intent could use invisible things to hurt people. For example, by giving a strand of Sword Intent to the air, it could be extremely lethal. Just now, Yi Qin had used his eyes to infuse the Sword Intent into the air in front of him and easily cut the leaves. "What's the matter?" Standing up, Yi Qin shook off the leaves on his body and asked. The executor disciple said respectfully, "Headmaster wants to see you." "Lead the way then." Yi Qin looked very calm. These days his desire for the Sword Intent was not that urgent anymore. Every day after he finished his training he would sit under a big tree and meditate for a while. He would go into Taishu and forget about everything around him. Perhaps it was because of this kind of transcendent mentality that he had broken through the half-step Sword Intent and finally mastered the real Sword Intent that every sword artist dreamed of. No matter it was his aura or his soul, they had all been improved. As for what level he had reached, he was still not sure yet. "Yes," the executor disciple said with a humble tone. Normally he did not need to flatter the inner disciples or the core disciples, but when facing Yi Qin he naturally showed his respect. It was not surprising, after all, in this true spirit continent, powerful warriors were always respected. Even the most talented geniuses would have to show some respect in front of powerful warriors who were at a very high level. Otherwise they would just be acting recklessly and could be killed at any time. Being led by the executor disciple, Yi Qin arrived at the lobby. In the lobby, Zhu Mei, Luo Hanshan and Su Jing were all there. Sitting next to them were some inner elders, and the leader of the school, Luo Xinglia, was sitting in the front seat. "Leader, elders." Yi Qin cupped his hands and bowed. Luo Xinglia nodded. "Tomorrow is the time to go to the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region. Before that, I want to tell you that the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is very complicated. There might be palaces in the mountains, there might be tombs in the water, and there might even be treasures under the ground. There are countless ways to get in. Sometimes a big tree might be the entrance, sometimes you need to move a huge rock, sometimes you just need to jump down from the mountain. All in all, anything can happen in there. You have to stay calm and don't panic." "Yes." Yi Qin and the other three nodded. Luo Xinglia continued, "There are a lot of treasures in the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, and countless secret manuals. Obviously we can't ask you to contribute for nothing. Therefore, according to the value of the things you contribute, the school will give you a certain amount of spirit stones. For example, a top-ranked Mortal Realm Secret Manual can be exchanged for 50 low-ranked spirit stones, a low-ranked Earth Realm Secret Manual can be exchanged for 3,000 low-ranked spirit stones, a mid-ranked Earth Realm Secret Manual is extremely rare. Even in the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, it can be exchanged for 3,000 mid-ranked spirit stones. The same goes for other treasures and medicines. Of course, if you contribute those secret manuals to the school, you can still cultivate them yourself, but you can't teach them to others. Do you understand?" "Understood." Although he knew that these things were worth a lot of spirit stones, Yi Qin was still shocked. It seemed like the school was going to spend a lot of money this time. However, the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region was not a playground. All the disciples from the 9 nations had gone in, so it was normal to kill each other, especially the disciples who had great treasures. They had to be extra careful. Chapter 139. Early the next morning the group set off. This time the escort team was especially large, consisting of 10 inner elders and 50 outer elders, riding on 8 wind eagles, piercing through the clouds. 3 days later, the wind eagles left the Windy Nation and reached the border of the Windy Nation. Outside the Windy Nation, there are always dangers, everyone be careful. The head elder activated his Zhen Qi and shouted coldly. Yes. Some of the elders who had been to the South Zhuo region understood. The Wind Eagles were extremely strong and had a strong beast Qi. Carrying 8 people on its back was like carrying nothing, but flying at a supersonic speed, any human body would feel tired. Normally, after 2 days, the head elder would find a place to rest and continue the journey the next day. Crack. Lightning bolts flashed across the sky like snakes. Above the layer of clouds, the wind vulture was flying calmly. It was a 5th-grade flying beast, and it was only allowed to fly during a thunderstorm. Not to mention that the heaven-shocking sky was over 10,000 meters away from them, and it wouldn't be a big deal if it was struck by some lightning bolts. Lu Hanshan raised his head and looked around, then laughed and said, "It is said that there are 3 layers of the sky. The first layer is called the shocking sky, which contains the 4 extreme yuan qi of thunder, water, fire and wind. It is extremely violent, only astral-reaching realm martial artists would be able to go up there. Above that is the second layer, the extreme void. Not even astral-reaching realm martial artists can go up there, only Sea of Souls realm martial artists can go up there. The top layer is called the top sky. Except for life and death realm martial artists, anyone who goes up there would only be death, even their souls would be destroyed. Absolute sky, extreme sky, top sky." Yi Qin glanced at Su Jing and said, "Sister Su Jing's golden 3-realm art should be based on these 3 layers of the sky, right?" Su Jing responded blandly, "How can the golden 3-realm art compare with the 3 layers of the sky? It's just a name, it's far from comparable." A lightning bolt suddenly struck towards Yi Qin and the others, but was snuffed out by the head elder. He said, "As long as it's not in the absolute sky, these lightning bolts are not that powerful, don't worry. True Spirit Continent is indeed colorful. There are too many things I don't know." Yi Qin sighed inwardly. In the world he came from, thunder and lightning were horrifying to normal people. Anyone who was struck by a thunder and lightning would basically die. Plus, the thunder and lightning in that world were not even comparable to the thunder and lightning in this world. After all, the natural yuan qi in one world was extremely scarce, while the natural yuan qi in the other world was extremely rich. They were not even on the same level. But right now, a thunder and lightning had been easily destroyed by the headmaster. Below the clouds, it had already begun to rain. Everyone was above the clouds, so there was no need to worry about such things. The wind vulture flew for an unknown period of time, when the airflow in front of it suddenly became chaotic. Visible to the naked eye, a gray wind pillar fell straight down from above. Lightning flashed inside and the figure in the center could be vaguely seen. Astral-reaching realm warrior. Let's take a detour. The head elder's face suddenly changed. He commanded the windy vulture to take a detour, not daring to move forward directly. The wind pillar dissipated and the lightning was extinguished. A figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was a middle-aged man with sallow skin. He was of average height and he wore a large blue robe. His long black hair flickered with electricity. He gave off an oppressive feeling and no one dared to resist. "Who are you?" The head elder's face turned slightly pale. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Sorry for disturbing you, senior. I am the head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School in the Windy Nation." Sky Cloud Martial School. The middle-aged man laughed. "So it is the martial school of that old bastard Cloud Dreamer. I am his old friend, you can call me Thunder Freer." Thunder Freer. What a powerful name. Yi Qin thought to himself. The head elder relaxed his face. "So it is you, Senior Thunder Freer. When I was young, I heard from the great elder that you were famous in the South Zhuo region with your great heavenly thunder magic." Thunder Freer rolled his eyes. "That old bastard Cloud Dreamer always likes to exaggerate. What was I tens of years ago? Back then, the 9 evil cult was like the sun in the sky, I couldn't even escape. Alright, you are going to the scorching ancient desert, right? These few brats are not bad, you should train them well." Yi Qin and the other 3 were the best disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Except for the Emerald Martial Palace, they were not any weaker than the other 3 top-ranked martial institutions in the Windy Nation. Thunder Freer could see through them at first glance, he couldn't help but nod. "Thank you, Senior, we are indeed going to the scorching ancient desert. The Heavenly Dream Ancient region only opens once every 10 years, it's a rare opportunity." The head elder was quite old, while Thunder Freer looked like he was less than 50 years old. However, when he stood next to Thunder Freer, the head elder looked like a junior. "Alright, I need to continue refining my Zhen Qi, you guys go on your way." Thunder Freer waved his sleeves, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting straight up into the sky, tearing a hole in the air. Crackle. The inside of the hole was bright and sparkling with thunder and lightning. Just looking at it made one's heart tremble with fear. Let's go. The head elder took a deep breath and activated the wind eagle under his feet. On the way. The head elder suddenly said, although Thunder Freer looks less than 50 years old, he is actually over 100 years old. The reason is very simple. If a martial artist who has stepped into the astral reaching realm doesn't have any problems, he can easily live up to 200 years old. Therefore his real age is twice as old as his appearance. Is it really that hard to reach the next level? Thunder Freer is already over 100 years old, but he still hasn't reached a higher level. Yi Chen was a bit touched. There are countless martial artists on this true spirit continent, 99% of them are stuck below the clasping yuan realm, and 99% of the rest are stuck below the astral reaching realm. It's extremely hard to reach a higher level. Of course, there are always exceptions, and there are always some extremely powerful martial artists in every generation. For them, reaching a higher level is as easy as eating or drinking water. For example, Jianghu is the only martial artist who managed to reach the life and death realm in the past 100 years. She is one of the most powerful martial artists in this generation. She became a queen within a few decades. She can even be called a legend. As for those martial geniuses who used to be on the same level as her, although they were not as powerful as her, most of them had already reached the Sea of Souls realm. Zhu Mei, who was wearing a robe embroidered with plum blossoms, laughed and said, talent is indeed important, but you also need to have a great adventure. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, you will never be able to reach the top. Brother Yi, this heavenly dream ancient region is just a chance. If you have a great adventure, you might be able to save yourself many years of training. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Zhu Mei was right. In order to reach a higher level, you must have a great adventure. In fact, adventures could be categorized as resources. Only with enough resources could you become stronger and stronger. Otherwise, once your potential ran out, you wouldn't be able to reach any higher than ordinary martial artists. In the boundless desert, the sun was shining brightly. The scorching heat had even twisted the air, and the sand was as smooth as a mirror. The scorching ancient desert has existed since the ancient time. The firepower in the air is extremely violent, and storms of firepower are often generated. We shouldn't stay in the clouds, let's go down. Once they reached the sky above the desert, the head elder ordered the 8 wind eagles to fly down into the clouds. Swoosh, 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 a scorching hot gale blew across. Even though they were protected by their protective Jinqi, they could still feel the heat. After all, this was only the edge of the scorching ancient desert, where the temperature was less than 1/10 of the central desert. One had to admit that sometimes if one was unlucky, one could even drink cold water. After the wind eagles had flown for less than 500 miles, a wave of dazzling fiery light descended from the sky, enveloping the group of people. This is a storm of firepower, let's break it together. The head elder let out a growl, straightened his body, spread his feet as wide as his shoulders, took a deep breath, then poked his finger towards the sky, then drew a line in the air. A cloth-tearing noise came out, along with which, a storm of firepower was cut into two by a purple light beam, then scattered in the air. At this moment, the fourth elder didn't dare to move too much. He was a cultivator of firepower, which meant that he might be able to help the storm of firepower. Normally he would be able to use it to fight against enemies, but right now if he didn't do anything, the group of people might be turned into grilled meat. The other elders all launched their own attacks, sending out waves of fierce power towards the sky, stopping the storm of firepower from expanding and gradually destroying it. Yi Chen had also launched a wave of fierce power, but what shocked him was that this wave of fierce power was evaporated before it could even get close to the storm of firepower. After breaking through the storm of firepower, the group of people were soaked in sweat and gasping for breath. The wind eagles down below didn't have a good time either. Some of their feathers had even been burnt, but luckily they weren't hurt. The scorching ancient desert had a radius of 70 to 80,000 miles, much larger than the windy nation. It was said that in the ancient time, this desert was even larger, over 500,000 miles in radius. There was only one country in this desert, which was called the Scorching Ancient Empire. However, the empire had been destroyed, and the desert had been shrinking year by year, until it became what it was now. From far away, the group of people had already seen a cyan beam of light piercing through the air, just like a pillar in the sky. The cyan beam of light has appeared, The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region will open in 3 days, let's go find a place to camp first. The head elder had a great eyesight, he had already seen many people approaching the cyan beam of light. After a while the wind eagles landed. Yichen raised his head. The cyan beam of light was as thick as a mountain, it was indeed gigantic, but he didn't know how it was formed. At the place where the cyan beam of light touched the desert, there was a gigantic gate of light. It was 33 zhang tall and 45 zhang wide and was tightly closed. Around the cyan beam of light, thousands of people were stationed. They were all wearing different kinds of clothes, some were wearing yellow robes, some were wearing black robes, some were wearing blue, some were wearing white and some were purple. The patterns on their sleeves were different, which meant that they were from different martial institutions. At this moment, the people from the Emerald Martial Palace had already arrived. Among all the forces in the Windy Nation, they were the closest to the scorching ancient desert. Of course, this was only relative, hundreds of thousands of miles of distance was necessary, after all, it was 70 to 80,000 miles from the edge of the desert to the center. 8 disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace had arrived, 3 of whom Yichen knew, they were the Emerald Child Zhuang Fei, the Palm Absolute Lu Wuxiang and Ji Shuyan. Moving his eyes away from the Emerald Martial Palace, Yi Chen's pupils shrank. So many powerful young warriors. Among the hundreds of young disciples from different martial institutions, almost all of them were at the peak of the late condensing reality realm, over 80% of them were the child-to-be of the Windy Nation, and over 50% were the child level. Among them, tens of them looked as powerful as Lynch, obviously, they were at the same level as the child North Snow. However, this wasn't enough to surprise Yi Chen. What surprised Yi Chen was that there were quite a lot of clasping Yuan realm young warriors. With a single glance, Yi Chen could already see 7 to 8 of them, and some of them must have not arrived yet. Chapter 140. Lu Hanshan said with a serious face, "Brother Yi, this time, we have to be careful when we enter the Heaven Dream Ancient Region. There are many young powerful martial artists in the Hidden Dragon ranking this time." Hidden Dragon ranking martial artists? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. He remembered that Zhuang Fei was ranked 68th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking, but of course he was only at the peak of the late condensing reality realm back then. Lu Hanshan said, "In the last Hidden Dragon ranking, all the martial artists ranked below the top 50 were at the peak of the late condensing reality realm, the top 50 were at the early clasping Yuan realm, the top 10 were at the peak of the early clasping Yuan realm, and the top 3 were at the mid clasping Yuan realm. They represent the top young martial artists of the South Zhuo region, and they are even more powerful than the older generation. Especially the top 3, I heard that they are as powerful as the 5 leaders of our Windy Nation." The top 3 are as powerful as the 5 leaders of our Windy Nation? Not only Yi Chen, even Zhu Mei and Su Jing's expressions changed. They all looked at Lu Hanshan. He was the only one from the Sky Cloud Martial School who had participated in the Hidden Dragon ranking in the last 10 years, although he was eliminated in the end. Lu Hanshan nodded heavily. "You have never watched the Hidden Dragon ranking, so you don't know how powerful they are. The top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking are qualified to be called the top martial geniuses of the South Zhuo region, and the top 3 are already qualified to compete for the title of Peerless Genius. If they have great luck, they might even reach the Sea of Souls realm, or even the Life and Death realm in the future. They are the most powerful generation in the South Zhuo region in the last 100 years. Are they really that powerful?" Zhu Mei was a nice person. As the head disciple, she didn't act like the head disciple. She just frowned after hearing Lu Hanshan's words. "You won't believe it even if I tell you now, but you have to know that the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon ranking come from the top 3 countries of the South Zhuo region. They are all extremely talented, and have been training martial arts that are way more powerful than ours. They never lack resources. From these 3 aspects, you can imagine how powerful they are. Compared to them, I am still not powerful enough." Yi Chen let out a breath and asked, "Brother Luo, who are these Hidden Dragon ranking martial artists?" Lu Hanshan glanced at the crowd in the east and said, "The one who is wearing blood-red clothes with golden edges is Mo Wuxia, the head disciple of the Evil Blood Martial School. He is 22 this year, and he is ranked 54 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. People call him One Blade, Bloodless. I heard that he has already reached the clasping Luo and has Shan." I said, "Luo and he have reached the Shan." Yi Chen followed Luo Hanshan's line of sight. 700 meters to the east, surrounded by 7 disciples in blood-red robes, a pale-faced young man was especially eye-catching. He was wearing a blood-red robe with golden edges, and had a tall and slim body. He looked noble but also had an evil and murderous aura, which made him look extremely dangerous. This guy is terrifying. Yi Chen's soul power was amazing, and he was able to distinguish different kinds of auras. With just one glance he could tell that Mo Wuxia was even more powerful than Zhuang Fei. If Zhuang Fei was a tiger that had yet to show its power, then Mo Wuxia would be a giant serpent that had been lying in ambush. Once Mo Wuxia launched his attack, his enemies would be killed. Afraid of being noticed by Mo Wuxia, Luo Hanshan quickly moved his eyes away and looked at the second person in the northeast. This guy is called Yuan Hengying, the head disciple of the Sky Eagle Castle, a rank 7 institution in the Rudra Nation. He is 23 years old, ranked 59 in the last hidden dragon rank. People call him Killer Eagle. He is as powerful as Mo Wuxia, but he is extremely cruel. Mo Wuxia kills for the sake of killing while Yuan Hengying kills for pleasure. Both of them are murderous monsters. It is said that countless people have died in their hands. This time Yi Chen immediately found Yuan Hengying. It was not that Yuan Hengying's cultivation was higher than Mo Wuxia's, in fact, he was slightly weaker than Mo Wuxia's. It was just that the murderous aura released from Yuan Hengying's body was way too strong. It meant that the murderous aura released from Yuan Hengying's body was so strong that it couldn't be hidden at all. There was an old saying in the True Spirit continent, kill 1,000 enemies, and the murderous aura will fill the entire land. It meant that the murderous aura released from Yuan Hengying's body had already spread all over the land. The murderous aura could not only increase one's fighting power, it could also oppress one's opponent mentally. The only disciple from the Sky Cloud Martial School who had completed the 1,000 kill was Meng Chong. His real power was not that much higher than the others, but the murderous aura released from his body had made his blade art even more powerful. Usually he would be able to kill his enemies with only one blade attack. However, compared to Yuan Hengying, it was like a chicken in front of an eagle. They were not even on the same level. Rubbing his nose, Yi Chen thought to himself, this is a real murderous monster. He has killed over 10,000 people. However, Mo Wuxia was not bad either. The killing intent released from his body had almost turned into an evil aura. No matter what, he had killed at least 6,000 to 7,000 fresh human lives. Uncontrollably, Yi Chen let out a bitter smile. Up until now, he had killed less than 50 people. Most of them were killed during missions. Yi Chen had been staring at Yuan Hengying for a long time. Yuan Hengying, who was wearing a dark cloak, turned his head and grinned. His white teeth shone with a cold light under the sunlight. Both Lu Hanshan and Zhu Mei let out a muffled moan, their faces slightly paled. Yuan Hengying's evil aura was way too strong. Even with just a single glance, it would make people feel as if they were looking at a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. People with weak willpower might even spit out a mouthful of blood, otherwise the evil aura would accumulate in their bodies and hurt their minds. What was strange was that Su Jing didn't react at all to Yuan Hengying's cold and creepy look. Her face was still as bland as water. As for Yi Chen, he had already mastered the sword intent. As long as he didn't hurt people, it would be impossible for Yuan Hengying to hurt him with the evil aura. Once the sword intent was released, no evil could harm him, it could even cut through the void. Yuan Hengying was a bit surprised. Among the 4 people, only 2 of them were affected by his gaze, the other 2 were completely unaffected. If they were clasping Yuan realm warriors it would be fine, but these 2 were obviously only at the late condensing reality realm. Yuan Hengying licked his lips. This kind of person was more interesting to kill. After a while, Lu Hanshan finally calmed himself down. He didn't dare to look at Yuan Hengying anymore. He continued to introduce the other young hidden dragon-ranked martial artists to Yi Chen. Kai Yueyao, the head disciple of the Yuehua Martial School, a rank 7 institution in the Rudra Nation, ranked 64th in the last hidden dragon rank. People call her the Moonlight Phoenix. Her weapon is the Water Moon Thorn. She is good at piercing through enemies with a single point. It is extremely powerful. Lu Zhao, the head disciple of the White Mystery Nation's rank 7 institution, the White Deer Martial School, ranked 61st in the last hidden dragon rank. People call him the White Colt Fleeting. He is ranked in the top 30 in the last hidden dragon rank. People call him the 1,000 pounds palm. His palm strength is as great as a mountain. People who are weaker than him will be crushed with just one touch. They won't even have the ability to fight back. Hong Qianjun, the head disciple of the White Mystery Nation's rank 7 institution, the Multiple Mountain Martial School, ranked 69th in the last hidden dragon rank. People call him the 1,000 pounds palm. His palm strength is as great as a mountain. People call him the 1,000 pounds palm. Shui Hen, the head disciple of the Sky Serpent Nation's Rank 7 institution, the Shapeless Martial School ranked 57th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. People call him the Traceless Hand. This person's killer moves are invisible. Most of the time his opponent is already dead. They still don't know how he did it, therefore those who have fought against him are all terrified. After introducing 8 people in one breath, Luo Hanshan finally stopped and said, "There are 3 big countries in the South Jua region, 10 mid-sized countries and 24 small countries. This time there are a lot of disciples from 9 countries, but there are only 13 people in the Hidden Dragon rank. Rudra Nation, as the leader of the 24 small countries, has 4 people. The White Mystery Nation and the Sky Serpent Nation are not as good as the Rudra Nation, they only have 3 people each. Our Windy Nation's young master Emerald Zhuang Fei has 11 people in total, and the other 5 small countries only have 2 people. But of course, the Hidden Dragon rank was released 1.5 years ago. We don't know how many powerful martial artists have shown up now. Maybe there will be more young clasping Yuan realm warriors appearing in our sight." The Rudra Nation was not an ordinary country. Since a long time ago, Yi Qin had already known that the Rudra Nation was famous for producing geniuses. As the leader of the 24 small countries, the number of geniuses in the Rudra Nation was even more than the average mid-sized countries. It should be known that a mid-sized country's area was at least 5 times bigger than a small country's. There were countless martial institutions in the country, and the competition was extremely cruel. Zhu Mei nodded and said, "Among the Hidden Dragon rank, the top 3 countries have taken 40%, the top 10 mid-sized countries have taken 30%, and the 24 small countries have taken 30%. Rudra Nation alone has taken nearly 25% of the Hidden Dragon rank. Even among the mid-sized countries they could still be ranked in the top 4, and they are famous in the whole South Jua region. But none of the young Hidden Dragon rank warriors here seem to be in the top 50. Yi Qin suddenly said. Zhu Mei and Luo Hanshan glanced at Yi Qin with a weird expression. Luo Hanshan forced a smile and said, "Brother Yi, haven't you noticed? 90% of the people who made it into the Hidden Dragon rank are the head disciples of rank 7 martial institutions. There are only 1 or 2 rank 8 martial institutions, and none of the rank 9 martial institutions. And the rank 7 martial institutions are also divided into different levels. The Emerald Martial Palace and the North Snow Martial Academy can only be counted as a normal rank 7 martial institution in the whole South Jua region. The Evil Blood Martial School, Sky Eagle Castle Martial School and Yuehua Martial School in the Rudra Nation are all mid-sized rank 7 martial institutions. The truly powerful martial institutions are mostly in the mid-sized countries. Therefore, although they do not have an advantage in the number of disciples, the quality of their martial institutions is much better, and they are able to make it into the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon rank. The top 3 countries are even more powerful. Besides the large number of rank 7 martial institutions, there are also rank 6 martial institutions. Without exception, all the top 10 martial institutions are the most talented disciples of those rank 6 martial institutions. Yi Qin said, "So, only the powerful martial institutions can produce the most talented disciples, even the Rudra Nation is no exception." Indeed, that is the reason. Occasionally there might be some special cases, but it does not mean anything. It can only mean that they are lucky to have met a genius. But, if this genius joins a powerful martial institution, he might be even more powerful. Lu Hanshan suddenly glanced at Yi Qin. "Actually, you are already half a genius. If you could learn the sword intent, it would not be an exaggeration to say that you are a real genius. Unfortunately, you have not had enough time to learn the sword intent. Otherwise, you might be able to compete with the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rank." Hearing him, Zhu Mei glanced at Yi Qin with admiration. Learning the sword intent and blade intent is the dream of many sword artists and blade artists. Even among the top geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rank, not many of them have learned it. I have to say that you have the potential in this area. Yi Qin smiled. He had already learned the sword intent, but he was not very familiar with it yet. He needed to practice it in battles. In the sky above the desert, dozens of huge demonic beasts flew over from different directions. There were many human figures on the backs of those beasts. They were obviously people from other martial institutions. The last 2 Hidden Dragon rank warriors are here as well. Lu Hanshan said slowly. Chapter 141. Shwa. Shwa. Before the demonic beast landed, two young figures had already pounced on it with lightning speed. One of them was burly like a mountain with a height of more than 2 meters. He was one size bigger than Xiao Yi, the other had a feminine aura, his eyes emitting a faint cold light, like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity to attack. Lin Yu, the head disciple of a rank 7 martial institution in the Elephant Mountain Nation, the Tiger Dragon Mountain, and Wei Dongxi, the head disciple of a rank 7 martial institution in the Thousand Thread Nation, the Green Bamboo Martial School. These two have also reached the Clasping Yuan realm, ranked 70th and 66th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Hearing Luo Hanshan's introduction, Yi Qin seemed to be thinking about something. Among the 13 Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists, there were 2 who hadn't reached the Clasping Yuan realm yet, but they shouldn't be underestimated. After all, 1.5 years ago, they were already able to enter the Hidden Dragon ranked with the cultivation of peak-level late condensing reality realm, which meant that they were much more powerful than young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu, not to mention now 1.5 years later. In comparison, the child-level power of the Windy Nation's child-level power was a bit lacking. The child-level power was definitely at the bottom. Hee, so many people have come, many of my old friends. Lin Yu twisted his neck, letting out a series of bone-creaking sounds. Wei Dongxi scanned the crowd and sneered. Apart from those old acquaintances on the list, the rest are all trash. I hope they don't run into me or else I'll kill them without mercy. The murderous aura is still so heavy. However, you have to be careful of Zhuang Fei. During the Hidden Dragon ranking competition he took a palm strike from you. This time he will definitely pay you back," said Lin Yu, fanning the flames. "He can barely be considered an opponent. I will satisfy him." Although their voices were not loud, those with good hearing could still hear them. Over at the Emerald Martial Palace, the core disciples were indignant. This person is too arrogant. Could it be that he thinks he can defeat eldest senior brother? Once our head brother breaks through to the Clasping Yuan realm, he will definitely lead the Emerald Martial School to glory. How could he stop him? He has overestimated himself. Zhuang Fei stopped their discussion and said indifferently, "Go in and kill him. Don't talk too much." Yes. The few of them immediately quietened down as if they were worshipping a god. Night fell quickly. The night of the scorching ancient desert was colder than expected. The surface of the sand was even covered with ice, which was as hard as iron. This damn desert. Many disciples who came out to relieve themselves couldn't help but shiver and curse. In the thick tent, Yi Qin was meditating. Right now, his Jinqi cultivation was almost at the peak of the late condensing reality realm. However, he was still not strong enough to reach the peak in one go. In the true spirit continent, the progress of a warrior's cultivation was not the same. Some of them had accumulated a lot of experience and could improve a lot at once. Some of them just blindly followed the others and took it one step at a time. There were also some who tried their best to reach a certain realm, but because they had used up all of their accumulated experience, they had to stay in that realm for a very long time. Currently, Yi Qin belonged to the second type, which was to cultivate step by step and be down to earth. It was not that he did not want to choose the first type, but he simply did not have the time to accumulate his foundation. His actual cultivation time was less than 2 years, so how could he compare with others? As for the third type, the drawbacks were too great and very few people would choose it. The advantage of taking things one step at a time was that he could grasp his current strength faster and unleash 100% of his strength to its peak without any wastage. It was a silent night. It was already noon of the second day. More people from different martial institutions had arrived, including the Purple Sun Martial School, North Snow Martial Academy and South Rudra Martial School from the Windy Nation, and of course, the only rank 9 family in the Windy Nation, the Duanmu family. So many powerful martial artists. Ouyang Lai and the others gasped in shock. They immediately stopped being so arrogant. Casually glancing at them, Yi Qin was a bit surprised. Yuan Xueme was also here, but she was not even in the top 6 of the South Rudra Martial School. Of course, she was indeed very talented. Maybe the leader of the South Rudra Martial School wanted her to find some opportunities because of this. Another group of people who want to die. Yuan Hengying and Mo Wuxia sneered. The third day. A red sun rose from the east, dyeing the scorching ancient desert red. The Heavenly Dream ancient region will open in half an hour. You guys hand over your storage rings to me. The head elder gathered the 4 people and said. Luo Hanshan was surprised. Head elder, why? The head elder laughed and said, "It's my fault for not thinking about it before. The Heavenly Dream ancient region is located in a space crack. It has its own small world, but it is different from the world we are in. The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region rejects all external space. Even storage rings with space crystals would be strongly rejected. Once a martial artist steps into the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, the storage rings would be crushed by the powerful space power. So that's how it is. The four people understood. They took off their storage rings one by one and handed them to the head elder. Putting away the storage rings, the head elder said, "Don't worry, the storage rings are your personal belongings. Without your permission we won't check them." That's great. Yichen was really afraid that the head elder would check his storage rings. In his storage rings, there were over 10,000 low-rank soul stones, a low-rank great blade and a mid-rank storage ring. He didn't know how rare and precious a mid-rank storage ring was, but he had never seen an inner elder wearing a mid-rank storage ring. Yichen let out a bitter smile. Maybe I'm just a petty person. Would the head elder be greedy for my mid-rank storage ring? Not likely. Of course, Yichen wasn't ashamed of this. His motto in life was to be extra careful, extra cautious. If he didn't make it a habit today, it might lead to a disaster in the future. Sometimes, even if he trusted the other party, he shouldn't expose himself completely. The mountain-thick cyan light was getting brighter and brighter. That illusory light gate was no longer illusory, it looked like it was made of crystal and contained within the cyan light. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. The light gate slowly opened and a loud and clear sound shook people's hearts. The head elder let out a long breath and said in a serious tone, "Everyone go in. Remember, no matter where you are teleported to, stay calm, don't panic." Yes. The four of them were about to step into the gate. Swoosh. Haha, the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is controlled by your institutions. Why can't we go in? Today no one can stop me. Sand and dust rose into the air. Two human silhouettes flew towards the light gate at an extremely high speed, almost reaching the speed of sound, letting out a loud swishing sound. Two mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Yichen stopped walking. He was shocked. He didn't know where these two people came from. How could they hide under everyone's nose? Strangely, none of the elders from the institutions tried to stop them. Some of them shook their heads regretfully, but most of them sneered. Buff, buff. Something amazing happened. The two of them were like moths flying into a flame. They were burned into ashes by the cyan light, not even leaving a trace, including the storage rings on their fingers. Stupid, if anyone could go in, how could you two get in? All the powerful martial artists from the institutions would have gone in already. The rules of the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region are very strange. Only people with a bone age of less than 24 can go in safely. Even life and death realm martial artists can't change their bone age. Through his soul power, Yichen sensed that a lot of people were discussing among themselves. No wonder they didn't stop him, they already knew the truth. However, it was easy to understand. The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region had been revealed for a long time. All the top martial institutions must have done a thorough research on it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so bold as to let their most talented disciples enter it to collect wealth for them. I'll go in first. The head disciple of the Evil Blood Martial School, Wuxia, moved his body, transformed into a beam of blood-red light and darted into the light gate, disappearing completely. Almost at the same time, the other Hidden Dragon Martial School's powerful martial artists followed closely behind. Their extremely fast-moving silhouettes were dragging different colored streams of Zhen Qi behind them. It was quite a beautiful scene. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, over 600 disciples rushed towards the light gate like a swarm of locusts. Some of them even started fighting against each other on the way. Let's go in as well. Seeing that most of the disciples had left, Lu Hanshan couldn't wait any longer. He leapt into the light gate. What a magnificent scene. It was the first time for Yichen to see so many powerful young martial artists gathered in one place. He slightly sighed, shook his head and followed Su Jing into the light gate, neither too fast nor too slow. Ouyang Lai, Ouyang Ming, you two remember, if you meet any Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples, kill them if you can, don't show any mercy. If the situation allows, you can join hands with people from other institutions and find a chance to assassinate them, especially that kid named Yichen. The Purple Sun Martial School's elder sent a message to Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming through his Zhen Qi. A vicious light flashed across Ouyang Ming's eyes. He responded with his Zhen Qi. Elder, don't worry, even if you don't remind me, I will still kill all four of the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples. As for that Yichen, although he might be a bit troublesome, he won't be a problem for me, he will eventually have to fight against someone else. Indeed, that's exactly what I meant. The Purple Sun Martial School's elder grinned evilly. Ouyang Lai said without any hesitation, as long as I am here, the 4 of them won't be able to come out alive. Then I will leave it to you. Chill. The 2 of them entered the light gate with an ulterior motive. The other 4 Purple Sun Martial School's disciples followed them. On the Sky Cloud Martial School side, the 4th elder noticed this subtle scene. He used his Jin Qi to send a message to the head elder. Those bastards from the Purple Sun Martial School won't play any tricks, will they? The head elder said, once they enter the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, their lives will be in their own hands. We have to believe that they will be able to come out alive, and it would also be good if they can kill those Purple Sun Martial School's disciples. Ichim Luo Hanshan and Su Jing are both cruel and merciless. Zhu Mei is still a bit soft. As for Yi Chen, I can't see through him. I don't know if he will leave any of them alive. Don't underestimate Yi Chen. He can be more cruel than anyone else in a critical moment. Once he entered the light gate, Yi Chen felt that the space around him was twisting. He couldn't see anything, he couldn't sense anything, he had become blind. After that, his body became as light as a feather, as if he was teleporting from a long distance. His speed was incredibly fast. After an unknown period of time, Yi Chen appeared in a huge swamp area, surrounded by swamps that were bubbling with gray bubbles and strange-looking trees. Occasionally, a hissing sound could be heard. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.